Okay, so today we're going to be starting a brand new run of WhiskerWood. Our other run is still alive, still well, but I did some streaming, or not streaming, I did some playing of the game off stream. Didn't get nearly as far just from lack of time, but I did learn a lot of stuff, and I want to go and use that new information. We're going to check out one of the other starting, and we're going to get that going. So we had a vote before I got things going on the YouTube side that we're going to go ahead and start a Pirate Seas run, mostly just to see a different one. Now, I did look at the achievements. I won't spoil some stuff that I did learn because of it. I didn't see any achievements related to difficulty or any of these things whatsoever, which I actually kind of appreciate. I don't mind, though, if there is like an achievement being like, hey, beat the game on difficulty X, or like whatever the equivalent of beat the game is if the game doesn't have an ending, like hit population 100 on whatever. But I also think there's a lot of times where there'll be a thing that really shouldn't be tied to a difficulty that is, and it can be obnoxious. And we're going to go ahead and call our colony the Hole. Okay. You love the monarchist scenarios art? Yeah, no, with the cat. That was, I'm actually, like, originally, oh, and I, probably should adjust my title on this, because I'll deal with the title when we're in it. Because originally I was like, yeah, let's do the monarchies. The thing that gave me the hesitation was they believe factories are up front. I'm like, oh, am I going to take the mood penalty for every factory? Hang on. We're going to leave everything else the way it is. But we've got our starting people. I never checked. Okay, so it doesn't have actual specific ones that start. That's good to know. I was curious if it was always like 2 farmers or whatever. But yeah, so honestly, I'm not going to bother putting any effort into all this. It's actually surprising they gave me 2 monarchists and a rebellion. It's fine. But basically, it's whatever. So we're going to go ahead and get that going. I have found, while your traits matter in this game, they genuinely do, I don't think it's worth putting the effort into like re-rolling and re-rolling and re-rolling to look for the perfect whiskers. You're going to be settling. So, you know, it is what it is. Alright, we'll just change the title, say Pirate's Life for me. That way I'm being honest about what we're doing. And I'll manage this real fast. Change the title here while it's loading. Alright, that way I'm not misleading people by having the title make people think I'm playing the Loyalist run. Yeah, so the first time the pirates show up is going to be the roughest one, just because I'll have no idea what they want. Once we get that, we're going to have to try and very quickly figure out what are the things that we can produce readily that the pirates will accept. It is a curiosity that with the pirates being more RNG based on them coming by, as opposed to the predictability of the taxes, I do wonder if it's one of those things that you can get hammered 2 or 3 times by the pirates, and then like a dry spell without it. Okay, so we got trees here, we got berries down there. We do have the ore on the map. There's really not any farmland on that one, though. Well, fertile soil.
Royal scout ships identified your assigned archipelago as a potential colony. As part of the Royal Scouting Commission of 1681, 72 such colonies have successfully been established as a result of those brave Claw's efforts. By the King's graceful guidance, yours could be the 73rd such colony. Your most important building will be the trade dock. Without it, your colony cannot repay its debts. Therefore, I implore you to choose an island and construct your dock. Look for ample trees and berry bushes nearby.
Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely, even on the demo, I saw that as you increase the population, you go from like 3 cannonballs to 4 cannonballs, and all that. You can't find an island with like literally everything you want and need. You're gonna be compromising somewhere. So this one definitely has berries and trees for days. They do have tin ore. I have no idea how good tin ore is. It looks like just tin ore. I think right now that island's my best candidate. That one's high up. That one's too ledgy. That one's raised up. I am not seeing ore of any kind. Yeah, so I'm thinking this one over here with the tin is probably my best bet. Now you've got coal. You don't have trees. Yeah, I've definitely found these ones that are like the little bowl shape. Those with trees seem to be the islands that look like they're the best to start out with. Yeah, so you got rock salt. Yeah, that doesn't have farmland. Yeah, I'm thinking that one that was down here is probably my go-to. It's up here farther. Yeah, I think this one was it? No, that's not the one with trees. This one. Because it's got a lot of green area around here, a lot of trees, a lot of berries over here on this side. There is tin ore, which I'm hoping has some decent value, but we're gonna find out. In the meantime, let's go ahead and for right now, we got the berries right there. Alright. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and plunk you down. Wonder why it's yellow. Oh, is it marking it for yellow because it's just that far away? Let's pretend like we're going to build it right here. Interesting. So the game is trying to indicate there is some negative to building that far away or that close to the edge of the map. Which is good because, well, this one doesn't have a lot of grow space. There's a couple of berries over there, plenty of wood. There is copper and rock salt on here. So there's not a lot of berries, so we would need to get our farms up relatively early on this one. Okay, so maybe we set up over here. Because I don't know why the game is like, yo, maybe don't be that far. But it did very heavily seem to imply I should not build myself that close to the edge of the map. Did you try though? I didn't try building it over there, but when the game is like putting this like bright yellow being like, hey, you should really consider.
Warehouses are vital
I'm
to
willing to
preserving
listen.
the market value of your tax contributions. Each warehouse has a limited capacity. Watch that you do not satiate your warehouse's capacity on worthless goods. Focus on storing resources that will benefit the kingdom. Logs, cotton, and ores. These goods will keep during long voyages and supply work for whiskers in the royal factories. To reduce carry distances, you should construct the included central warehouse schematic near your trade dock.
That's fine. Okay. You suspect it was because you needed to move your ship to do there? Probably. Like, it could be a pathing thing where you'd have to wait for the ship to arrive or something. Alright, so we got tons of trees to work with right nearby. Not a lot of berries, which is a big problem.
Congratulations to you and your fellow colonists. Under commission of the king, it is my privilege to offer this colony charter. You embark on a mission worthy of the greatest of whiskers, and all of your kind shall thank you for your efforts. As you tame these wild lands and earn the payment for your taxes, you are doing more than any whisker before you. With your sweat, you secure the means by which some industrious whiskers might enjoy safety. Serve your king faithfully, and his peace will reign over these islands.
Okay. So, the first thing we need to do before anything else, get a woodcutter up. Needless to say, there's a lot of trees to be cut down over here. So I'll put you as this high priority. We will also want a foraging hut. I'm going to plonk right here. And you are going to need a ramp up to here and there. It's not a lot of berries. I might end up regretting that because there's really not much. We're definitely going to need to beeline the fishing as early as possible to supplement our food. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? And then the last thing we're going to want is the mining one. Now, the mining one we could do some interesting stuff with. I don't have a great position to put this yet. What I think we'll do is we'll start over here. We have them dig up that. Okay. This is WhiskerWood. I believe it still has a couple days to come out to be available for everyone. And I believe that'd be the 6th that it's dropping. Alright, so we've got this one is for explorers. So we're gonna grab the Monarchist Perfectionist. You're gonna do that for right now. And we will also go ahead and we'll have Bramble help you.
Paying taxes to the Crown is your primary responsibility. Most colonies pay their taxes with ores. Copper pays best, but coal is more plentiful. Desperate colonies will ship out their construction logs. You would be wise to choose the path of non-desperation. Build and fully assign 2 workers to at least 1 mining camp.
Okay, so really quickly, that one's also an explorer. Alright, so there's no really winning this. So unassign you. Assign you. And then we need to put 2 people on the mining. So right now it's going to be our 2 diggers. That leaves only 1 builder. Okay, in the meantime... Yeah, I want us to figure out where we're putting houses on the short term. We're not going to want to keep the houses out here if I can help it. Alright, so we got some more whiskers have arrived. Okay, so we're going to want another explorer. And then we're going to leave the rest alone for right now. So let's go to you. There's your explorer, and unassign you. And that's because the explorers have a kind of a preference there. You start by trying to dig that copper.
Paying taxes to the Crown.
And you gave me a random whisker. And they are an engineer. Which I don't really need more of right this second, but I will need more of relatively soon. Okay, we'll make this go double time. But yeah, so we're going to pull up all the berries we can. That's not going to take long, which is a real big problem. So when we get the first supply delivery where we get to choose things, we need to get planks as fast as we possibly can. Meanwhile, another thing we can do is you just require logs. So get that built. Because I need to get my fish production online as fast as I possibly can. Because that's going to be necessary, because these berries are going to tap out in seconds, and then literally we're going to actually have a foraging person that has nothing to do, so we're just going to get rid of them. Which is not a thing I've run into in a run, and there's not a lot of farmland here, but that's still workable. Okay, so... You keep having them dig down in here. Can you spam? No. Why would you think anyone would answer yes to that? Get 6. Okay, so right now we're just slapping down a bunch of houses on the shore just to satisfy for the moment. Are you renaming the mice after chat? We probably can. I do wish there was an easy way to look up the list of mice. I'll actually not worry about the research yet. That's my only hesitation with this game. Like, that's not the list of people. That's not the list of people. So there's not really a screen to be like, hey, give me the list of mice. That's my only hesitation. There's not really a good way there. Oh, here we go. Never mind. Alright, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, so what we'll do is we will have that go. And we can go ahead and start the queue. If you would like a mouse named after you and are on the Twitch side, you can go ahead and put your name in the hat using !join, and you'll get some mice named after you. But let that go for a couple of minutes and all that, and then we'll start getting the names drawn and hand out. Yeah, once we get another day in here, we want another explorer for the tree cutter. Probably don't need one. I mean, honestly, even if we don't, once these bushes run out, that one's got nothing to do at that point. So first day, a lot of people upset that they slept outside. Okay, we got a high approval rating. That's fine. And for the moment, I'm just having them continue to mine that copper vein. I think our first farm is going over here. Okay, so we're taking this one that gives us the planks. I'm pretty sure I just clicked the wrong one. I chose to unload, I didn't choose to select. So we're not going to do that, which is real bad, but we will endure. The good news is the boats come by at least a decent amount of frequency. And then absolute worst case scenario, I make my lumber mill and we just get stuck waiting. It's not the end of the world. Just mostly is. Yeah, so you need planks for the bathhouse. Alright, so we're doing a good job of getting the copper right now. Hey Devlin, how's it going? And eventually we'll have to tell them to go out of their way to, dig stone. Because right now I'm kind of surgic precision just the copper. And I will want stone as well. You beat a boss in assess by the skin of your teeth. You had 1 hit point when the boss went down. Nice. Yeah, no, we debated playing that today, but I was eager for more WhiskerWood. I wanted to play some more WhiskerWood. Yeah, so you're... all of this is coming along. Little by little. Yeah, so currently what I want is a second farmer and a second, exploration person. So the next time we get a chance, those are the two I would like to consider. For the second exploration person, we could assign them onto the woodcutter, make good progress there. And this thing... let's see, WhiskerWood seems to be becoming an addiction for all the streamers you see play it so far. Oh no, it is really good. Like, very much, if you're into Timberborn, a lot of the building follows that model, but instead where it's just, you know, trying to endure the cycle of drought and bad water, you have, like, this external threat of, you know, between the taxes and the pirates. So there's a lot going on there, and it actually has a lot of systems to it. Okay, so taxes will arrive today. Well, the tax bill, as it were.
Other matters demand your attention. Housing is not a luxury. Some whiskers have already resorted to makeshift camps. I implore you to provide us shelter. We cannot survive as a colony living out in the elements. Winter's arrival will see temperatures plunge, and you cannot fight the cold with fires alone. Homes are our only defense.
Okay, so it looks like that one guarantees you planks, which guarantees some progression stuff. Okay. I don't really want to overpay that much. There we go. Okay, taxes paid. Okay, so it's telling me that the taxes will continue to go up. Alright, so... dear goodness. That is a whisker. Alright. So, I'm gonna take that one. That is, probably more than I should be accepting. Okay, so you can go ahead and give me a carpenter plan. Alright. So. Very genuinely, I should strongly be going after these planks. Because those can become stuff immediately. But I do want to potentially get the carpenter. We haven't made a carpenter ever. It's fine. Let's make terrible choices. Get the schematic. It costs me more to make the schematic. We'll just do it. We're not going to build that right now because I don't have remotely the materials. Because I am going to get 8 planks out of this. And then those 8 planks can go over here. I can put you up here. Try and get you access to as much of this as possible. Yeah, honestly, that's probably about as good as we're going to get. Then we can go down here. And when I have the wood, I can put a staircase up there.
Other matters demand your attention.
So we did get the stuff I need for this. Now I'm just waiting for a spare wood that I can build a ramp up there. And that'll get all that set. And then from here, what we can do... start that as a place to grow berries, and we'll want to expand more as time goes on. And then not too long, I want to get 2 more mining whiskers. But after the last playthrough, it's doing fine. I just played a bunch off stream, like not of that save. When I say a bunch, it's only like 2 hours. And I just learned a lot, so we're doing a pirate start this time, just because I wanted to check it out. And I wanted to use the lessons learned to check out new stuff, try new things. Like one thing where it's topping off the hill and moving it down, I think that was ultimately just a big mistake. I also am fine, like one of the things we found at that save was sitting here and just having these go to follow to try and get the sandy part to be fertile enough. It just doesn't seem to work. I think it kind of takes an average of the maximum fertility of the area to show your numbers. So having that there makes it feel like you can get higher than you really can. So just a bunch of little things like that, but that's, you know, new to the game, checking it out. So we're just trying to get things up running earlier. But yeah, so this playthrough, we should be dealing with the pirates at a much higher frequency.
There have been reports of pirate ransom demands in your part of the world. Under no circumstances are you to yield, or to even consider paying their exaction. Should your colony survive, report back the pirates' shakedown tactics.
Okay, so before we get too far in there, because I need to keep them digging. Oh. There's simply no more ore right there. Huh. Fair enough. It's rock salt there, and then we get copper over this way. Well, that's unfortunate. So, looking around here, we can't really get to the copper in a timely manner. So what we will do here... start digging over towards that rock salt. Which is going to have the awkward situation of digging a tunnel across the ground here. Okay, we got the supply ship. Let's go ahead and take the more planks. The question is, can I still do that? Can. Cool. So that gives them access to the farm up here. Also quickly move that one tile to the side so we can just... Actually, you're going to be moving up here. There you go. Because then what we can do is start moving some more fields down here, even though they're going to be terrible. We'll deal with that in a minute. We'll also want to go over here and get some more stuff happening. So for right now... You're going to be cotton. Trying to see if there's more rock salt back here. Okay, so we got no workers on you. So good news here. Oh, here. So for right now, craftsman's gonna go there, and you're gonna go here. So we can use more farmers. We built all the houses that I've got space for over here already. Okay. Now I've got that going. The next thing I need to do is we are going to need the bathing house. There we go. You know, 50 tax, please. 500 interest. Hey, Tim, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of RimWorld, but also played some WhiskerWood recently as well. Is hanging out for there. How did that go? I didn't get to see the whole thing. Because I caught you when you were first starting all that. Been playing a lot of online, getting your head around it. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Like, I was doing a major project on the one save I spent a whole stream on, basically. And it's a brand new one. Like, the other save was just fine, but I'm like, no, I've learned so much. I want to start fresh. And take that learning and put it to use. Okay. So we're getting all those planted. We're about to run out of our berry bushes, at which point the foraging shuts down. Because I literally have no foraging stuff here. You realize that we only scratched the surface? There's a lot of tech to research. Yes. Yes, there is. And there's our very last bush over here. And then there's no more berries on this island, which is why this whole plot here is nothing but berries. Alright, so we're looking for farmers. So I don't need anyone else right now. I could take another person. Let's not dig too deep. Because then you're an explorer is about to come free here. We can leave you on building stuff for the time being. We're gonna have them planting all the farms they can get to. Alright. And normally I just disable the building and all that. But in this case, your services are no longer needed. So that gives us 4 builders to spare. We obviously don't want that many people not working, but that's what we're going to deal with in the short term. We are going to want to get our first factories online, which is going to be sawmill. Okay, and you just ran out of ore to deal with, so let's grab that. So you got a bit more salt over there, and none down below. That is really unfortunate. Is it possible now to build within the mountains to be safe from cannon shots? I don't know if you can be safe from the cannon shots in the mountains. You can definitely build in the mountains, though. Ultimately, some of your buildings have to be outside, such as, you know, you got your dock here has to be outside. Yeah, that's. I'm thinking Tim's correct. That's like, you know, you say no and it says we're gonna whack 5 of your buildings, and it just rolls the dice and they whack 5 of your buildings.
I had to give kisses to the husband.
Yeah, we all make mistakes. Love. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. I think it is just like a random assignment. The animation's just for aesthetics, whatever you want to call it. Alright, so we're going to try and get those berries set up. You're at 0% rockiness, you have 3% rockiness. I will tell them to remove the rocks. And we'll get that field set up, and once those are all satisfied, we'll start getting a second field up here. This will probably be something that's low quality soil, so something like trees or whatever for wood. I can see making this pocket over here a little wood area. Make like a little flax area over here. And I'm going to not bother trying to do stuff with that area. The big thing that's going to be figuring out is getting access to more ore. Because this particular island has been pretty shallow vein of ore there. So we need to work our way over to the other areas. How do I want to go about this? We'll deal with the tax ship. Okay, so here, we'll start you off with the copper. Here's your rock salt. Oh, I forgot I got trinkets. There we go. Full shipment, and get on out of here. So one thing we might do is we might get a second excavation camp going somewhere over here and have them start focusing on the better materials. So let's not take the higher planks and all that. Actually, I'm going to take them because that'll give me enough to finish that dock. Long stairs, sure. A quality wooden staircase, faster and more comfortable than steep stairs. That takes a couple planks. Alright. I'm gonna tell them to mine that out. Because you're gonna start being where we move housing. And like I said, we're probably gonna go over here and get a second mining operation going somewhere on the island. That this is gonna be our moneymaker one for a while. Okay, you've got that built. So now the next service we're gonna need is the cafe. That's fine. Alright. Oh, you're already done here? Alright, well... Get that all figured out in a minute. Gonna grab you. Alright. So we need 2 more excavating ones. If we can make that happen. You've almost got all the rocks removed. If we don't get that sorted, we're gonna really be hurting on the my friend. Okay, so the pirates are gonna be here more frequently.
Humble seafarers who haven't torn off the shackles of the kingdom find ourselves in great need. In past times of want, wise and generous Whisker colonies have supplied us with everything they had. You should...
Okay, shut up, go away. Alright, so it's looking like we could potentially use clothing as our way of keeping them from murdering the crap out of us. Is the way it's looking. So let's go up here and set you to flax. And start getting that. Alright, so we want 2 excavators. So, boom, boom. And we'll go set you. We get you to help out with this. Alright, so we got you assigned. So those are things that are going to get a little interesting. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is I want you to line up here. Not enough resources. I need more planks. Well, crap.
You have been entrusted by your fellow Whiskers to lead their colony. This is the highest honor any Whisker can attain. The teeming masses of mainland Whiskers are pleading to live in colonies such as yours. They wish only to serve the crown on a wild island such as yours. Do not disappoint them. Grow your colony to 21 Whiskers, so you can start paying some real taxes.
There we go. No one else right now. Okay, what we can do in the meantime is I want to put the bigger stairs there for faster travel, but I'm gonna settle for the not as good stairs. This is now mining up stone for me and giving me places to put houses and all that deep underground. Because I'll end up needing that stone for a lot of stuff. Especially when I go and I do the expansion to get other goodies happening. Alright, so we can go ahead and tell you to stop removing rocks. The rocks are all gone. And you're all squared away. So you can go up here. Yep, so get that whole spot taken care of. I'm just going to keep expanding until we start hitting a limit of what they can handle. We're definitely going to need to get the Weaver going relatively early. That's fine. We still haven't made the sawmill. Because it's waffling over where I wanted to put it. I do think, honestly, in this case, much as probably not the right choice, I will put the sawmill up here. And then the Weaver requires logs as well. So put that up here. We won't worry about the stone cutter at all right now. And I want to put some warehouses on either side of those once they've got some spare logs. Okay.
Please, may we have better housing? This new island was exciting for a bit, but that excitement has worn off. I wake up each day to the smell of damp. If our lodgings don't improve, this island is never going to be a home.
Alright, so let's start getting some people named. So let's go, and we have our craftsman farmer, and that is going to go ahead and be Luxray. Right at the beginning. Luxray. Cool. And now I can go to our excavator. So we got one of our excavators is going to be... Was that Alimum? Where'd the name go? Where'd the name go? Oh, Alimul. There we go. 1 second, I gotta check on these whiskers. Okay, so we were looking for... I don't remember. We've got our excavators there and there. We'll eventually want an extra excavator for other stuff. We have people here. I honestly think we just hold. We don't need more people right this second. Okay. Let's go here. That's not the right button. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's get the next person here. So for another one of our excavators, we've got... his Smurf Daddy. That's weird. There we go. I'm gonna go with Smurf Daddy. I'm worried about character limit. Smurf Daddy. Did I spell that right? No. Alright. And our next contestant here We have a farmer. Gonna be pulverizer. Pulverizer here. And we've got one of our explorers who's currently just acting as a builder. Alright, so that was, oh man, I know you've told me how to pronounce it. Larioli? Something like that. I do apologize. By all means, correct me again, I want to get it right. Because normally, like, if you type it, I'll see it, but the bot doesn't give me the phonetic spelling, unfortunately. So where I set the phonetic spelling to help me out. Lear EL. Thank you. Yeah, on your username when you type in chat, I have the phonetic spelling after it, but the bot doesn't give me that, so I depend heavily on those phonetic spellings. So we got an engineer here, and so the engineer is going to be Eonek. And you're currently a builder. And we've got another excavator. And that's going to be Lilypad. The good news is once we get through this first wave, it should be a little bit easier. So then we got another explorer, which is going to be Grim Reaper. I am butchering that as like looking at it and as like, why is this not working right? Oh, I put the A in the wrong place. And let's see. We got another farmer. Is that Niabakan? If I got that mispronounced, let me know, and I'll try and get a phonetic spelling there to help me get it correct in the future. Only got 3 more to name. So we've got another engineer. The queue appears to be empty. That may or may not be true. The bot does have a bug where it can grab the empty line. I'll give it one more go. Okay, I'm guessing it's actually empty. If it's not, we will do more drawings here in the in the future. That was a bunch all at once. Okay, we'll pick up the time again, keep things moving. Alright, so we got a couple of spare logs. Meanwhile, let's go back over here real fast. Yeah, no, you're already named, Lux, right? You're the very first one we drew, buddy. You're already here. Okay. We could probably use another engineer. I'll take one more. Last I grab one, because we're going to be assigning 2 up here real fast. So it'll be good to have them early. I probably also could use another farmer for the fishery. Okay, so for this one, for right now, let's just do the basic. Because we didn't get nearly as much stuff to sell this last round. Oh, I could grab the plank super fast. I think it'd be better if we just kind of laid low on that. Now we've joined the hole, we demand cheese. Alright. We have no spare houses at the moment, that's fine. And taxes go up. Taxes always go up. Alright, so we got 2 more people on the queue. I'm gonna go ahead and just get these names in here. Oh, does it add new people on the top? Ooh, it doesn't add in any specific order. So we got Flint here as a new one. So we got our new engineer. So that's gonna be very last Lardine. And looking for another one that's not named because we got him. We got Bramble down here. So that's another one here. And this will be Tim the Sorcerer, another engineer. And then we got another one down here, so we got an Explorer. That'll be Badger Fever. And it's tax time. Oh, that's bad. Let's talk about it. We can probably make that work before the day's over. If we get one more load of copper, which is what they're pulling up now, that should be enough. It just has to happen before they go to leave. Or we get lucky and get a little bit more cotton. I could probably make it go by with the fish as well. We'd prefer not turn to the fish because the fish really aren't worth much. Okay, we're getting our Weaver made. The storage is more than fine. Okay. Alright, so we have no apprentices there, but we can go ahead and we'll have Lardine work as the Weaver. Just need slightly more. Fish should be worth a lot to our cat overloads. They demand cash. That's what they work in. And we'll have the Rual go ahead and take over the sawmill. So we're now making planks locally. That's what we wanted to see. That was the copper being delivered. So taxes paid in full. No violence today. We're good little Whisker. We pay our taxes. Please no claw. All right. So I've already forgotten where I was like I could use. Oh wait, fishing people. That's right. I could use another farmer. So I grab you. Mushroom cultivation. This game is just throwing patterns at me. Okay, in the meantime though, you get in here, make the fish happen. That does bring up the interesting consideration. So, We haven't done mushroom cultivation before in a run. Okay, so you're still planting that. Those are ready for harvest. Okay, keep digging deeper. I do not have remotely as much food as I should. Yeah, so crop fertility is all terrible there. You got all that set up. There's nothing in range over there. So once this starts to get cut down, then we'll have more grow area over here. For the moment, we're probably going to be leaning more on that. And there wasn't a second farmer. That's fine. So we have 2 builders to spare. Which is fine because we are going to be starved on materials for a little bit here. Not sure what these two are doing. Because they're not in range of that. Oh, it's probably the builders who don't have anything to do. We'll keep that. And I'm going to keep taking those because I can't make the machinery anytime soon. We'll keep having that delivered. Now once that's built, we'll move on to getting the stone, polishing, whatever. The next farm could probably go up here and that'd give me most of this area to work. That's actually a pretty big area right there for farming. Once we get the ore out of the way. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Hope you're having a good one. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and have you have a ramp right there. And right there, so you can reach all of those trees. One thing I can do... set you to trees. And just let it be bad at it. You got second-hand GPU and it seems to solve your GPU problems? Nice. Glad to hear. We're gonna have some trees and some poor fertility soil. Okay, so when this is done, we'll get the earthworks going. And with the earthworks, some of these areas that, you know, like these two here, if there's not more underneath, we'll just plug it up. That way you have level terrain and all that. There's only a great way to get across here, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay. So basically I'm going to tag a bunch of these spots of ore. Now when we can get access to them, we'll just tear them up. Alright, well if we want more people... Got more houses coming in. Okay, so let's see here. I can get another farmer. You're an unsafe worker. We will take them. What I'm gonna do for the unsafe worker is I'm gonna go over here to the farmland up here. I'm gonna reassign you to the unsafe worker. And then we're gonna go down here. We're gonna add pulverizer down there to add with the fishing. We're gonna try and ramp up the fishing production as much as we can. Because that can be food for us, and in a desperate pinch, it can also help out our stuff. Yep, and we're slowly building our houses underground. As opposed to having more and more of them on the shore. So it gives me both a source of stone, and it lets me get the houses. Which, you're very happy, no more crashes? I'm glad to hear no more crashes. Be a whole major frustration when you're just trying to like enjoy some gaming and all that, and things aren't working and you're having to deal with all these headaches. Okay. So I've got 2 spare people. So what we'll probably want to do is get an extra person. Gonna grab you. Because we're about to assign one to this building. And once we carve this out a little bit bigger, then you can get all that. In the meantime, I do have spare materials. Let me go ahead and put warehouses on either side of these. That way I can have the materials I need for making the clothing and the materials for making the planks just up here as a dedicated thing to save on walk time. And then plus, this place will be less overloaded. Okay, so a lot of them are starting to get unhappy because their clothing is getting worn out. And all that. We are already actively solving that problem, though. So let's get the earthworks set up. I don't have the cut stone. That's fine. So that means we'll want you for the cut stone. Honestly, I can live with that. So never have to do lots of cut stone, I don't think. Pop Sleepy? Gotcha. Hey, Alex, how's it going? Yeah, and that's non-range, that's fine. There's a little bit of usable area over here. Then grow a little bit more over there. Okay. Yep, so I'm having there going. Let's see, you've seen the demo gameplay of this. Is this release? Is it changed much? Yeah, so this is the early access version. The demo was time limited in some regard. I can't remember exactly how it was, whether it was like time in the game or whatever. But they have a lot more content to add to it. I don't really know where the demo left off, kind of thing. It's just one of those things. Okay, so you will have access to that. So keep mining down there, collecting what we can. Yeah, no, I hear you. I like to be an evening person, so I'm always not crabby, but it's always not my favorite when I have to wake up early. Like, if I'm waking up early for something interesting going on, whatever, that's fine. Research was locked in demo? Yeah, no, gotcha. Alright, so we're gonna get one of you in here. So right now we'll have Enoch worry about keeping the food stocked. That gives me 2 spare workers. And our food is not in good shape. I've got the fishing going as hard as it can. But we're just not getting nearly enough out of our fields here. The good news is that field's ready for harvest. Yeah, so I should just be harvesting that. Should give me a bunch of berries. Meanwhile, let's go here. We're going to change your logistics. Reject all, flax. Okay. Yep, so we're getting more upset about their clothing falling apart, which is what we're literally fixing right here. Okay, logistics, reject all. We want your clothing to be accepted here. Then for you, logistics, reject all, accept wood, and logistics, reject all, accept planks. That way for those ones, they're only, like, those will always run. Alright, here's the tax, man. Two copper, all the cotton, all the rock salt doesn't take me as far as I was really hoping. We're gonna give that a minute and hopefully we get more goodies to sell. We are mining the stuff, but we're not getting what we need. Volume wise. Alright, Alex, you have yourself a good sleep. Thanks for popping in and all that. When we get the earthworks built, then we'll be able to turn around and start, you know, where I've got all these, like, jagged edges and all that. We'll be able to start flattening that out a little bit more. Give me more room to work. It's gonna be a little rough. Unfortunately, stone and cut stone, they don't take. The smugglers will take them, and it actually works relatively okay. Because they can turn a bunch of the cut stone into gold bullion and then give them the gold bullion for a bunch. Oh, we got more rock salt. It's on the way to warehouse now. Okay, that's what we're gonna have. Alright, so I need to push over that last little bit. As much as I don't want to hit the logs, I'm hitting the logs. Alright. We're definitely gonna end up needing a second farm. I made the comment that I think this area over here is a good spot for a farm. For right now, a little bit of food and all that's good. Let's see. We'll get the cut stone and all that. Okay, so with that, we can go over here and say it's time for an earthworks. Because the earthworks, I can potentially give myself more growable space. If nothing else, more places for like fishing docks and all that. Okay. Still threadbare clothes. All right. We are slowly getting berries. One thing would be probably getting a better pathing here, because we're losing a lot of productivity time than walking the whole way around. Okay. I will take one more excavating person, because you're going to work that place when you're ready. In the meantime, just quickly waiting here for these houses to get built inside the little cavern we were digging out. For a second thought you thought I was building in the sea. Nope, we're not building in the sea, we're just digging kind of underground on the island here. Okay. I didn't make this wide enough. You actually need to be out here for long term. It's fine. That'll have to be replaced anyways, so it's whatever. And when they take these two out, I can put 2 more houses down there. I have a pretty wifey.
I have a handsome boy who's nice and sweet.
I don't know about that. Yeah, so you got the stone cutter up there. That's still working. Oh, that means I'm also going to need... I can't. I was saying I'm going to need 1 more engineer here not too long. The good news, I'm seeing that go up this time. I think we got a harvest of the cotton, maybe? The flax is still coming along. The berries are still coming along. The trees are coming along. Okay. Okay, and I am seeing 1 by 1 they are replacing their clothing, so that's good news, so we should get less penalty from the threadbare thing. Here's a concerning question. What happens if we put a bonfire in like very poor circulation cave? Because I didn't think about that part. I have a feeling pollution's gonna get pretty gnarly in there. So, you know, that's moderately concerning. Hey, slight improvement. Alright, let's go ahead and start checking. All these things.
Do you
Stocks for
remember
winter?
the parable of the lazy cart and the busy beavers? How the lazy cart ignored the advice of the beavers and never stocked up food for the winter? How he preferred the comfort of sleeping in the sun over diligent saving? Winter is coming. We need to be like busy beavers and build up our food stocks.
All right. And thank you, Sniper Spice. I really do appreciate that. Tier 1 sub. 42 Munchman sub to the channel, and that means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for the continued support.
You have been entrusted by...
I really do appreciate it. It means like a lot. And I hope you enjoy your advertised previewing. Sorry, I got distracted in the middle of that whole thing. Okay. So we're still getting the planks going. That's fine. We're not going to assign more people to this. We're just going to leave it. Oh, you're not even the right type of person. That's one problem. We got an explorer doing... Okay, there we go. We got them shuffled around. Yeah, because it says, like, you'll get extra work speed if you assign the right type of person. And sometimes what roles go to what is pretty unexpected. Like, some of it's straightforward, like, you know, mining is excavators, that kind of thing. But there's definitely a lot of exemptions. so you're still waiting on planks for the earthworks. And then, like I said, we'll start gradually filling in this area with the intent of putting, like, more fishing docks and all that kind of stuff. I can also see, like, where this is all sorts of different elevations of terrain. I could see filling it in to, like, flatten it out at some degree or another. None of that's high priority. That's why I'm going to have just, like, one person doing it as they have time. Mostly it's to keep the stone from overwhelming us too much. Yeah, I could probably build farm over here once we get these trees out of the way. So food is not in terrible shape, but I certainly wish it was better. One thing we do have going for us is we do have a fishing dock that does have people going absolutely full bore on it, which is nice. So all those are due for harvest. Okay, so it's almost time for the first winter. On the plus side, we have the last person who's homeless is getting their house built now. And then we've almost got room for a couple more houses to be built down here. Here, we can get you queued up. And I know they're not even. That one should be further back, but I'm just going to not worry about that. Okay, so this time, here is this, here's that. I am not in as good a shape as I thought I was. I saw that I had all this money, I'm like, yeah, we're in great shape, this is fine. It's mostly logs, we're just going to be burning through our logs. That is really rough. Get out of here and give me a schematic. Okay, no workers. There you are. The one earthworks person. Okay, so. For right now, let's leave that alone. We'll take the hardtack. So, that's deeply concerning. Hopefully we get this harvested soon. And that gets to be in good shape. We can go here. Alright, so we need an apprentice of some kind. Do any of your people in these other ones? I don't have a spare apprentice. So unfortunately, even if I wanted to take them... Well, I mean, I could take you. Not really what I want. But you will suffice. At least we're getting some cut stone. We'll definitely want to get someone who's an actual engineer apprentice soon. But yeah. Okay. So they'll be able to eventually reach that next ore node and whatnot. Alright, so taxes are going to start getting pretty dire. Because I've had to start dipping into wood because I'm not pulling up enough stone of value. Okay. Okay, was there anything we were putting off? Crafts wooden tools and goods. So we can get wooden vices. I don't have an idea if we actually will want or need that anytime soon. So Town Hall would be good once we start getting a bunch of planks. We'll need our extra logs for the fires. Why are you hungry, dude? I got almost 100 food. Just go eat. Okay, so winter's arrived. It's going to be brutal. That's what the game says. And we're just going to need to make it happen. So food we're doing relatively good on. Wood and all that we're not doing great on. The one good news is we don't have to worry too much about taxes over the winter. So we should be able to just kind of ride the winter out, start getting some supplies built up. There's some actual berry bushes over here. I missed that. Okay, well, I mean, might as well collect those. We can just assign one of our explorers on it and just let them wander around and supplement our food a little. Okay. No storage destination. I see. That's not great. Okay, so let's get some more storage built. We can go and have this one over here for stone. And then this one over here for copper. Just various ores. Alright, meanwhile, we can go ahead and for right now, we'll just grab Tim. You can deal with it. So you can collect berries. We can go down here. Almost enough room to get the next two going. Okay, so if we were going for that, we are getting the planks together. Probably want to start getting some decorations in here to boost moods and all that. I can start that by going down below. We'll also want to make paths between stuff. Hey Guardian, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate it. That's 2 months you've been subbed to the channel, and it means a heck of a lot that you keep subbing, so thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it, and I do hope you're enjoying the stream. Alright, so go ahead And definitely put those indoor plants. What? No ships? Not yet. They seem to be something you'd unlock way later. You saw pirates in the title, but no ships, land pirates. Oh no, there'll be ships coming. Like you have our dock. The pirates will be coming after us. Later on we'll have our own ships. But we're not there yet. We are doing the pirate start, which is there are way more pirates around than normal. Which still honestly hasn't felt that much different. All things considered. Dangerously cold. Okay, so we're at the point where I'm gonna have to deal with this. So I think we'll do is this will be our fire for all of our people up there. I'll put another fire down here. We're gonna try and get away with just the two right now. Yeah, so we're waiting for all those storage buildings to get sorted out. Okay, so we got a supply ship again. Okay. Naval research and naval combat won't be in the the initial early access. Several folks of Hood Horse Discord, including yourself, flagged as not being very clear. Gotcha. I mean, that's fine. Like, I think that's fair. But yeah, no, it'd be better to be more transparent on that one. Still, where we're at is looking pretty good. Alright, and that'll be the first batch of houses. Yeah, let's make that fire over there high priority. Make both fires high priority. Otherwise, people will die. Okay, there's nothing for you to mine nearby. So as you can see, if you go deep enough, all the islands are connected. Pretty far down there, though. So if you continue to expand here, but I really need to get these fires going. Okay, so we do have a fire, and it's where the food's at. So if we're lucky, you can look at this, and you'll see all of them, like where they're getting dangerously cold at the two snowflake icons. They all have to cut through the fire before they call it a night. which gives them a chance to warm up before they go to bed. Honestly, I'd probably get away just with the one. Just having the one located there, they should have everyone topped off. Okay. Move you down there since you're filling in that spot. Alright, so chilled paws and bland food. Okay. It's interesting they didn't get the dialogue, but they want decorations. Should be easy enough. Okay, and then the other decorations need to be on paths, and we don't have those, so we're gonna wait a minute because I don't have enough to build the paths and add the decorations to them. But progress is being made. In the meantime, we can go ahead and check on all the stuff down here. Yep, so they're carving out here. Okay. Okay, so just continue to expand that mine down below. Let them keep bringing in ore. Alright, so logistics on this one. You are going to reject all except for stone and cut stone. And logistics. You're going to reject all except for stone, coal, tin, iron, gold. Basically, you accept anything they're going to mine up. Just to try and improve pathing, keep things from getting stuck. Alright. I guess in the meantime here... go to path decorations. Yeah, it's like that. I got path decorations there.
You have been entrusted by your...
All right. So far so good. We're still sitting at 100 food. That's doing all well. No one's freezing to death thus far. We're starting to put away some pretty solid amount of ore. So hopefully we'll have plenty for the cats when they get back. The woodcutters are depleting the local ecosystem, at which point, like I said, we can potentially get ourselves like another farm. Probably get like one farm to cover this area, another farm to cover that area. Help with our throughput on like wood and flax and berries and all that good stuff. So solid all around. Okay.
The snow has crept down from the mountains. Now even the shoreline is showing the season. Open containers of water are freezing over. The thought of waking up to the sight of a fellow Whisker frozen in the snow is terrifying. Please build enough houses that 0 Whiskers are left homeless. It was never safe to sleep outdoors, but now it is a death sentence.
Okay, and
Listener,
done.
You have been entrusted.
Alright, we're pretty close to having the houses done. Yeah, they're building the last 2 houses here. We got the supplier. And I'm continuing to choose the machinery because 1, the pirates take the machinery for a pretty good amount of money. And then 2, on top of that, I end up using the machinery for my factories. So either scenario is pretty solid. Okay, so logistics. We're gonna go down here and say reject all. And same deal. If it is food, or if it is stone, it goes into one of those. And one thing we can also do to help out is over here by the fishing dock. We can add some storage there. That way when they pull fish, it goes into its own dedicated storage. And that's coming along nicely. Honestly, the number of trees in this island is absolutely absurd. Yeah, so it's still at 2 dots. I'm sure I'll have lots of cleanup to do later. That's okay. Just keep on digging the tunnels. We got them all. Alright. Yeah, no, that's an interesting one. I'm curious what we can do to make our whiskers faster kind of thing. There's probably going to be ways that we can get that pathing to be way quicker than the current climb down the ladders is very slow. It could just be a matter of we have to get like the really like kind of shallow ramps that go like faster movement speed. But that'll be alright. But the plan is to keep like working on the land here and all that until we get deep enough, and then we're going to want to connect these islands to each other. So we got a bunch of ore on this island. So we would make a tunnel underneath here and over, and then start coming up to utilize that island. Alright, so they're getting unhappy, mostly because chilled paws, which is fine. We're keeping them warm enough to not die, but that's about the best they're getting. Okay, so that fire is going to run out of energy soon. I'm going to go ahead and do. We can build a replacement right next to it. So when the first fire goes out, the second fire comes online, and it'll be good. And then we're right about to get that last house built. Once we get the last house built, that'll be good. We got plenty of planks. So you're still doing your thing here. Alright. I am curious. Okay, so the fertility of the soil here is non-existent. I will allow them to still grow the mushrooms there just to see what happens. But it's no fertility whatsoever. That'll be the interesting one, is needing to get the potash to slowly convert the soil to not be awful. Alright, so here we go.
Please.
Got that quest done where we have built enough house for 21 of them. Or we can getting more. Yeah, you can see where we've been filling this in. All of this is the tiles that we filled in where there's those stakes there. So we can keep all it going. The food is holding up just fine for right now. It does make me wonder if you could just get enough whiskers and just build docks and then use that as your way of getting food. It's only 2 food per fish. But as far as I can see, there wasn't like a penalty from having one versus the other. So in theory, I would be able to build enough of those that the surplus would be sellable. Not that I think they'd be practical. There'd definitely be way better ways of dealing with it. Okay. So we got our planks coming in at a good rate. Yeah, so I can get this. I don't know what the, like, if the wooden vices are something I could trade away. It does create pollution. This could be another place where we add some dirt is up here. Oh wait, no, we don't want to do that. No. Let's wait till we have the 55 and I can get the admin building. That's right, because then we can start researching policies. And some of those policies are really, really strong.
Enough to hold back the winter winds. Cloaks will help us keep the warmth of campfires longer and slow the onset of frostbite. Please trade or make enough cloaks for at least 13 whiskers. More would be appreciated. And don't forget to place campfires in strategic locations.
And done. Okay. And I do think when we hit like the Tech 2 buildings, I'll slowly take these ones off the shore to make this into more land. And again, we'll probably end up having all sorts of like fish stocks, and if we can get some potash, I'll see if we can convert crap soil into good soil. In the interim, we're just kind of going to deal with it. We will want to get the research building and all that online eventually. I don't have an educated person yet. We haven't been focused on that, but we should be starting to keep our eyes out for one. Okay, we also have reached the point where it's telling us about the next day we're going to have. that the cat's gonna come through. Guess that'll be fine. Already got all that queued up. Alright. I'd be really curious the way to connect these islands, because the Whiskers walking on the paths between them is going to be pretty significant. But I could see, like, storing food and having almost your, like, underground area between the islands for that as well. Yeah, so that fire will last the rest of the season. We can go ahead and speed things up proper. Okay. So rebellion fervor. Rebellion is the colony leads to rumors and murmurs of future free of the claws. Upon hearing such remarks, most workers will be inspired and work harder. Monarchists hearing such treason will complain. I do feel like I want to go out of my way to get some rebellious people and see if we can't get that to kind of self-generate. Because we've got a bunch of monarchists who are keeping the peace. Alright, so we got threadbare clothing happening again. You're doing your best. Right, and we need to get like an actual engineer with an apprenticeship on the stonecutter, so you can be free. We can go in here, place in our garden, keep getting our mechanical parts. Alright. So we got 2 days, and then the taxman will come. So yeah, for this being the pirate one, I was expecting when it said like, I gotta deal with more pirates and less taxes, like less frequent taxes. Genuinely, I'm guessing there is a difference, but genuinely it feels no different. I'm sure it's something like, oh, well, the pirates can happen, 5% higher chance per day, and then like the tax thing is like maybe an extra day in between or something like that. But in practice, it's like really not noticeable. Okay. Yeah, getting to the depth where we no longer see it all. That actually makes me curious if, like, end game, you basically just have all these areas set up top that are just farms and, fisheries to support your people. That's the forage hut. For right now, we're gonna pause this building. Let you go back to other things. I don't think there's any more berries on this island. Now, for the next island to go to, the two ones I can shoot for, so I can go straight to the left, and I suspect... Yeah, we're seeing tons of ores along the edge the whole way down, so I suspect that spire is probably really, really good. You gonna whisper on a Twitch account that got deleted as you were reading it? Nice. How do you hold that way can avoid taxes and cats? Yes. Alright, so it's pretty much our clothes that's holding us back. And I'm willing to bet our clothes are holding us back because of... Yeah, it's actually the flax that's hurting us. They just don't have enough flax being grown. Let me go over here. That gives another connection to move around. Alright. There's not really a good place for us to expand that either. Now you can put like a little spot over here once those trees are removed. But that's once those trees are removed. And you're getting that sort. So I am noticing the dirt's a different color. Let's check. If I put a field on just one of those tiles, so that can have a full 100%. So it actually looks like I could turn around if I wanted to for a very laborious way of dealing with this. I could ultimately take an area and completely flatten it out and make basically a giant, you know, farm area. Which again, very laborious. But I think long term that'd be something you'd do. So I could like make an effort to pull up all the really crap sand and then fill it in, and it would just take forever to get the stone cleaned up. Okay. So we're about to bring an end to the first year in game. So that's actually interesting. So it actually means playing in like double and triple time, we're landing at about 2 hours for a full year in game to do the cycle, all 4 seasons. And then after this day advance, I'm going to take just a minute to use the restroom and all that kind of stuff. Go with that. I do think what we'll also do is for this stream as well, about halfway through stream, we'll do a poll on seeing if we want to keep playing this or play a different game. Because I know I've been juggling a lot of games, and I think that's a good way of being fair about it. Let people weigh in on what they want to see. Because then it means I don't have to worry about deciding myself, and that makes my life easier. Alright, I'm going to take 2 seconds to quickly use the restroom, so thank you for tuning in, and I'll be right back. I really do appreciate it. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So, I'll see you in a few. Alright, and I am back. And thank you, Sentry Cookie, for the 585 stream streak. 585 is ridiculous.
Now it is our chance to maximize this year's bounty. It is time to plant crops and expand our farms. Plants will grow quickest in the warmth of summer, so these spring months are ours to till the earth and plant seeds.
Okay, so we're gonna pay our taxes, and I'm gonna go ahead and put farming buildings, like, for doing that objective on the corners. Okay, so with this, I'm gonna start by giving you the trinkets, because that's literally the only purpose, as far as I'm aware, of the trinkets. I will also give you copper. Alright, so with that, we got this whole area that's not in there, and then this is not so good of a spot. I was going to put it up here, but actually I think down here will accomplish the same goal. So let's plan to go down here and put a farm right there. And then go over here. That was gonna be less good. But your farm ends over there, so you put it right there. Sure, it doesn't really make a difference. It is because they have an objective for me to get more farms up, and I also want more farms. There's not really a good spot to put it that covers everything. Well, if I put it here, as we expand that down there, we get the fertile soil from that. That'll also work. Alright, so let's take a look at this. Okay, hang on. Right, so we needed an engineer with apprenticeship. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and grab that farmer, because that'll be going to those. Of my spare people, we have an engineer, 2 engineers, and a farmer. And the problem is I would like to get an engineer for this one, but the issue is I need them to be an apprentice or better. And we have not had that opportunity. Okay. Were any of you educated? Okay. Craftsman's not high enough. We're looking for someone educated. If we can find educated, we can start the cycle of getting research done. Alright, you are out of stuff to mine here. So let's go down in there real quick. So I've got houses for 2 more without any issues. Let's just plan for that to be a thing that I gotta worry about soon. So put it down to a couple more houses. We'll grab some decorations. So as you can see, we're moving all of our new people just underground to free up shoreline and all that for down the road. Okay, so we got our first worker over here. Okay, so what we can do with this, why are you showing everything red? Temperature? Yeah, because that's 98%. So we can go another row out. Okay. That's fine. Mushrooms need cover under wood or underground. That's what I believe. Oh, it's set to mushrooms. I understand now. Okay. I didn't catch that it maintained the previous selection. So I was just like, what's going on here? Ah, it sucks to... Alright, well, we're overpaying for that. Actually, I still have the objective to... No, I don't. Oh, I guess they gave up on the one where... So it does suck that I'm going to be overpaying for this. But I'd rather deal with that than the other. Alright, so we're going to need more whiskers to do all this. Yeah, and I'm going to tell you to clean the stones. You got a while to work on that. And honestly, we'll just go for broke with you. You're just a giant berry farm. Okay, so we got you. For right now, let's move you just out of the way. You do nothing for the moment. Alright. So we don't have anyone there. But this is one we're going to want more supplies. So let's go here. And you're going to be set to flax. Same there. Set you to cotton. Yep, and that'll be fine here. And you'll be set to cotton for right now. Looks like you can go just this edge. Okay. So we don't actually have someone to work on that till we get more worker stuff coming in, but that's okay. So then we want more farmers, ideally at least 2 more, because then we can get all these working, and that'll satisfy both of those objectives. It'll also help out with getting more stuff I can give to the claws that is not so that'll be a problem. Okay. I mean, we got our woodcutter just continuing to just chop away at all of this forest. Hey, our first smuggler. Honestly... Yeah, so that would be 420 worth. We're gonna dismiss that. Because I want to say it sells for like 200 something for the gold bullion. The only big bonus to it is the fact that I can turn the stone into goods that it wants. Alright, full shipment. The downside is it does seem like we're getting hammered here pretty hard. Alright, so we want farmers. Do we have someone educated? That's a plus. No educated here. only one farmer this time. So grab them. And that's fine as well. Cool. So that means I'll have all these fields being worked. Did you have you set to remove stones? Yep. So you to remove stones. And you to remove stones. So I need one more farmer, and that'll satisfy both of these objectives. And how are you doing? You're still in the yellow range, so I'll let you keep doing your thing. You're in the red range, so let's tell that one to go to follow. Okay. Smoked fish, nom nom nom. Well, we don't have smoked fish yet. We just have raw fish. It's kind of like the buckets I give you, but you're getting the whiskers get the whole fish versus just the heads. But we'll get there. Once I get research online, we'll smoke it. The thing is, I need an educated whisker, and that's where it comes from. Which, I probably should use these royal wax seals. Maybe the next time one of these rolls in, we could potentially try to, re-roll and get someone who would work. That's fine.
We claws are a humble race. We rarely make such uncouth demands as may be our right. Yet it has come to the attention of the kingdom that too few colonies are repaying this humility with proper respect. Your colony has appeared on such a list. This is your last warning. Build 8 claw statues worthy of the grace we have shown the whisker kind.
Okay. Supply ship. That's fine. Yeah. Hey, Mac Divine, how's it going? Yeah, no, I definitely should probably be re-rolling more. Because, yeah, I want to get the research back online and all that good stuff. And let's take a look at what we got here. So no new surprises there. Yeah, it should connect that. There's more ore there that you haven't reached. Those should be reachable from here. That'll be all that connected. And I don't need to connect those underground, but I'm gonna. Okay. And thank you, Mac Divine, for the 7-stream trigger. Do appreciate that. You hope they don't salt the fish, then the claws are gonna have a bad time. Look at all the salt. Yeah, so we're getting all this stuff planted as fast as we can. Hopefully get our supplies increased. I do still kind of wish there was a, so reject all except fish. I do wish there was a easier way of seeing, like, my overall storage situation. Because it definitely feels like it can be very difficult at times to really know what's going on with the storage. Meanwhile, I guess what we can do to help out, we can pop on down here. Put 2 storage things down on this end. And 2 there, they're just generic.
Your colony has been found to be undersized. Your tax receipts have not kept pace with an expected growth rate for such a rich island as the one you have been entrusted with. Reach a population of 84 whiskers to remove this stain on our records. 4 whiskers to count in our records. They must not be deceased.
Okay. 84 is a pretty substantial increase from our current population. Yes, there's a lot of effort going to be going into prepping this field and getting it all ready. Don't have this area over here to work with once all that's done. Same deal. These all have work to be done. I don't think I have you queued to be mined. Right, meanwhile... It's an interesting consideration. That's fine. Just keep expanding this whole place. So right now, as far as the housing goes, yeah. And I'd say most of the negatives I would give this game are mostly around it can be very difficult at times to figure certain situations out, like, do I have, like, how much spare housing do I have, like, that kind of thing. It's surfacing that information I find difficult. Because I'd want here, where I could click on that or mouse over, that just flat out be like, hey, you got 2 spare houses. Like, don't even care about the quality or anything like that. That's not what I'm worried about. Just, hey, you got two spare houses. They do have a thing for when you're short, but not when you've got over. That way you can kind of plan being like, all right, let me build and have, you know, X number of spare houses ready at all times. It's just kind of hard to keep track. Okay, end of day.
Droughts in the southern colonies have ruined their cotton harvests. The kingdom needs additional cotton supplies. A generous reward has been authorized for any colonies who meet the requested quota. Plant and harvest 34 cotton. Cotton seeds are enclosed in this parcel.
Okay. Alright, so, yeah, we're letting that field go to follow. That's going to take a while for the fertilizer to recover. Alright, we want another farmer. And we do not have anyone who's educated here. That's fine. I think this field will be the more important one to have the extra person on it. So that satisfies
The
this.
insects are waking up. You have been entrusted by your
And this.
fellow. We claws are a humble race.
Okay, so we have increased our population to 21. Alright. So you're telling me you got nothing in range. So that's telling me what we got down there is too far away. Yeah, so that's too far away for that to reach for mining it farther. Which is fine, so we can go here. So now we have our mining camp inside. And they can keep working on getting that all cleared up. And also, yep, we got enough for this. And honestly, I'm not going to have a reason to go up here very often. Trying to decide where I want to put this, because it's one of those buildings you don't actively do much at the building itself. It's more important that it exists. So you can go ahead and grab that one. That was one of the things I didn't realize I got really lucky was one of the schematics we got on the last playthrough is we got the thing that let me get extra policies. So I was using, I think it was 4 policies. And normally at this point, I think you can only get like 1 or 2, and that's like as much as you can get a hold of. Oh right, I was gonna re-roll these. I think because I accepted one, I don't get a choice. If I refuse you... I would say if I was curious if you refuse them, if like next time they'll come back with something else. It's fine. We'll definitely want to start getting paths. I've been kind of trying to hold out for stone, because you always end up with a surplus of that. And I like the aesthetic of the stone paths more. I think they're also possibly better. But they are research gated, unfortunately. And it's actually decent far up in the research gating as well. Alright, end of day. Filling rocky soil on both of them. Okay, so with you, there's your copper ore. And here's your rock salt. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to be dipping into the logs a little bit, which I'm not loving. But they get you out of my hair. Alright. If we didn't already say it, thank you for the 7th stream streak. Do appreciate that. I believe I mentioned it, but I also don't remember. Yep, so we'll just keep getting the mechanical parts. Alright, so we got planks and cut stones and planks. That's fine. I could also look, there was no reason to not build the carpenter at this point, even if I'm not using it. I've got the materials. Not worry about the decorations, not worry about any of that. That'll be the last of the factories built. We'll have all these built. So at that point, I literally have everything relevant there. Oh, I see something we need. Logistics hub. Probably fine. Okay. Logistics hub, I don't remember what... I think you're just a neutral. Because some of these, they'll have like an icon that tells you what type of workers. Yeah, that's a neutral. Versus if I, for example, put my mouse over woodcutter, it's got the Explorers Guild icon. The Forge has Explorers Guild. The Mining has Mining Guild. Farmers Guild. You get the idea. But when we check that one, it just says workers. That's fine. That's going to take him a hot minute to build that anyways. Especially since I only have 2 people to spare. We'd certainly get more people to speed it up. It honestly wouldn't be a bad idea. It might also be worth taking the time to expand the amount of fishing we can do. Keep that rolling in. I mean, we're literally planting an army of farms that they haven't kicked on. So remove rocks is done on you. All these are done. How are you doing? You're still removing rocks. Okay, we got the smuggler. I'm going to go ahead and take 1 gold bullion. Give her some of that cut stone. Alright, come on, give me good stuff. Okay, so, no one educated. We do have a farmer there. And let's check. Did you have an apprentice engineer? You do not. Let's check to see what the carpenter will ultimately use. No surprise, there'll be an engineer as well that will want an apprentice. Okay, so in the meantime, though, let's grab you and you. And the reason for that is I'm going to go to the earthworks, wherever the heck that was. I'm going to toss you on there to help out. And then for the other ones, when the logistics place comes online, we're going to want people to assign to that. Because that gives me four people free. We can take the spare farmer. You work up here. Okay. So we have 24 of them. Oh, good. We have you here. So we will get you in there. I definitely am going to want more people working that, but right now, let's not grab literally everyone. And we're just cleaning up as best we can. Okay. got a bunch of holes dug in all over the place. So with this, we'll check to see how the fertility of the soil is here. We'll keep expanding. Love to see it. Alright, we got the stretch. Yeah, but part of the reason I got the second one there is so we can do this all faster. Another thing we'll eventually potentially want to do is just get more of them digging. Because I kind of feel like right now I want to keep expanding this so we kind of hit the edge of where this one goes. And that's going to become another big field. I do wonder if it is one of those things worthwhile to dig up all the sand and then rebury it as other stuff. That's fine. Keep getting the machinery. Alright, there goes the flax. Okay, and you've almost got your materials. You're set up and good. You're under construction. One thing we'll probably want to do here, and not super long, is get more workers on the lumber mill to keep those saw planks coming in. Or the planks, not saw planks, just the planks in general. Because planks end up being a big pain once you got research going in the other one. Alright, so this one requires a worker that is an apprentice. So it's just going to sit there. We don't particularly need the tools right now. But that's fine. So logistics, I want to disallow stone on here. And we'll disallow cut stone on here. That way we don't waste space in here on stuff that I can't really sell. Because if any of those jam up, I'd rather they jam up out here and not prevent food and other stuff from happening. Okay. We got all the rocks removed from all this. How about you over here? You still have rocks to remove here. That's fine. It's a pretty substantial setup we're dealing with over there. I can see that being a mid to late game thing of, again, where you go out here and just make a big flat area and just make into a giant dedicated farm, that kind of nonsense. Refilling soil seems like a practical idea. Holding off on doing it because labor? Yeah, it's mostly the labor concern, more than anything. You've probably noticed the speed, like we queued up this for a while. I do think it is one of those things to keep going at all times. But there's two sides of it, because on one side I actually have to go up here and get the stone. There's a good chance I'm going to need another excavation group just to continue to pulling up stone at a rate that we're not slowly running out. Which will be fine anyways, because what I think we might do is burrow over here to get into that thing and start gutting it. Yeah, so the gold bullion where you only get half the value. There's the cotton. Yeah, so I have to trade like $400 worth for that. That's fine. The only advantage is I can take stuff that the cats don't accept, turn into a gold bullion to then sell it. Alright, policy's unlocked, and we can go ahead and do this. So let's take a look at our policies. Charcoal furnace we're getting for free. That's a big one. Okay, so charcoal furnace. Then we could do here. Put 2 storage buildings up there. We'll want to keep that toned down relatively low. Now, before I forget, let's go here. We got 2 policies. So, we can get it where the whiskers can carry more. Yeah, the sawdust seasoning is amazing. Let's see. We have extra research. Alright, and meanwhile, I should not have done that. It's fine. Let me guess. We're gonna get the educated one. So we didn't get an educated one for what it's worth. At least I didn't screw myself there. None of them have any expertise in anything, which is not exactly the most helpful. I will continue to bring whiskers on. I'll grab 1 explorer. Okay.
Droughts in this.
The claws are a...
We've produced the cotton. So they don't have access to that statue yet. Alright. We're getting all the stuff on the top of the hill produced. Oh, actually... surprised that didn't push us over the edge. So you are now at the point. We'll get a second one of you working there. Oh, that's not what I needed. Hey, sorry. I need you on the sawmill, which I definitely remember where it is. And honestly, I could put, or not Tim, Lardine to also help you. So bump up both the Weaver and the other one. So pretty soon I'm going to need to get another fishery going. Supplement our food. Because we did take the policy that I have a chance of getting extra food per cycle of a food building. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. Okay, in our smuggling boat. And honestly, we're going to dismiss this one. I don't have the spare supplies to really deal with it. And now the pirates have shown up, because of course. Alright, so do 1 of those, 2 of those. Go away. Alright. So none of the ones that we're particularly looking for, unfortunately. I will burn a reroll. Educated, done. Alright, so we got an educated person. That's a big win. So I'm not going to bother assigning anyone to the charcoal yet. But with that, it's time for us to make a school. Which I will shove somewhere. Where I'm going to shove it? haven't the foggiest. Because I'm packing them in like rats over here. Which to mice is highly offensive. Okay, so I'll have the research building and the school way the heck over there. So we are going to get that going. For the moment, I'm going to leave the... We'll prioritize you? Yeah, we'll prioritize you to be built. Because then we can use that to educate others and start that whole thing. Meanwhile, we got this filled in. So before I lose track, let's go ahead and... continue to expand that whole area, but in the interim, and I'm gonna regret this in a big way. So I gotta get the stones out of here. That's gonna be the big holdup. So for right now, we'll say it's cotton. But it's at 91% stones. And needless to say, there's going to be some work. So it's not work on that field till the other fields are harvested. But once the other fields are harvested, we're going to have them start working and gradually getting that switched over. Meanwhile, you are still churning away at cutting down trees. I'm honestly surprised there's still trees left in that initial spot. We got a really good amount of trees there. Okay, so bland food is my main negative right now, which I can't resolve without research. We also are going to need a lot more
Our
food.
records indicate you've received more whiskers than your colony has productive jobs. Remember, idle hands lead to dangerous thinking. Reduce the unemployed to a manageable population.
And done.
Our records...
We claws are a hump.
Okay, the tax man's here. Okay. Oh, let's prioritize the cotton. Okay. Send a full shipment. Cool, so teacher. There we go. And we will get... a bunch you all assigned. Okay. So in this case, I actually really don't care about any of these things. I'm not gonna bother re-rolling. I'll take a stowaway. Give me the parts. So I've got 3 homeless, which came on suddenly. Alright, so we can go here real fast and go to building, houses. And get the next set of houses going. Well, we just keep going deeper. Yes, we're almost there. We can also go over here really fast before I forget. Chuck down some decorations. Keep that area looking nice. Okay, it's gonna be a big thing when we hit Tech 2, and I have to sit there and go through all that and slowly move it all over again. But that's alright. We're starting to scale up our sawmill on this one a little bit earlier. I could probably scale it up more if I've got the spare person. I do not. But the good news is we can go ahead and for right now get our person educated to toss them over to research. Okay, bland food, threadbare clothing, got people sleeping outdoors. Excellent, love to see it. Certainly none of that's bad. Okay, so you're working on this field. Play to remove rocks. Well, see, you're not harvesting still. That's the curiosity. You get all that flax and all that to harvest. Okay, we'll leave that alone for right now. Because we got homeless people, let's not exacerbate that more than we need to. Okay, so problems we got going on is right now we are burning through our stone faster than we're getting it. So really what I should do, and I'm gonna regret doing this, we got 2 more mining people. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna make a second place for them. So we still have that first camp that's in here, just dedicated to expanding the livable space and yada yada. We need to get those houses sorted. Oh, and we're gonna have our first educated one for the research here. Okay, you're departing, that's fine. Yeah, because we're getting our first round of educated people. Then we'll probably want to go over and start craftsmaning everyone. Because it is a thing that you can be a craftsman or educated. Which is a weird thing. It might be a both. But we'll see if we can make that happen. So that's from making the charcoal. Meanwhile, let's look here. So we'll go and we'll pursue the smokery right away. And the reason I'm going to pursue the smokery right away is just the expectation we're going to need to do a lot of our stuff. So you want to have an explorer. Gotcha. We'll get that sorted here in a minute. Because then we'll get one person making fuel. I learned my lesson last time to not just allocate everyone, because that's all that will happen is I'll work on that. Okay, let's remove that from taking the stones out. I really want them to start harvesting. Okay, so we got our 2 people up here. They'll get back to mining. So we keep pulling stuff up. Yeah, so we got a bunch of these ones up where we have the houses being built. They've hit orange, so they're just dealing with that, which is fine. They should gradually get that all cleared up. Okay, so you're doing good. We're going to want to get someone who's got an apprentice level. Alright, and they are harvesting stuff, so that should help a bunch. And how are we doing? So you're at full capacity. You've got a little bit of space left, luckily. Okay, so we want an explorer. We want an engineer that has, like, craftsman, craftsmaster, whatever. We want someone who's got craftsmaster. So you're doing better than most of the people you watch? Well, thank you. Oh, what's the name of the game? It's WhiskerWood. I'm sorry. No, wait. Yeah, WhiskerWood. Yeah. My apologies. I wasn't trying to ignore YouTube. We're just on both YouTube and Twitch. And very generally, YouTube is pretty quiet. So it goes unnoticed a lot, unfortunately. Okay. Long pass. You have extremely long pass. You are going to a farm. Yeah, I mean, your farm's the other side of the map. It is what it is, man. We'll get that sorted as the trees get cleared, but in the meantime, that is just your existence, is walking a really far distance. Every single day. Multiple times. You're welcome. A supplier has arrived. I will keep taking the tools. Oh, you'll give me 7 tools? I'm doing it. It cost me extra, but 7 tools will go a long way for dealing with pirates. Okay, you don't need remove rocks assigned. Alright, so that means we should be supplementing our food a lot with the berries now. Because that's all that farm over there is doing for right now. I haven't looked at you in a hot minute. So you're in terrible shape, so stop doing that. In fact, let's switch you to cotton. You can keep doing that. I objectively don't care what this one's doing, honestly. Yeah, so we're starting to harvest all that flax, which is good. Keep those clothes coming along. Okay. Okay. Nibble Nibs, I'm willing to do that. I think you might be the only one in queue, and we got the names to spare, so let's find someone who's not named. So Twitch is not actually a person, that's just a name it gave. And like I said, I saw you put in Nibble Nibs, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. There we go. Right now, that is a explorer who is currently just building stuff. Are you done yet? Okay, we're right about to get our first set of students out. Cool. So we should also keep an eye out to see if we end up getting... Well, actually, I can check here. So we are going to get the smuggler, the tax collector, and the whisker showing up today. Let's see here. Dismiss. Okay, looks right. Not really understanding the context. Alright, so... We'll once again throw a bunch of copper at this. We're definitely going to want to get this converted to be more... more on the side of cotton. Okay. But you're trying to get there. Alright, so we needed someone. I was hoping for someone who's a craftsman. And this is not helpful either. So it should be done here in a second. Then we're gonna have to free up a craftsman to have a craftsman start working on some of this. The big question is, where am I freeing up a craftsman? There's an apprentice here. Okay, so we do have this farm has a craftsman working at it. So what we're probably gonna end up doing is pulling that craftsman off, shoving just some we'll put Clover over there. Yeah, so we can put, once Clover's done here, getting educated, we'll have Clover go over there, take the craftsman off. We'll have the craftsmen start teaching other craftsmen. Meanwhile, we'll take a bunch of our research people and toss them over, or educate people, toss them over here. And then we can go ahead and start doing that. Gotcha. Had the stream error out. Yeah, and unfortunately with the changes of ingest servers, we've had some more of that kind of nonsense going on. That's been a little while that the ingest servers got. They got rid of a bunch of them, added in a couple. Which that's a normal thing, it was just kind of a whole bunch at once. But it is a normal thing that as time goes on, not just for Twitch, just on a platform like YouTube or whatever, you know, if you have a bunch of users in an area, you'd put an ingest server or a data center or whatever in that area. But sometimes you have an area you were operating that no longer have that many users, so it's worth shutting down the thing because there's a lot of expense for potentially not a whole lot of gain in that situation. There's another house. You're like right there, man. Okay. Take the basic supplies. And the food is coming in strong and fast now. We've got all this going on. That one's being left to follow. That's going to take a while. Leave that one to follow. Okay. So I only got one homeless one left. Any second now, those are going to start finishing. Yeah, so you just have to let them keep doing their mining there. Let's see, that's the spire we're going for. Is that in there? Okay, so that'll be where we'll eventually have a tunnel leading over to that spire. Okay, are you done yet? Or are you not done?
Be it carrying cargo, commuting to work, every Whisker appreciates a good path. A good, proper path. Nothing better. I love it when I start going in a direction, and poof, as if someone knew my destination, a perfect path is there to lead me on. We could use some more good paths.
Alright, as soon as we get stone ones, we can do that. Alright, so we got more Whiskers arriving. So I don't need another educated. Because that's not the same as what we're looking for. Honestly, let's grab one farmer. Trying to just very slowly add to it. Meanwhile, I can go up here and research a policy. So we can keep learning stuff. Okay, it looks like that. Yeah, you just finished. Alright. So I can do here is you can hop over. Actually, I want to test. So Scurry can go ahead and take over that. And you're just about to finish your teaching here. We can also go over here. So you can put you on there. And you on there. And change you over to unassigned, do this. The craftsman. What I want to see is if I take educated people and do that, Can I make... Can I like kind of dual work them? Also, looks like I'm gonna need more people still. I don't have the rating and all. Kathleen Timberborn. So, aesthetically and how you build, it is very Timberborn. Gameplay loop, it has very little in common with Timberborn. Instead, what it has a lot more in common with would be something like Tropico, where, you know, you're under the oppression of that. So the game loop is far, far, far more Tropico. But yeah, the building and the aesthetics is very Timberborn. But Timberborn's whole thing is based around water management, and nothing about like taxes or, you know, any outside pressure beyond just, you know, do you have water kind of thing. Alright, so we'll end the day. Okay. You can leave that alone for right now. And go here. We're gonna unlock another policy. It's like Tropico, but we're the ones being exploited. I mean, to be fair, in Tropico at the beginning, you do have the crown that's exploiting you. But yeah, no, in turn in Tropico, you start exploiting your own people. You just take all that exploitation, you just keep passing it forward. Alright. So let's set up the cotton. For the gold bullion. All right. Okay, so with this one, I'm going to go ahead. I can't accept any because we already spent our rep. I'll take the old charcoal for right now. You all are struggling to keep up. I'll set you to go to follow. Meanwhile, that's just mass producing berries. Okay. And the good news, we actually have research going now. Do we have just the one? It's literally just the one person on the stonecutter. Well, I mean, I guess it's also the earthworks. Let's go ahead and for right now, let's take you off the earthworks. I'll keep one person still going, but I could really use the second builder more, and then that'll let the stone catch back up a little bit, because we are struggling on that front a lot. Let's wait till we see everyone go to bed so I know I'm not plugging a hole with someone in it. Okay. Then go up here. Oh, they can get over top of that now? Is that what I'm seeing? Okay, so honestly, fuel is pretty solid. 'Cause that's just wood we process. Pretty soon we'll have someone we'll dedicate to this. Right now, I wanna not focus on that. We want to keep people researching a lot. All right, so we got our supply ship. So literally replacing the parts we just got rid of. 98 hot chocolate? Yeah, it happens. We only got one more homeless one. That's good, because we're getting ready to get into winter again. Yeah, honestly, the amount of ore and all that we're pulling out of here. I'm not sweating the trees too much, because while we are starting to get an overabundance of them, it's kind of one of those situations where we are carving out this entire forest, and that's going to go away pretty soon. And then we're going to hit, like, a dip in that. And our research is also eating up that, those planks. How many days is there in a year? 30? That is an excellent question. I think it's something like 8 days per season. So 4 seasons, you know, something like that. Do the math. I believe it's out. I believe it's either 7 or 8 days per season. Yeah, so like 32, like, and I won't swear to that, but that's just, you know, based on this, you see like there's 4 segments. 8 for that is because it's like in my head I was thinking 7 or 8, and that would imply 8. Yeah, you know, I got that 8 times 40 or 8 times 4 is 32. Yep. Yeah, so around 30. And we're almost done with our smokery research. Yeah, no, this is an absolutely excellent game. Alright, so there's a good chance by the time the day is out, we will be able to finally get ourselves to have better food than berries and raw fish. Pack ship has arrived, so take my cotton. All right. And we paid our taxes. We definitely got to scale this up, and in a big way. All right. So I know we're hurting for an explorer, and you're a gifted teacher, so we can move you into eventually being my dedicated teacher. So we'll take just one more person. Sure. Okay, smokery is done. Let me just toss down a decoration here real fast. Yes, the implication is that that's not in range, which I'm A-okay with. So let's go ahead and remove that. And then with this, we can go to the smokery. And we'll toss 2 more warehouses down here to help with storage. Because we can make it a dedicated fish, and well, actually, I already have a dedicated fish, so I had to have a dedicated smoked fish warehouse. And I believe it said you were Farmers Guild. So I'm going to make a terrible decision. We're going to go ahead and grab a farmer. The reason that's a terrible decision is I keep adding more and more people. Eventually, it's going to come back to bite me in the butt. And you're all slowly becoming craftsmen. And we'll gradually start rotating people out to get every building as efficient as we can. Alright, so let's give everyone a chance to go to bed. And they'll chuck that down there. And eventually what we'll do is we'll start having this, like, starting another row over there. We will be able to upgrade. I think we'll take the same strategy as last time when it comes to upgrading the houses. I'll just start building the rows of upgraded houses. And then once we get to the point where there's a surplus, we'll start knocking down the houses we already got. Okay. The one that's out of line is so upsetting. It's fine. I fully expect to just get rid of that entirely when it's time to do the upgrades. Okay. That's the hardest part, is finding enough dedicated time to remove the rocks, just because the way they prioritize. Okay, you need to put to follow. You need to be put to follow. You need to be put to follow. Okay, so once they harvest these, we probably let a lot of that just sit. Meanwhile, you are still recovering. I'll tell you to remove the rocks here. You're fine. You're still recovering. You're fine. You're still recovering. Yeah, we'll actually leave the trees turned on there. Okay, that's fine. Actually, take that back. Our wood supply is high enough. You can put that on to follow. And you're doing great over there. The game needs a priority system for, like, mining. A priority system would be nice. I wouldn't disagree with that. Okay. So, I do have 4 people I could spare. You can be assigned to this. So you can start smoking that stuff really effectively. You're all still training, which is fine. I can take you. So do you need... Yeah, so you'd have replacement tools, so we don't want Tim to work on that. If Tim works on that, he'll break it. Because Tim has the unsafe worker trait. Alright. And those things filled up really quick. Oh, this stage I've got to have someone working this. I didn't really want Rosen to do it. And the only reason I don't want... it's fine. Rosen's doing it. I was say the only reason I didn't want Rosen to do it is with Rosen, I wanted to get her educated so that she could become a teacher. We still will do that eventually, but right now I'm a little short in the whole people supply. Okay. And once that's done, it'll be time for us to make a new row. Okay. So I've got one homeless one left. And as those are left to go to follow, that should free them up to get more and more. Once you get like this stuff basically harvested, we're just going to have them bust their butt in that field for as long as we can afford to let them do it. So it's either done, or it's time we just got to move on to the next task. So you got one spot there left to do. Alright. Did I not assign a task? Come on. Alright, so... we can get the plank row house. That's 2 stories tall, but gives me 2 people. Versus we can have the basic block house, which takes up the exact same space as the ones we already had. Well, they also have the same material requirements. So with that, we'll go ahead and get you. We're gonna need to get the forge and everything else set up. That'll be just another pain point. That's fine. Okay, so still bland food is the main negative. But we can work on that. Honestly, once we get stone paths unlocked and we get all that hooked up, this whole place, we're gonna be able to fly around here real quick. Okay, that's the last tree up here. Once that tree's done, that whole area is clear. We have a smuggler ship. I'll do it. It's a way to kind of get rid of cut stone and turn it into money. I think after that one, though, we're probably going to want to hold on to our cut stone for paths. Alright, what do we want to bring on here? To get another gifted teacher. who's an explorer. And we'll get strong shoulders. It'll stop with those two. Meanwhile, we can unlock you. I also realized I actually have the materials to allow me to enact another policy. If I could find a corner to shove it in. That'll be worthwhile. Okay, so you have nothing in range for you to mine. Cool. So with this, we're gonna move you down here. You're about to have a whole lot of work. So that'd be the 3 deep, and then the middle row, and 1, 2, 3 deep. So 7. Alright, congratulations. You're like, we had nothing to do. I've now queued up plenty for you to do. So that's the carpenter. We still don't have a spare person who can do that work. You're almost done trading the craft masters. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? Oh, and we got more ore I overlooked. Honestly, by the time we get to, this field, I'll be able to do, like, the whole field. If we didn't already say it, hey, it's Server Lord, how's it going? You are about to leave. Yeah, it's fine. So, gifted teacher on that spot. Because we'll get them ready. Because it'll train them to be both. Because my hope is that with these ones we can like double them up. Having educated and craftsmaster. I assume that'll make their demands outrageously high. But, you know. We'll figure it out. So I see we started getting the flax finally pulled up. And once we do that, I'm going to cut them loose to try and pull up as much stone from this field throughout the winter. That actually might even be what we do. I know I'm going to regret this. Oh, I didn't actually want to switch, but that's fine. Okay, we can go here. Okay, so we got another policy spot gained. Alright, so removing stumps gives us an extra log. Don't really care about that. Don't care about building speed as much. Let's see. This is the one we want, is if we can get up to the 300 here, which is having enough, that the Whiskers in their spare time will make trinkets, because it means they basically can convert policy or approval directly into tax payments. Yeah, it's so weird that they'll prioritize that over it, because I need them to actually pull that up. But unfortunately, I gotta wait till they finish harvesting that, and then we can go and have them tear that all up. Let's set that to stay on follow. Because as crap as that dirt is, it's not good for me yet as a farm. We'll wait to build more until we have a research. So that's honestly the big thing that's going to probably happen here. I'm probably going to need to do is open this up and then dig down a whole extra tile because those other buildings are too tall. It's going to be a whole thing. Meanwhile, we can check on the other side. Okay. We almost have enough. I would say we almost have enough whiskers to be able to get that, like I said, the one where you'll just turn approval rating into trinkets, which is be used to supplement your taxes in a big way. Yeah, so just gonna make that into farmland, and then they'll harvest these, and then I can deal with the next step. Meanwhile, how are you doing? You are still recovering. You can be switched over to cotton. You're recovering. You're recovering, and you're fine. And you have officially, finally run out of trees in range. So we'll start by letting them chop down these trees, and then we'll move them up. Which does, of course, mean I'm doing this. Okay. So we're now getting to the point where the heats are going to probably start being a problem, so I'll put one fire over here. Oh, that's interesting. Those actually generate a little bit of their own heat. And a second fire over here. And I lied. A third fire right here. This honestly feels like the place to put a fire. It's just right by where the food is that everyone has to go in there. You gonna build a city underground? You can do it. If you look, I've already got a bunch of housing all there. Like, we got the whole neighborhood down here. Plank row house. Okay. So the plank row house, let's go for the ore furnace as our next thing. Yeah, so my assumption here is because it's too tall, I'm going to need to dig this a little bit deeper. So I'll try and start working on getting that all sorted out, and little by little get that expanded. That's just going to be time and effort. Alright. And then we can slowly start converting things. I'm honestly curious if I'm guessing they don't have the concept of cave-in in the game, but we'll see. Alright, so with that said, chat, give me just a minute. We're in an ad break right now, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. But thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Ah, there we go. Yeah, no, Overthrown is a cool game. That's the one where it's like holding the sawmill and running around. I believe, if I recall, it damages the sawmill slightly to do it that way. Not that that's a big deal, but like that's why you wouldn't do it. But nevertheless, the fact it's like grab the building and run through stuff and it's totally fine. It's like, alright, don't care. Okay, so people are generally on the positive. Okay, so we are into winter. We do have our first fire, so at least people aren't going to die. They should get the other ones built, though. With that said, one thing I am going to do, because we're getting to be about halfway through stream, so we're just going to go ahead and put up a poll here real fast. And it's just deciding what we're doing for the rest of the stream, whether we're keeping playing this or what, something else. So what are we doing now? So first option is just going to be basically keep doing exactly what we're doing. WhiskerWood, which is just change nothing. I will also add on here Necess, which is what we played yesterday, to continue that. Farthest Frontier, where we can continue our colony in that. I will also add Ball X Pit, which is the one that was like Breakout, but you kind of move up and it's got roguelite mechanics. And Megabonk, because I may or may not have started messing with that the other day and really enjoyed it. We'll put up that poll. So if you don't see the poll, refresh your browser. Basically, we're deciding what we're doing for the second half stream. We can literally just keep doing exactly this if that's what you want. So we're not trying to force a change here. But just in case people aren't like, you know, not feeling it or wanting something different, we also got that there. All solid choices. Yeah, I probably should have used my other polling tool where you can vote for multiple, because I could set it so you could vote for 3. It's fine. But yeah, so WhiskerWood and Assess and Farthest Frontier, we'd all continue to save. Technically Megabonk, or not Megabonk, technically Ball X Pit you'd be continuing to save. All 5 of them you'd be continuing to save. Now granted, granted Megabonk, I started that save off stream, but that's not one of those games that matters that much. What's going on over here? What are you complaining about? Oh, you're getting too cold. Can I make you stop working? Alright, so we have a problem over here where they're just too far away from the heat. We've got our first sick person. We got our second sick person, and they're getting sick because it's just too cold. I did not leave myself a place to put heat up here, really. Okay, so we might end up having our first death or 2 here. Because they can recover from frostbite on their own, but it isn't a guarantee. If I had a medical bed, we could potentially use that, but I don't have one of those, so I'm not. Okay. So far, most of it's going to keep doing what we're doing now. We got 5 for an Assess, 1 for Farthest Frontier, 2 for Megabonk. But we do have, like, almost 140 people here. And so far, only just shy of 20 have weighed in. So, very much it could go anyway, just depending on that. And granted, yeah, 70-80% of people are probably lurking. So, that's pretty standard. That's fine. Yeah, so we need them to get those fires going. So that people don't die. I mean, we still will likely, almost certainly lose 1. But we could lose up to 3. Okay, we got that fire up there. Let's unassign you for a minute. Oh, never mind. They're making the fire right now. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, so we got our supplies here. That's fine. Necess is getting close, so it's WhiskerWood with 8, Necess with 6, Megabonk with 2, and then the other 2 both have 1. So it's definitely leaning between Necess and WhiskerWood. For those who missed what Necess is, that's effectively like a top-down Terraria. On that one, we got to the deeper caverns and hadn't done anything in the deeper caverns because I don't have pickaxe that can break the wall. But we had gotten to that stage. I have no context of how far the game is. I haven't done a full playthrough of that one. You can't do a full playthrough of this yet. This is early access. In the Megabonk, I've unlocked just a couple things at the beginning. Ball Pit, we had decent progress. I actually don't know a good way of describing that. In the Farthest Frontier, we were like late early game to early mid game in that one. I'm curious if these ones are going to survive. Like I said, it does seem like that ends up being a big thing. Yeah, so you're still pulling it up. Oh, 2 of them have gotten better. No deaths so far. So the only one left is we got an engineer named Muffle. But the other 2 did recover. And the good news is Muffle is working in the heat. I don't know if that matters in this game for frostbite recovery. Oh, you can't mine more? I think we can't go deep enough. So let's see what we got going on down here. Okay, and it's sticking with WhiskerWood. And it did win by a pretty good margin. Like 30% margin, so, you know. That's all I was doing. Just doing kind of a pulse check. Because there's definitely been times that I'll have a game and I'm like, yeah, I think people are enjoying this a whole lot. And then we'll have the vote. And you'll get, like, not a single vote. You're like, oh, I have misread the situation. Ooh, gold ore. Okay, so this is an interesting consideration. Where do I want to move this? Because we've been digging down here. Do I have a room that's big enough to fit this in? Not really, because I haven't been hollowing out areas. So I think what we do here is for one of these, I mine that spot out. Because if I mine that spot out, then it gives me a place I can put the work down there. We did take a single death. One of our people of the 3 with frostbite did not make it. That is a shame. Real shame, that one. Where am I burying you? Okay, well this time, let's get them buried, because that's actually what ruined our first colony, is we took a couple of deaths, and we just didn't have the materials to make a grave site, and so people just kept getting more and more upset over it, and we just basically couldn't, like, it's not that we couldn't recover, we eventually were going to recover, but it was going to take us in-game years to get things settled. It's just like, yep. On the bright side, the one that died was one of the only unnamed ones. So, you know, that's good. Which what I'll do is here in a moment, I will check the queue again. Alright, so let's see. We got Clover here. So we've got our extremely educated person. They're going to be Darkstrider. And then the next one would be one of our... Okay, so they're all caught up. Okay, and everyone's still getting their training. Alright, so this has got to get their one cut stone. Ooh, that fire's already out. That is way earlier than I was anticipating that. Muffle died day 34 to day or lived day 34 to day 52. Died of illness. Okay. Right, and I was trying to get the 300 to go for this one over here. Alright. So that's good. We've got them buried, so that should hopefully prevent the mood penalties. Just as a precaution, for no discernible reason, I'll go ahead and have, like, a little graveyard over here way out of the way. That's so weird. It's fine. Okay, so you're still recovering. You're fine. You're still recovering. And you're still recovering. It's fine. Okay. So once we get that pulled up, that'll be enough for us to start getting the bigger houses. That's going to take a while, but that's okay. We'll let them just cut loose. Another thing we could potentially do to help that out is take one of my ones from over here over there and just let them start lobbing apart, because we're basically gutting the island now. I also just noticed our other fires are starting to go out. Just gonna assume that one's gonna go out in a minute. Okay. So we're gonna double those ones up. That does mean people are gonna get blasted by pollution. It is what it is. I just need to keep those fires going up so people don't die. I'm just gonna tell him to remove rocks. I'll just let him do it till the winter's done. Otherwise, it's never gonna happen. Because getting that big of a field would be ridiculously good. Yep, and you will... Oh, actually, that's the mining cabin. That's gonna be another thing, is eventually we're gonna run into problems where the mining cabin, like those areas down below. I'm honestly curious. Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet you ultimately down the road we'd end up getting a second one of these. Let's also, Cinder here can help. Get a second person helping at the cafe with, Eonek. Make sure we're all stocked up on food. Oh, we also need a person here. Cool. Or furnace. Alright, next research. So, we're not good to go for the next one there. We could get the organized heating, the small warehouse, resource conveyors. Excuse me? So it'd be able to, like, conveyor my stuff between places? That sounds like it's going to become an utter disaster. We'll go ahead and let's get the small warehouse, because I'm curious about, well, get the small warehouse going. In the meantime, I need to make the ore smelter. So work on that. Yeah, so we're switching to the other fires. These should all last until... Well, I mean, that one's actually might go out before we're done. But that's fine. Yeah, so everyone's really upset about mild pollution, as well as, you know, their clothes wearing out and whatnot. Guess one thing we can do, fishing dock. You switched over. Yeah, so they can have all that. Ah, I see. Okay. So all of them are going at like max speed right now. You're a gifted teacher. So want to get you educated if possible. And just trying to just churn them as much as possible. Actually, I'll probably swap you out now, because you're a gifted teacher. Yep. What? Why can I choose to make... Oh, it's just automatically an assigned. That's the reason I was confused, like, why can I assign someone to this who already has that skill or whatever? Alright, so we got 3 days until taxes come in. Okay. So this is the one up here. So my attention here is it made a little spot down here underground for you to be down here. So that's our deep digging tunnel. So one thing we're going to have to figure out is, research-wise, I'm going to need the ability to be able to go up and down much faster, which we did see that there was stuff here. I don't remember where it was. It was like an elevator. Yeah, elevators. Fast vertical transport. Shafts and entrances can be stacked to form elevators. So it's just planks and ropes. And then ropes, I believe we get from you, the black spinner. So once the small warehouse is done, let's get the flax spinner so we can start trying to make the rope. Oh, what's going on here? No workers assigned to the ore furnace. Ah, that's fine. Alright, next time we get a boat with people showing up, we're going to need some excavators. Because, yeah, what we're going to want to do is ultimately get that going. So that ran out, so you probably have time. You probably have time. Oh, that's the foraging hut. I forgot you were up here. There's 1 day left of winter. And you're all upset because mild pollution. So that'll be one big thing for us to deal with. Okay, also, you ran out of trees nearby. So let's move you all the way up there. And then it looks like there's a spot of ore here to grab. Yeah, so we can leave these alone. At the end of the day, we're no longer in winter. And that'll stop the complaints about that. The pollution. So what should happen is once all the pollution's gone, we should be able to start building up to get our 300 to start being able to make trinkets, and then we'll probably never have spare approval to speak of. Then what might end up happening is we might start moving the other mining camp up here. Start collecting this ore. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna... Oh man, the amount of taxes due. 1,600 taxes. Holy crap. Oh, well, happy birthday, Lardine. I hope you had a good one. And meanwhile, we got another person in the queue, so let's go ahead. And we got Sentient Cookie going in here. And we got Flurry here, so let's go ahead, and that's a farming person. And that'll be Code, Sage, DMC. All right. Yeah, so this is where we're going to actually be building those houses. It's gonna be a whole thing. Which are bringing in lots of ore. We're not bringing nearly as much cotton as I'd like. Oh, all those fires just went out? That's probably okay. Because the winter ends, and it's still cold. The only ones I'm really worried about is the farmers way up here. Because they can't get anywhere near a fire anywhere quickly. Okay, so pollution is dropping off. Chilled Paws is still pretty high. Okay, well it says heavy snowstorm. I'm gonna go on the pinch here and say that's probably not sorted. So let's get here. We need one up here. It's a high priority. It's a high priority. So get it done quickly before we start having people get frostbite. It'd also be another thing for one of our very soon researches is just to get the heating stuff set up. Okay. So what should happen is very soon we should start getting... Yeah, so tomorrow we'll get our ship of more whiskers. And we honestly need just a bunch of them. The big thing is I don't have the houses, and it's going to take me a minute to get those houses. How are you going on getting rid of stone? Not even appreciably noticeably down. They are working on it, but it is a very slow process to clean up. Like, you see him working, but you don't even see that drop of percent for a while. What was that? Oh, you finished your education. That's fair. Oh, that'll do. We now have someone who can do the smelting of the copper. Now, the pro and the con with that is smelting copper gets me copper ingots that I need for stuff. The con is copper ingots, the cats won't take it. They don't recognize it. Okay, so of my builders, so we have a 2-star farming person. Okay. We do have someone else who's gotten frostbite. Hopefully they recover soon. Oh, it's so terrible because you're sick. You're an unsafe worker, so we want to go ahead and put you on a farm, because in this game they can't do it. Cool, small warehouse is done. Alright, so to the small warehouse, let's get the flax spinning rope. So this will have you be an unsafe worker. Okay, tax ship. Time for you to take me for everything. So, we got gold ore is worth a fortune. Go ahead and give you the gold bullion as well. Take all of the cotton. Take all the rock salt. Honestly, with this, take a bunch of the fish. Actually, for that matter, take the wood. Okay, that'll do. Alright, so we're giving them the full order. I'm trying to spare some of that copper so we can start using it for our own stuff. Okay, so we got them out of here. Hopefully they'll give us a schematic, that'd be nice. Meanwhile, we got the small storage. You carry how much? So I'll build one of those, get a feel for it. Whisker ship has arrived. Okay. So I cannot accept anyone because we are very upset. Sure. Just give me the coats for now. Because that'll help with threadbare. I am curious where it mentions the conveyor belts, because I would like to know how that's going to function. Okay, so the first of the fancy house is getting placed. Because that'll also help. And that's going to be a completely unreasonably large number of planks that we're going to need. So one thing we'll do is your educate craftsman, so I'll have you go in here. Just switch you up to teaching education. You're the gifted teacher. Let's get you in there. And in the meantime, we'll just chuck 2 other people in there just because. Because I want to get that gifted teacher to have all the stuff. Because we have them having all the stuff, they can just go through and handle it all. Alright, so... yeah, so it's bland food is our biggest negative as well as being cold. Why is spring still cold? Like, still snowing proper cold. Alright, so let's go over here. I'll plunk you down. How much longer do you have? You're probably good for the day. Just trying to protect people from freezing to death. We can bring one person on. So let's see here. Welcome aboard. And go here. And get you assigned. Honestly, they're not raising the price that much for how much more they're giving me. Granted, the machine parts are one of the biggest things I can't make. Okay, so you're not freezing anymore. Well, here's hoping the next in-game day is not quite so bitterly cold. You're gonna tell them to stop removing rocks from this field. Just leave it alone. So start working the other one. We also have another tile to mine over here. Okay. And who's pathing real far? It is from the farm to log cabin. Yeah, it's the same one out here. They're just gonna have a long commute for a while. Eventually we could start trying to get that sorted. Most likely, I'm gonna end up having like a couple different ways into this middle area here. Because right now it's all having to go through that area. But if we sit there and we go down here... like down here, I can poke up through here. Have a shortcut right through the middle of it. Yeah, so they're still complaining mostly about being cold and bland food. Alright, it's finally not below freezing. But you're not below freezing. That's okay, that's slightly annoying. And that was our last fire, so I guess quickly put down a fire right here. For like the one day it's going to be needed. Tech ship has arrived. Okay. So take the rock salt. Take the gold. Right now, take the tin. We have got to get more goods coming faster for the claws. Alright, so you're still recovering. Supplier has arrived. Okay, so you can go ahead and do flax. You can do flax. That still needs to recover. The Whisker ship has arrived. I can't afford any of them. We're all too angry. In this particular case, I will take the free Whisker. You're already actively dealing with that. So I can just keep trying to build those houses and whatnot. And how are you doing? You still need more fertilizer. You're fine. You can go back to being cotton. You're fine. You're good. That still needs a lot of work done on it. You are recovering. You're making flax, you're making flax. You're recovering. You can do cotton. You can do cotton. Alright. I'm curious if and or when we'll get a point where we'll realistically be able to start fertilizing to keep our soil good. Alright, so Chili Paws is dropping off. We still have pollution as a concern. Because we're almost on the other side of the spring and it's still freezing outside. It's a weirdly... Oh, actually, hold up. We will grab you. We'll grab you. We'll stay there. Day 60? Yeah. Making it. Alright, pirate time. It's been a while since the pirates have come up and caused me problems. So... Machinery, machinery, machinery. And one thing of fuel. So one thing that's gonna need to happen is we really need to pick up the production of our sawmill stuff. Ah, of course you're unsafe worker. So Bramble could take on that spot. What do I want Tim on as an unsafe worker? What we can do here... So Tim can take that spot over, because you don't require anything there. I can check your stuff. So you're only an apprentice. Okay, you're an apprenticed explorer. That'd be the weaver. So you can get that done. So we need to give him a chance to not be homeless before we take on the next thing. Because part of the thing is I do need to be gradually moving them out of these houses to the higher quality ones. But it's just going to take time. And when that's done... We're basically struggling on planks now. The wood's fine, the stone's fine, the polished stone's fine. Everything else is fine. It's just planks are now becoming a bottleneck. Which we had that last time too, once we got research going, which makes sense. Okay, now start apprenticing everyone, or craftsmastering, and we're basically waiting until we have our gifted teacher able to take over. Okay. We've almost got this small warehouse built, which we'll see how much that carries. I'm hoping it's a decent amount. Okay, suppliers arrived. Switch you over to cotton. How are we doing on the flax in our storage? Not amazing. Alright, we should at some stage get at least a worker on that. Alright, we can go ahead and get you into the roster, Cody. Because we got people to spare, so here's a person that's not named, so that'll be Cody. So you are a craft master engineer who is a perfectionist who has weak knees. All right. We definitely don't want to stop research either. Yes, you're idle because you're missing input. That's totally fair. We don't have planks to spare. Once again, complaining about the pathing, because you gotta go across the entire map. One thing I'll go ahead and queue up. Oh, you can see where we found this ore, where we've been digging a hole up and out of there. There. So I've actually made a path so that the other houses will have a way out here too. Alright. Okay, so the primary complaint right now is bland food followed by mild pollution. Mild pollution is primarily going to be this fire down, well, the fires that were down here. Yeah, so those are all gone. So we do have some mild pollution from stuff like this. Those are a bit out of the way, so we shouldn't get too many mood penalties from that. Okay, smuggler ship. Don't care. Get out of here. So the downside is that tax collector is absolutely murdering us now. That are really struggling to keep up. I've got to get more going on. Okay, so something's got to give, because it's costing us almost 1,000 now per cycle, and we are not making remotely that much. We do have all our people mining, but we're getting to that point where we're going deeper and farther just to get it. And I want to bring on more people, but I don't think we can without problems. It's fine. Take that on. You're going to take the strategy of you're getting unassigned, and you're getting assigned. So I moved one over from one side to the other to try and get the planks happening. You need to be trees. Alright. So you're all running around, pulling up the trees. Was the update on that whole Twyford's birthday thing? You and a Fireball have rapidly established a love-hate relationship. Love the taste, hate everything else. Also, your 110-pound self ain't feeling it off not a lot. Yeah. I want more people, but it's costing us like 250 or something per day now. That's going to become more and more of a problem. Now, a couple solutions are, one, I could just get a lot of fishing docks. And even though the fish are only worth about 2 each, if I dedicated tons of people doing that, I'm willing to bet each fishing person makes more than 25 gold worth of fish a day. I could be wrong about that. Okay. Yeah, so they pulled up 30 fish a day. Yeah, I only have the one fishing dock, so I'm getting 30 fish a day, and I used 15 of those to make stuff. So that'd be 60. No, actually, that'd be behind the amount, so that would be a problem. So we are kind of in trouble that we're falling behind. Because as you can see, we are finding ore way down here. But the commute times are getting longer and longer. Okay, so we've got this one. So that has total capacity of 89. So we have 89 for one of those buildings, as opposed to the smaller ones are 34. We've got all you working on this as best you can. And you're still over here working on your nonsense. And those are just taking so long to be able to produce again. That I had not accommodated for. There's not really a good place for me to put a second farm. In the meantime, let's go here. That doesn't need to exist. At this stage as well, we got all this up here. This might as well not exist, this little pad here. We can clean that up and potentially improve the pathing. That's honestly probably a big part of it, is I just got to clean up our pathing here. Okay, we're making good progress there. Oh man, if I can manage to get that up to 300, we can get the trinkets, and that'll help supplement. And we can do that, that should really help us keep the cats paid off, because even if it's only an extra 50, 100, whatever per time, that's that much more I'm not having to fork out. Alright. Suppliers arrived. Okay, we got you sorted. Okay, educated craftsman, gifted teacher, get in here. Switch off of the educated to this. Alright, so now we got our gifted educator is now teaching craftsmen. We can start cycling them around. Okay, there's the flax spinner. Alright. So, what I probably should do is go for the next tier of research. And if we're lucky with the next tier of research, I can start trying to get some stuff like the elevator and all that to really... Well, stone paths first, then maybe the elevator. We can massively improve a lot of stuff. So I got the flax spinner. Okay. Any other things we should be building? Not yet. Alright. Because yeah, if we put the elevators in and out of that place itself. The other thing we could probably also do. So you're gonna take planks, which is gonna hurt our plank situation again. But Let's go ahead and put Darstrider on starting to do carpentry. And my hope is that we can sell carpentry stuff to the cats, the furniture, because if we can, that might help out a great deal. Yeah, let's keep moving that around. Advertise them as scratching posts? Exactly. Gotta meet the cats where they're at. Alright, so let's go here real fast. We can go to you, do this. Here's that one tile there. So I've got that. Alright, so we got a whisker ship. Let's not. We're trying to get to 300 on approval. Oh! Hang on. I did not realize. That industry ship building, the flax spinner, its door is on the 2nd floor. That's fine, it's just a bit unexpected. Okay. Oh, abolish that one. Yeah, so we're abolishing both of them so we can hopefully get the 300 we need for the trinkets. Because food's fine, I don't really need to be running that policy right now. Okay. So let that go there. We got that one going to cotton. That's still flax. That's up to cotton. That's follow. You're on cotton. Okay. Yeah, so many of these. Actually, there we go. So now for anything can happen, clause, unlock, enact this policy. Okay, so with that, lift with your back so you can move stuff faster, and sawdust seasoning. Okay, so now those trinkets should start supplementing our money, which is a really big benefit. For now, shut this down. Because just realized we are obliterating all of our copper. Ah, thank you for the gold. Because I already got 130 copper. And so that ore furnace is just nuking us. Same here. Actually, we can set them to be on here. Pause work on both of those right now. Okay. And you're willing to give me all of these things. For right now, I actually want that most. Lifted their back policy? That's not what you want to hear. Yup. Yup. Lift with your back. Make you go faster. I mean, the policies are lift with your back, sawdust seasoning, so we supplement our food with sawdust. And then the piecework trinkets basically means on your time off work, you carve trinkets to give to the claws. These are not worker-friendly policies. Now, how are we doing on our flax? I have just a little extra. Okay, so you need to be left to follow. You need to be left to follow. You'll be left to follow after that one. You're good. You're good. You'll be left to follow. Okay, so I do have another area. I could probably put another farm over here. Oh no, that's Sandy up there. Oh, you can see the little house poking through here. That's fine. We got the trees up here that we're trying to supplement our wood. Because we are blasting through our wood now. Cool. Got the smuggler. So let's not worry about the smuggler right now. We can dismiss that. Trying to see. Oh, you're still being built. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so we probably want some more of them in here. Let's go ahead and grab a farmer, and that was everything spent. Yeah, it's the worst one is it's so hard to make out like who's doing what. Alright. So with you, I've got a Swift Craftsman who's got 2 stars. You worry about getting the next one sorted as we get through them. Alright. It'd be really interesting to see how some of this stuff shakes out. I'm honestly kind of curious if you farm on, like, really, really bad soil. Like, what is the worst it gets? Like, if I take a tree and I grow it at, like, the worst, sandiest dirt, would I get, like, basically anything out of it? Like, because it doesn't even matter if it grows slowly. If it does eventually give wood and I don't have to maintain it. Let's do a science. We're gonna take this, we're gonna set it to trees. The dirt is rubbish. It's terrible. It's awful. It's should absolutely be ashamed of it. Horrifically bad. But, you know, who cares? All right. Okay, we'll let them keep working on that. In the meantime, let's start clearing out these houses. Attack ship has arrived. Okay, take the cotton. Take the trinkets. Take the rock salt. Take the remaining copper. Okay. Yeah, so we're obliterating our approval with the trinkets, which I'm okay with. For right now, we'll just leave that alone. Let's see here. Let's get the planks to keep the research going. Because like I said, once we hit tier 1, I should be able to turn around, get the stone paths, and we'll start building stone paths everywhere. We'll need to add decorations and all that to keep everyone happy. Okay, and you're waiting on planks, everyone's waiting on planks. That's ready for harvest. That's ready for harvest, that's ready for harvest. Which would be good, because hopefully that's a lot of cotton we'll get. I also wish it was a little easier to manage this. Now granted, replenishes or boosts soil fertility. Produced in Sifting Tower, which we don't have. Hopefully that point, you know, that becomes sustainable at some stage of the game to keep the fertilizer rolling. Okay, so we got one more of those to build, and otherwise we're waiting for... Oh, no, I know we're not waiting for more room. Queue up the next one. And little by little, we're going to move them all under the ground, get them in there, because those are the higher rating houses. So that should be more influence for us. And that increased influence does mean more trinkets. Let's see what we can do to try and get more of the smoker stuff set up. Okay, so we got you set up. We've got 2 stars there, and you're both 2 stars. So that's as fast as that thing's gonna go, the smoker. Okay. Get out of here. Alright, so you've run out of stuff in range. So what we're gonna do with you is you're gonna actually move over here somewhere. Start clearing all this out. Okay, so no workers here. You need an explorer. So we should try and get an explorer through here. Okay, so next option we have with a whisker boat, let's try and get a couple of explorers to get the flax spinner up and running, because that's what we're going to need for elevators. And imagine that's going to be just critical for getting around at this stage, is just having an elevator that goes up and down like Center Island or something like that. Which I'm honestly curious where I want the elevator, because I also don't know the size, if it's 1x1 or 2x2. Which don't spoil, we'll figure it out. Space elevator next? Yeah, well, first let's get the stone paths. That's what I'm thinking. The stone paths, because that'll get this objective done. Then we can improve the movement speed of everyone around this place, which has been way overdue. Because also clear out all that stone and give us something productive to do with it. Because we're also going to need decorations to make the place nicer too. Alright. When I notice we no longer have anyone upset about not having a place to sleep, so in just a minute we'll knock wood down 2 more of these houses, and you get the idea. As I'm slowly getting rid of the houses off the shore here. And then ultimately we're going to go in there and deal with that. Yes, how many trinkets am I producing? So we are starting to make some wooden valves. I'm really hoping the wooden valves, we can give them to either the pirates and or the claws. Because if not, then we will likely take it back off assignment. So you will not accept the valves. That's good to know. Get out of here. I'm assuming the wooden valves are important for crafting something later on. Okay, so we need explorers. So there is an explorer, singular. And they're going to be making our flax. Okay. Okay, so we got more houses on the way. And our wood is now going up. You know, just running around. Queuing everything up. All right. So the big question is going to be how we, where are we putting the elevator? Oh, that's fine. Because it feels like it should be... right along this column here. Honestly, that hole right there is just about perfect. It'd be right in line with the path. So you can put the elevator right there. It's not right in the middle of the area, but that'd be all by this area. We could drop it down, have the hallway over. You know, then later on bring one up, pop it up here. We'd also be able to go into the underground area here and bring him up through there. Alright. Yeah, it's just bland food is the big holdout. It looks like for fixing that, I'm just going to need to make a second smoker. That's just the only real way to get around it, because our smoker is currently going at full speed, and we got fish for days. Let's put you here. I'm going to regret it immediately. I'm going to put you here. Okay, tax ship has arrived. Alright, so the bad news is, those things that we're making up on the hill, I forget what they were called, don't help. Okay, we can send our shipment. Alright, so where are you? You're fine. The carpenter, pause the work on the carpenter. Because we're making these wooden vices, and they don't seem to be important for what we're doing. So I'd rather keep the planks and use them for other stuff. For here, give me the planks. The planks are the important one. We are not complaining about housing anymore. Cool. So slowly getting that resolved. Slowly increasing our population. Our food is great. We're going to expand on this. Eventually I'm going to need to go up here and turn back on the fuel. Right now I'm sitting on plenty of it, but we'll want to turn that back on and get that going again. We're also making the rope. Yeah, so researching tier 1, and that's waiting entirely on the planks. We go in here. Yeah, so it's gradually using the planks up. And these are going to use a bunch more planks as well. At least those are already good progress. And we're finally getting back ahead on our wood. because I relocated closer to the trees, but they're going to knock those trees down and we'll be back where we were, so I'm not going to bother expanding the plank production, because it's going to be a short-term benefit until I get some better trees in here. Okay, so you're doing fine. You're doing fine. You're bad. Switch you over to cotton. You're in bad shape. You're doing fine. You're okay. Alright. I wonder what it would take to get everyone off of bland food, just get as much of a positive as possible and just like maximize the number of trinkets we're making. So that's the farm up here. Yeah, so there's no point in me putting dirt down there. So next place we could say earthworks. Yeah, it's probably overkill. Let them start building out the earthworks on that side. Once this one's done. Trees and barren sand are growing. Well, it's time to take a look at some of these. There's the farm here. Can't really reach any of that. No assigned workers. Okay, so you are good here. We got our smoker going. Officially birthday? Well, happy birthday. Hope you have a good one. Okay. And so get some trees down here. And we got the one over here. All right. Okay, so safe to assume this is not getting done. Too far out of range. Yeah, because that's what complaining about me removing rocks this whole time, but then it can't reach any rocks to be removed. Whereas this one down here is the terrifying one. Rest end day. Let's change this up. So, what I'm going to do, start back here. You are going to be cotton. You start back there with remove stones. We're just going to hit this one little corner here. Oh, it's set to follow. That's fine. We're gonna let them clear up these one little 4 square tile area. And when that's all sorted, we can move on to the next one. Alright, so let's go in here. Strong and diligent. We already don't have the reputation to keep it going. It's fine. And that's because we're burning all of our reputation. Oh, I have a lot of people who aren't working. Grab you. Grab you. And everyone else is already trained. So we have an explorer, 2 mining people, and a food person. So let's go to our farm down here. Cool, we got you sorted out. Now we can go to our digging place. Where are you at? It's a woodcutter. The woodcutter also works, so we can go here. Put you on that. Cool. You go to this farm way over here. Not the farm. I need the mining location. Oh, all my mining locations are underground now. But nevertheless, let's go here. Get the next one queued up. Alright, so with that... Hello, Moror. Here we grab you. Alright, so everyone got a big upgrade there. Alright. So we have taxes coming tomorrow. It looks like we're doing relatively fine. But yeah, no, the day starts and then you just see like trinket, 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 which is fine. Each of those trinkets is sparing me a little bit of potential debt. But at the same time, it is stealing a bunch of our other efforts. Can I set you to have any kind of priority? Is there any control we have over you? So we have deliver now, farm, logistics. Yeah, it'd be nice to have some kind of control over here where I could be like, hey, work on everything else and then get the stones last. Because like this is all ready to harvest. That's ready to harvest. You know, stuff that needs planting. And don't get me wrong, once the stones are done, they're done. But that's just taking a long time for them to deal with. But my thought is instead of trying to have them do the whole thing, we'll just let them go, and when they catch up on the harvest, I'll just add like a couple more tiles and let them slowly convert it over. Just segment by segment, because they've just not been getting it done. And this one we've got set to follow this whole time. And it's really taking its time. Yeah, so we got really, really, really bad soil. Not getting fertilizer? Not yet. I have to, We got potash isn't anywhere nearby me. And then the thing to get fertilizer, I want to say, is like fairly advanced tech. Yeah, the sifting tower. So I'll need the water pipe connection and a whole bunch of stuff. How about setting a farm for temporary on the far end just to clear stones? That's another possibility. Like I could just put one down here for clearing stones. You can get from tax rewards? Yeah, I just haven't. I wouldn't be against it. It just hasn't happened. It looks like pretty much almost all my storage is... Yeah, almost all my storage is full. There's just one or two smaller ones that aren't. Interesting. Yeah, bland food is just killing us. You got the smuggled one. Okay. Tax ship has arrived. So this time we actually have some cotton laying around. I get the rock salt out of here. We got some spare wood, so we'll burn that off. Actually, there you go. Need some rice to make sushi. Basically, we do need to just make better food. Alright. So let's try bring another person on board. I have no idea what roles we even need anymore. I can't. I don't have any approval. Take the fuel, I guess. We still got my fuel building turned off for the moment. We've just been running on the fuel I already made. So the good news here is I should have all the materials to finish that. The next thing I also need to do... continue to expand. Okay. Just keep digging deeper. So close to getting the first, like the next tech up level-wise. Alright, so you got all that set up, and it's now good for cotton. And you're still sitting here. I don't understand why it just takes you so long to actually do stuff. Like, it's just the prioritization is the weird part. Now, it's probably one of those things, like, once I get that sorted, they'll just get it all taken care of. It's just taking so much time. Threadbare clothing. Alright. So, what we should do is first check, do I have... Okay, so problem is I don't have flax. That's what's holding us up. I'll swear you get that far. I'm gonna tell you to do the flax anyways. It looks like you're working on that. Yeah, you can configure it, but you can't like prioritize or anything. Alright, so let's grab you. I still can't do it because we're burning everything, material-wise. Okay, so we got tons of fish, and the cooked fish is just going such a long way. So that's good news. What are you doing? You're not working on anything right now. You're nearly full. I'm going to set you to cotton. And then you still have a long ways to go. Long ways to go. Long ways to go. Absolutely wretchedly bad. The berries are doing fine right now. Let's switch you over to cotton for the next batch. It is interesting that even with the berries set this high thing, we're going to make a mistake here. I'm going to set that whole giant field to flax. I'm just going to let it do its thing. It's going to take a while, and we're not going to get really remotely what we should out of it, but there's that. All right. Get the next set of students out here. I see we're carving a big hole in the middle of all this. We're finally seeming to sustain our planks. Alright. It's been a little while since we've been hit by the pirates. Luckily, I've got lots of machinery on standby. Meanwhile... Are they destroying the trees by mining under it? Possibly. I'm not worried if they are, because I need the space opened up more than I need the trees. And we can go over here. Alright, so with this one, you do not have very many trinkets, which is deeply upsetting. You do not have a lot of these things that are deeply upsetting. That's fine. Okay. Genuinely, it seems like I can actually do pretty okay by just dumping wood on them from time to time. I can't afford to do it every single time, but every once in a while... okay. So I can give you a stowaway and all that. I'll take your stowaway. Oh, they're still removing the stuff up above. Research Tier 1. Do you see what the stowaway was? Nah, I wasn't paying attention. They'll just get fit in wherever they do. Alright, so stone path. Get that done. It's only 21 of each. Once I get the stone paths, I got a lot of paths to start putting down. And that'll improve everyone's movement speed around here, which is going to be really good. We can start slipping some decorations along that path and everything. Okay, so you got that all pulled up. So what I'm going to do here is we can make great decisions. You can toss the next 3 blocks on there for them to clean up the stone on. You get all this for more logs. So we could probably get over here and get another farm, but I'm not sure if I want to do that right now. Yeah, unfortunately I set this here on whether or not I want them to remove stone. So I'll toggle that, and we'll do kind of the same thing where, as that expands, I'll just grab a row, let them clean up the stone, and then once I've done it once... Ooh! Threadbare clothing. Almost everybody. So I'll need an explorer. It's probably mostly the flax. We'll need to get in an explorer who's... Alright, so you pirates want a pirate. Get out of here. Doing better this run? Oh yeah, no, we're doing great. Like, overall, we're doing great. Things are moving forward. We are still running at a bit of a bottleneck on the planks again, but that's fine. Okay, that's an interesting problem. Okay, so I think one of the things that's happening here is we are burning a lot of flax on this. Let's unassign you for right now and move you over here. Because we got a lot of rope coming in. And we're using it all up. So that's... We're going to hold off on getting that extra explorer I mentioned. Just because we have that. So other people here, so we've got a maxed out farmer. We got 2 maxed out farmers. Okay, so you're not maxed out. You can go ahead... Actually, we have 2 maxed out farmers. Okay, we can go here. So swap you out. Hey, Ginger Tap! Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. For those who don't know Ginger Tap, go ahead and check him out. Playing some golf with friends. So, you know, if you're looking for golfing with your friends, that is something that can be accomplished. just gonna find that over there. But thank you so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just juggling people here real fast and trying to pay attention to what I'm doing. With all that said, we're playing some Words Are Hard. WhiskerWood today. So if you haven't seen WhiskerWood, it's very much aesthetically and building style like Timberborn, but the gameplay loop is very, very different. Instead of being Timberborn, it's way, way, way more like Tropico, where you've got like the crown is there being like, pay us more in taxes, pay us more in taxes, pay us more in taxes, like really kind of just taking the screws to you the whole time. It's great. And thank you for the raid again. Thank you for everyone popping over. I'm gonna quickly, really fast. Yeah, it's before. Well, it's not technically out yet. We have an early preview of it. It's going to be coming out November 6th in early access. It's being published by Hooded Horse, which means it's already going to definitely be at least decent, if not amazing. Because Hooded Horse, everything they do is pretty solid. But, with that said, it is early access, so you can't do everything quite yet. You know that raid message? But yeah, so again, check out Ginger Tap. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge, I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, I do play a lot of like simulation, settlement builders, city builders, you know, survival, slice of life. You get the idea where all this is going. Alright, so I need... Alright, we do genuinely need another explorer to get our fuel being produced again. Sure. But yeah, to give you an idea, the Claws, which is the empire run by the cats. Yeah, no, I figured it was Tap Girl. When I saw Ginger Tap, and it was like the iceberg. Shout out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Whatever happened to Mr. Lamprey? Mr. Lamprey is on long-term hiatus. I think he joined the military? But he's not been streaming for a long while. Just, you know, real life things. Last I heard, he's doing well and all that, though. But yeah, so to give you an idea, every so often a supply ship shows up. If I tell them no, the Claws get mad at me and eventually will start attacking me. And if I say yes, it puts me in debt. So it's basically the Claws are pointing a literal cannon at me, being like, "You're going to take on more debt." And we go, "Sure, yes, whatever you say. Please don't hurt me." In other words, either way will ultimately end in violence, whether it's now violence or tomorrow violence. So there is nothing in range of you. Did you actually dig that far out? Yeah, so that'll reach that. Dig that coal out. Okay, so I can move it over there. Let's grab where this couldn't reach anything else. And plunk it down deeper in that hole. Because I'm actually trying to get to this other island to start carving it out. And I've got like that one I just keep sinking deeper and deeper into the ground to go under the ocean and over. Because this does have, as you can see, like Dwarf Fortress style building where we're now just kind of going deeper and deeper. Okay, so we can get another house built there. You, okay, that's fine. Can you make bridges instead of tunneling under? Yeah, so I could go over here and make a walkway. There's a couple ways, like you can see all these little things here where I'm dumping stone into the ground to effectively make a landfill of it. There is also, if it's shallow water, I can build a bridge straight across kind of thing. I believe eventually we'll also get boats, but I don't know if those are in the early access or not yet. And in the meantime, we're just going that. So what happens if you hit the ocean while mining? So if you actually look, they'll add like a retaining wall. I mean, this is an example here. Yeah, no, if I dig here, they'll put like a little wood retaining wall. I don't know what happens if I dig under it. They don't have water physics as far as I can see. So it's not like one of those things where I could like carve a path here and have it flow in. They might have, well, no, because if I were to dig this now, I believe you'll just have like the wood wall left behind. Now, what I don't know, yeah, no, underground, I believe if you go under it, I'm willing to bet they have like a retaining, like a wooden thing to like hold it up. I haven't tested that yet because it's gonna take a little bit to do that. But like I said, I'm pretty sure there's no water physics in this. Okay, so we're back to winter. We have someone down here who's hungry. Considering I have 222 food, that is what we call a self-inflicted problem. And I will not be held responsible for their incapabilities of survival. Alright, so that field's still recovering. This field is good for more cotton. This field, well, this is the one we're experimenting where I'm just telling them to grow trees with like no fertilizer and being like, you know what happens happens. You're set to cotton. You're set to cotton. We told this one to switch over to flax so I can like massively increase my flax production. And you're planting trees up there. And that's a project that's going to take a while. Because we did find if I do filler like this, I actually get pretty good fertilizer. It's just full of stones, and you can fix stones. It's just stupid laborious. You know, some poor mouse sits there and just, that's their existence going forward. Alright, I really do need... Oh, we're just not gonna... Okay, let me check. So, you're not the right type. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. We're just gonna have a person who doesn't get a multiplier on here. Not the ore furnace. We will just have Smurf work on that. Stone paths researched. Okay. So the next research we can get is let's get those elevators. And then conveyor belts. Move resources along belts from input hopper to a warehouse. Industries can assign input hoppers to their output destinations. I'm curious if those will block things or how those all work. We'll definitely want to check all that stuff out. We can also apparently get stone houses. They still take a lot of planks. Alright, so we'll get the elevators going. But in the meantime, we're going to go right down here. And it is time for a whole lot of stone paths. Okay, and we got spare stuff up here. Oh, we're gonna need to put a fire up here. Alright. So one thing I'm just remembering is we're in winter now. So it's gonna start getting real cold real soon. Now, downside is this means a lot of our people are gonna get really, really whiny here in a minute. You'd be like, oh, it's getting all polluted. I know you're preventing us from freezing to death by putting these fires, but it stinks. Okay. So that's a fire down there. Get a fire over here. And a fire over there. Probably fire there too. Alright, so we got a lot of fires going on. We are probably going to want to research the heat pipe kind of setup. Oh, hey.
We claws are...
They're finally okay with that. Alright, so we got our first fire set up. Our second fire set up. Please go where there's heat. Okay, so you're way out there, so we're probably gonna have some people die here. Because I didn't think about the fact that we've got people way more spread out than we did previously. And there's not a whole lot I can do about that. So we might be in some serious trouble if they don't... Where are you and why are you not... Ah, there's the first one with frostbite. There you go. Okay. Are they freezing underground? I don't think so. I think that one's inside this building or something. Oh, you are freezing underground. Well, that's gonna be an interesting problem to solve. Because I'm also... Alright. So what we're gonna need to do here is, for right now, I'm just gonna turn this thing off. Go home. So we got two other things I probably should work on. We'll probably want to get the organized heat and probably get the medical triage, which has been a long time coming. But yeah, so one of the reasons I'm not just building fires underground is I'm a little concerned about the whole fire in an enclosed space where they complain about pollution. I'm willing to bet the game has a thing where they probably get really upset about that. There we go. Alright, everyone's really upset. Okay, before we do anything, I have the planks. Let's go here and upgrade that to the better path. So now worry about that. Those are all going to go away. Honestly, I shouldn't even bother with what I did there. Just trying to get as much of this as we can sorted. Okay, so there's 5 people sick with frostbite, and meanwhile, let's go ahead and get the next round of students learning. And for no discernible reason, I'm gonna make a couple of gravestones over here. Just don't worry about it. There's just nothing to see here, nothing to fret over. We'll just take the machine parts, not worry about the rest. Alright. And continue to clean that up, that's fine. They seem to be doing a little bit better about splitting up responsibilities all of a sudden. Okay. So yeah, more than likely what we're going to end up needing to do is, by the time we get the next year, try and have the medical stuff all sorted out, where when people get frostbite... Oh, actually, okay, so the 5 that got frostbite, 3 have recovered. Right now it's just RNG if they live or die once they get it, because I just don't have the infrastructure set up for them. But, you know, if we only lose 2, that would actually be a pretty okay. Now, granted, it means we lose whatever training and all that I did on them, but that's fine. It's not the biggest thing in the world of the game. It is inconvenient if they were, like... Okay, 4 have made it through without dying. We got 1 left. Let's see if our last one recovers or dies their frostbite. They are chilling right next to it. They did die. That's sorry. Alamal has died. The illness. They were one of my excavating people. So then the question boils down to, where were they working? Is there an easy way to see that? So, let's make sure... Okay, they weren't working here. Oh, they're probably one of the ones that was down here. So probably okay. Yeah, so they were one of the ones that were way down below. You think it'd be warmer underground? I mean, generally speaking in real life, unless you're talking ridiculous depths, the Earth does maintain, like, a pretty constant temperature. Something, I can't remember, something like 58 or 68 or something like that degrees. It was something like that. Once you're, like, properly underground, if you're anywhere near the surface, then it's very different. Now, if you dig deep enough, it starts to warm up again. Yeah, so you see mild pollution, minus 105. Stop polluting? Well, I need to get better heating. Right now our heating is to just pile up a bunch of wood and burn it. And we got more ore down here. Okay. We're about halfway through learning the elevators, and then my intention is there's a little hole right there. I'm just gonna plunge the elevator straight down, because then the hope would be that we can get through that really quickly. Meanwhile, we can go down here and add some more decorations. These decorations will improve your mice's like happiness and all that. Okay. We got a bunch over there. Oh, some of the fires are starting to go out. So we don't want that to be blocked. Alright. And everyone's complaining about their clothes being disintegrating. I'm gonna have to get more clothing production. So you've got a fire going right up over here. You get one over there. You get one here. You're already on your way to deal with that one. Okay, with that, we should have enough fires going here in a minute to get everyone back online. Oh, that fire just went out. Give me that one for the clothing. And meanwhile, you here are out of flax. Which is why none of that's getting done. Okay. It'll be interesting if we ultimately manage to get, like, wool clothes or something like that. Oh, we're actually catching up to the fish production. Oh, I know we get up there, Luxray. It varies different times. We're coming out of the summer slump and all that stuff. Plus, I mean, it's a Saturday night and all that stuff. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely, like, I mean, don't get me wrong. It means a lot that many people would want to, like, tune in and all that stuff and hang out and whatnot. But also, it's kind of one of those things about we have early access to this, so most people can't play it, so a lot of people are interested in it. It's one of the reasons I went and played this tonight, is just like, you know, a lot of the other games I can play, but so can a lot of people. But this one's very limited on who can play it, so there's definitely reasons to do that. Alright. So we're getting all our paths built. That should help a lot in getting us moved around. We're just going to be burning through those cut stone more and more. And everyone's getting positive thoughts because of all the pretty little bushes and all that they're seeing running around. And slowly getting that. Now, if only had researched better heating. Well, we're working on it. Research in this game is not fast. Like, that's That's one reality, is research in this game is not fast. I am curious with the conveyors, like, the idea of being able to have, you know, the Weaver have a conveyor into a storage thing that has that conveyor into, you know, whatever the next thing is, and setting up kind of like a production line. We could probably do that, but it's probably one of those things I'm going to need more like flat, workable space to do that. Okay, so you're still doing your stuff here. So weirdly, now they don't seem to be prioritizing pulling up this. Would 2 research buildings be faster? Not really, but only because I don't have the resources to run 2 of them. And I'm also realizing I'm going to need you doing this. Okay, let's get you on there, because you'll work that faster. Because we officially hit the point where I ran out of copper bars. So I need to get copper bars going back into production. That's another thing, is our research I didn't catch that it just came to a stop because of lack of copper bars. I am noticing the heat there's no good. Now the downside is I'm not really mining. Why is copper bars for research? It's just the way the game works. You do your Tech 1 research, that's planks. Tech 2 research is planks and copper bars. Well, I guess it's technically Tech 0, Tech 1. It's just the way the game works. You're playing as sentient mice. We can just forgo any, well, what about realism? You're playing as mice that are being oppressed by cats in colonialism. I think just copper bars for research. Oh yeah, no, it's plank and copper bars. It's just a material cost. Give you something you have to invest in it, which means by doing the research, I'm giving up one of the main things I can give to the cats for my taxes, which is the copper ore, because they don't accept copper bars. Because supposedly they're taking it back there for the Whiskers back at home to do industry. So if I've already done the industry thing, it's just a thing where you have to like juggle it. Yeah, there's a lot of negatives here. So the mild pollution's the big one. So we definitely need to get our heating improved. We definitely need to get our clothing production improved. So we're almost done with winter. So we're continuing to train our people in the meantime. Yeah, and we're practically out of fish and just almost nothing but cooked fish, which is good news. It'll be another thing that once it's not cold enough that they worry about dying, we'll start knocking down their existing houses for the upgraded ones. Like, we're building the upgraded ones, I just don't know which ones I can and can't do stuff with. Okay. I'm imagining it's also a thing that once you get the fires, then I believe you just have like a fire keeper as it is, and you say, I want the fires to be here, here, and here, then like they'll run around and automatically refuel them for you. And hopefully that also limits the pollution a bit. Alright, so fires are starting to go out again. Okay. That one's probably fine. Okay, so all the fires are going back out, so I gotta light them all back up again. When research is done, we're gonna drop back to some of the earlier research. For like the heating and all that. So that'll be our next one, so we'll go for the organized heating. And then probably the medical triage, maybe? Several ropes into nets for fishing out in the open sea. That'd be another one I'd be curious. Okay, so those fires are coming back online. I hope. Okay, get him built, please. I don't need people dying of, frostbite. Same deal. Okay, starting to see those fires pop up. Okay, and those fires should last long enough to get us through the cold and all that. Meanwhile, I can grab you. Get some more roads built. Okay, and then what should be able to happen is the next in-game day we should be able to pop down below and turn back on the area for mining down below. I'm a little... Something popped up and pooped. It's probably someone getting too cold and they managed to get close to a fire and resolved it themselves. That's set to cotton. Cotton. That's in rough shape. Cotton. And you're pulling up just all the flax you can. Alright, so elevators are done. Let's go for organized heat next. Flax is barely keeping up. It's a couple of days until the claws show up and cause us more grief. Okay, so we still have mild pollution and all that. So that's the reason why we're gaining, like, no stats or whatever whatsoever. Oh, that does remind me. Okay. So, elevator entrance. So a couple of tiles there. Alright, so we got Whiskers. It's been a long time. I can't do anything with them because we have no approval rating. Our food is plummeting somewhat. Is this game significantly more involved than Timberborn? It's very different from Timberborn. So aesthetically speaking, you will look at it and be like, yeah, it looks like Timberborn. And that's fair. Like, it very much is very aesthetically like Timberborn. But as far as gameplay mechanics, it's way more like Tropico or something like that. You have the crown, they're constantly taxing you, you've got to raise money to pay your taxes perpetually. There's a lot more of that. There's no water management in this one, which is Timberborn's main thing. So you get the idea. But to say it's more involved, they're different. They're not even the same mechanics. Like Timberborn, you're doing all the water management. This has none of that. Is building shafts enough, or do we need a lift entrance on every level? Probably not on every level. Maybe every level I want to exit on. But I mostly think we're going to be taking that like way down to the bottom. Yeah, no, you're all good. Yeah, so I'm thinking we'll end up having potentially an entrance down there as well, and that'll take me down to the height that are probably kicking people out. Okay, meanwhile, little by little, we're going to bring this on over. I'll go ahead and chuck down another decoration right there. So my hope is that tomorrow in game, we'll see it above 32. And I'll feel comfortable to get rid of all of the fire and let them loose. I'm not saying it'll get too cold. We're on that fence of whether or not I need the fires anymore. Okay. I think we might be okay. Getting way down here. Turn that back on. Okay, you sleep well.
I love you the most.
I love you more.
Big string.
You ask a lot. So there's a pathing problem that you can't reach where you're going. So what I'm assuming I've done is I've blocked their way in and out. Okay, so you go in there. And we could cut a path through here. Make sure you can reach that spot. And then if we put a spot there, you'll be able to get down through here. Then you'll be able to get down there, down there. Okay. So the note there is the actual elevator shaft itself blocks you from climbing up and down. Oh, you have nothing left in range. Well, that's awkward. So that's the woodcutter. So we're going to move you over here now. What we're going to do here, so you're not standing around doing nothing this whole time. I'm going to grab you. And chuck you there. So you can get to work helping clear your own elevator shaft. Don't stream too long. You ask a lot. An honest streamer's answer is who's trying to not lie to himself. Oh yeah, no, I didn't think she said that. She, like, make sure you get to sleep. Actually, I was so focused I didn't even catch half of what it was. Which is pretty bad. Okay, okay, so that's all solidly in range, so we should go here. This is all trees before, so we can expand this. Get more range. All right. Also, when this day ends, we need to start getting rid of some of those, the not as good houses. Okay. Your house is gone. Your house is gone. Your house is gone. Alright, so we can afford to get rid of all those without any consequence. And then we can go down here. Your house is gone. Your house is gone. There, we finally hit the point where it impacts, though. Okay, the tank ship has arrived. Okay, so we'll start having that get pulled up. Meanwhile, alright, how bad is this gonna be? So start with those trinkets. Then we can get the rock salt. This is where things get sad. Okay. So I paid them their taxes. The taxes are starting to get pretty brutal. Yeah, no, you're all good. And I mean, that is honestly something she would say, be like, hey, don't stay up too late. That's like, well, and usually the comment is basically along the lines of, you know, this is, we both know that's happening. I'll take the stowaway. Okay, we have no students. Alright. So Ionek here is ready for getting education. We have spares there. And then you can also use education. And then Dash there can use education. Yep, it's going to school. Learn to be a craftsmaster. We got more of the stone path. Because little by little we're getting these stone paths everywhere so everyone moves faster. Okay, and the pollution should be gone, so pretty soon we should start seeing it where we get bonuses. I'm hoping it's not that we keep educating them more and more, so we're setting their expectations higher and higher and higher. Let's see, you think they only complain about pollution when they walk through the red area of the heat map? If you keep the farther away path, maybe they won't be polluted. Oh, I thought there was somewhere we could see, like, the pollution layer. There was somewhere here you could see, like, the pollution. What is... But I remember, it is, like, keeping them farther away from the fire will help. You're not wrong, because they're farther away from the source of the pollution. Alright, so bland food is still a thing. They want better food. Rough and stuffy, which is due to low-quality housing. Subpar clothing. Okay, so basically we're hitting the point where I keep advancing my people's expectations higher and higher and higher by all this education, which makes them work better, but the consequence is also now their expectations are higher, so I need better things, and that requires research, and we're working on it. Okay, we've got a smuggler here. That's fine. We are starting to reach a point where our food is not going to be keeping up much longer. I'm gonna need more fish. Okay. I can't accept anyone because of a lack of people liking me, so that's a whole thing. Meanwhile, we can go over here and chuck down our decoration. And put them there. And those will all be important spots. Okay, so we're trying to keep decorations all over the place. Doing what I can to boost morale. The big thing we're probably going to have to deal with is... we have water pumping, carpentry, fabrics. So... wait, am I not making cloaks this whole time? Oh, I'm not. I've been trading for them. I miss... well, wait, what's the weaver making? No, you're making woven cloaks. Oh, I could probably make an upgraded building is what it's telling me. Right, so what I could do here is we could get fabrics, and that adds a new recipe for turning threads into fabrics. And it also makes it so the flax spinner can make threads. We can get bronze smelting, and then the tailor would be locked behind that, as well as bedding, which is a luxury thing. Okay. We can also get wheat cultivation, which once we have that, we'll be able to get flour, and once we have flour, we'll be able to get that. So it's one of those things that's going to be going down that whole line. And that needs piped water. Yeah, so a lot of these are all like dependent on each other, unfortunately. Then we have the stone, which is a much nicer house. And that's going to be a difficult one, because I'm going to need a lot of cut stone to do that. Speaking of which, I'm looking up here, and our raw stone has exploded at some point. So that's something I'm willing to deal with. Let's go ahead and have you boost production tremendously. That means I only got 2 whiskers running around building right now. The big concern I've got at the moment is we are not making real wealth of materials at all. Alright, and with that, let's go ahead and expand you again. Because little by little we're converting that. You are ready for cotton. You are already queued up for cotton. You are ready for cotton. You need to go to follow. You are all ready for cotton. You're set up for flax. How are we doing on flax, by the way? We're at 26. We'll leave that at flax. Okay. So at least we're getting a little happiness. Bland food and crappy house. Basically, our living conditions aren't bougie enough for them, is the way to read it. They demand full bouge, and we're offering only half bouge. They demand silk, and we're giving them premium cotton. They want a 1 million thread count, we're only giving them 10,000. Actually, I have no idea. Like, I don't remember what's a good and a bad thread count. That's fine. Which, now that you have land in a new area, can you take the stones out and make it farmable? Yeah. Alright, so we got the organized heating going. We can get the netter, and that should be getting me more fish, which I totally forgot about. I am going to do that, even though it looks like it's going to be really expensive on the plank front, but I can afford that. So, for this, a simple heat source with a small radius, low fuel consumption, stockpiles fuel and delivers it to nearby heaters. So I'm going to chuck you here. Check a couple of these down. I doubt this counts as nearby, but you know. So let them work on getting that whole thing set up. My assumption is it won't actually use the heater until it's ready, or the alternative is I just turn off the fire tender until it's ready. Meanwhile, how does our effort for making the elevator look? Okay, so let's go here. Okay. We've almost got the elevator. The downside is, with me spending a lot of time in the elevator, they're not mining materials that I actually can sell. Ooh, we might have the first time that I'm just going to completely and utterly beef our tax payment. Honestly, at this stage, I could literally go and say, like, I'm going to pay this one. I'm going to skip paying that one. I'm going to pay this one. I'm going to skip paying that one. And just kind of ping pong back and forth to maintain my relationship, because I don't really actually care about them. Because they won't, I believe they won't go violent on you unless you fully, like, crash the entire tax thing to the point that your reputation plummets. So it looks like our wood is starting to get pretty bad. Bland food, minus 102. Because we are definitely not getting our taxes paid today. Okay. Yes, there's no way on heck I can pay it. So we're going to choose to just... Oh, insufficient payment. If I send that, I get a minus 5. Minus 5 we can't get away with. This is really bad. This is really, really bad. This is catastrophically bad. Okay. We can send the partial. They're gonna be a minus 2. Okay. We've got to resolve that. Meanwhile, if you help with that, I've only got one person running around building right now. We've got those 2 tiles to deal with. Where did I move? Okay. Yeah, so we got 2 more of those, and then once that's done, the elevator shaft's in place. We are in pretty bad shape. I need more cash dollar monies. And I don't imagine that's going to get better. Long path. Yeah, it's the mining camp. It was gonna be bad for a little bit. What we can probably also do is, where is my other mining camp? Another mining camp that was around here somewhere, and I need to move it so that we get more of the ore, and we're not just hollowing out the area for where people are going to be living. So I got that one. That one's been dedicated to dealing with this space. Honestly, let's get you away from there. Oh, you're up here as well. And I also noticed more ore to pull up. Okay. So you've got that one figured out. So none of these are getting planted. Let's just leave this alone for a minute. Okay, I can make them to gold bullion, but not... I don't think... Like, I think I would have to give up so much it'd be even worse than if I just didn't do it. Alright. So I definitely need more people. And pretty much the only way we're making that happen elegantly is this. Where are the 2 people who are supposed to be farming this? Tilling rocky soil. Oh, I forgot we expanded you. That's what's been going on. They've been busy trying to clean all that stone up. So they've been getting a whole lot of nothing done. What about you? Harvesting crops, delivering outputs. Okay, so that's fine. They're harvesting cotton, which is perfect. That's exactly what I need them doing. Meanwhile, you are harvesting and planting flat in kind of a constant rotation, as well as getting wood, which is good because our wood amount is crashing hard. Meanwhile, I'm going to need you to shut down this and let the copper resupply. Okay. We still have, like, no actual money's worth in here. I've got so much stone happening. Can't do anything you don't want to. Is it penalty if you're not paying tax? Proportional tax owed? I believe yes, that they will escalate the violence against you. Alright, so I think in this particular case, you're gonna be unassigned for right now. Oh, the taxes arrived today? Ooh, we're not ready. I still only have like half of what they want. Okay, so we got salt. Alright, this one's almost got this cleared. Okay, so we can go in here. One more stone and we got the elevator shaft online. So you get a bunch of houses being built. Okay, so tax ship has arrived. Even if I give up everything, it's not gonna be enough yet. Oh, actually, I take that back. We're definitely not in the clear. But I got a bunch of stuff in here. Okay, so at a minimum, I can get to only losing one, so I get a pretty substantial chunk of the partial payment. I don't think we'll be able to actually get the full partial payment, or the full payment though. We'll still take a -1. Really, you want to be up here because that's where you can get schematics and all that. But there's not enough left between those logs and that fish to see that through. But at least it's only a -1 because they don't start turning violent till -5. My hope is that with this timer hitting 0, we get a little bit of time in the morning to just barely make some stuff happen. Oh, that made it add a whole extra day on here. That was not the play. That made it worse. Come on, buddy, I just need a little bit more. Please. Come on, you're right. Oh, oh. The claws have become impatient. The claws are losing trust in your solvency. If tax payments continue to be missed, the claws will take drastic action against your colony. And for the record, it's not one of those things that you miss 2 payments and just a big game over appears. They start shooting you. and then you gotta rebuild the things they explode. Which kinda sucks. So we definitely gotta get that sorted yesterday. No, not right now. Alright, actually we can get around this one easy. Get out of here. Okay, let's see if we can't... I need 3 planks. If we get 3 planks, we can finish that elevator. Boom. That should be the whole elevator the whole way up and down. Hey, that's an elevator. I'll take it. Okay. We might be able to snag one of them in the morning. Well, you could build troops, then you'd be playing colonization. Well, the implication is not yet in early access, but later on in later on when the game releases or whatever, we will be able to actually fight back against the pirates and them. Like you won't just be stuck accepting whatever they throw at you. Yeah, one thing we could also do... is connect that with the rest of our mining operation down below. Here you got more ore here, and there. Got more ore here. There you go. No, it's just saying that they're leaving. It's fine. I didn't have any reputation to do anything with them. Yeah, so I think the mistake I made is I think right now I've got too many people I've educated too highly, and I can't actually make them happy. Their demands are higher than I'm capable of meeting. And so we're definitely getting hurt by that pretty badly. So we are trying to get research going to get things going faster. If I can get a couple extra who aren't of the higher level ones, we can slowly bring this into being less of a problem. Okay, so we've got you fixed. The carpenter doesn't do anything we care about right now. I don't need more ingots. I can actually use more fuel, but that's going to hit my planks harder. Right now, I can't really do much with that. Okay, where did I put my woodcutter? Oh, you're over here, aren't you? Yeah, that's fine. You just keep doing your thing over here. Time change's got you all messed up? Yeah. You probably need some more alternative routes to get around here. Oh, wait a second. Thought I saw more ore over there. Okay, we got more of them who are not homeless now. Need to pop in here. Because little by little, you're getting people moved around. Yeah, these were all underground. Now it's just kind of open up, so it's just like weirdly underground one side, and then there's like this big opening in the middle. Okay, they're suspicious of me. We've got one more day at least this time. We technically have more in storage right now than is strictly required. Alright. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and put you back on removing rocks. Because... oh no, that's about ready. Let's not have you removing rocks. Let's let you just work through here and continue to bring in more stuff. Alright, cool. So we got the netter. Ah, that's another building. Right now we're going to ignore that. So we've got a quick way down for Whiskers. Alright, so... That's possibly something that'll be big for us, is the slide. Let's also look at what we got here. So stone stairs. So we could go for the stone houses. Luxury suppliers. We would need luxuries to actually give you for that to be worthwhile. Bronze smelting. We could get fabrics set up. That's still flax. Let's go for the stone houses. What is that, heating stove? Heating stove. A large stone furnace that heats a wide area at the cost of higher fuel consumption. So I actually got the organized heating setup. Let's not mess with that yet. I need to get quality of goods. That's what's hurting me right now, is I'm not getting any approval rating because people are unhappy with their clothes and a whole bunch of other stuff. And their living situation and all that, so we're just trying our best to upgrade their quality of life as much as we can so we can start getting more approval, because that gives me a bunch of goodies. So we got a connection all the way over here. Trying to connect all the way to that area over there I don't think is worth my time. We could probably do... oh yeah. No, it's just a bigger radius heat thing. We just got the automated heat thing a minute ago and set those up. I don't think I want to take the time to set that one up though. Maybe another bath or shower? They seem to mostly be keeping themselves handled. Where was it? I just was looking at where their approval thing is. Oh, it's up here. Yeah, so, like, the dirty fur is near the bottom. So they've got nauseating pollution, mild pollution. Those are a thing. The threadbare clothes, it actually looks like... Yeah, hard labor is another big problem, that there's just a lot of them doing hard labor. Yeah, so it's honestly the clothing, the pollution, and the hard labor. And the hard labor they're just going to have to live with. Oh, right, fire tender. Well, we won't worry about that right now. Wait till we're getting towards the winter or whatever. And fuel is not keeping up. We need to get that back online. So this time I actually got more money. Yeah, so bland food is the #1 thing. Like, all of these are what's killing me, and it's bland food. My housing's not nice enough. I wonder if genuinely what I need to be doing here is pay this, banish half of my educated people, and start taking less educated ones. I think I screwed myself by just over and like educating everyone, so I just got their expectations so high. You know, dismiss you, I don't need you here. Because also if I reduce the number of people, their expectations go down as well. So we'll start with the trinkets. I need to provide that. The cotton is freebie. That's freebie. Okay, we're so close to actually... Oh, a full shipment. Yep. Full shipment. Nothing wrong. Everything there. We done it. Okay. So we don't have the approval or whatever. Alright. So I think it's... sure, it's fine, it's whatever. Take the woven cloaks, I guess. Alright. So, I think genuinely we are going to need to start cutting people loose. If we're going to survive. And there's a couple reasons for it. One is we can't get any approval rating because everyone's pissed off the whole time. And then two, because of how many people I have, the rate the taxes are going up are just killing me. So what I'm thinking we do is we start by shutting down all the businesses and that I think I want to put on pause for now. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have only one person working research. We have the school shut down for right now. It's offline. The fire tender is offline. The flax rope is offline. The woodcutter I need to keep running. The carpenter is already offline. I could probably do without the second of the fish places, so you're offline. The 3 farms we need to keep on. For the moment, I actually do think where the second smokery is, offline. The stone cutter will keep that going. One person, though. The weaver will keep that going hard for right now. The sawmill we probably need to keep going solid right now. We already have you turned offline. That's my policy building. The charcoal furnace I need to have going. The ore production offline. We've got our people over here and over there. And then the rest are like mining and all that. So, what we're going to do now is painful. Grim Reaper, you're well educated. I don't know how to banish you. And I'm looking for the button. It's got to be here somewhere. Can I go to you? I'm trying to figure out the best... Ah, here we go. Alright, so... Can we find... Alright. No assignment. I don't know how to get rid of people. There might actually not be a way to just straight up get rid of people now I think about it. The boot icon? The boot icon. So I got the thing where I can pick them up and move them. Where do you see a boot icon? On this screen? Oh, it only shows up when you mouse over. Okay, that's fair. Alright, so... Interestingly enough, I can't hit the boot on Darth. Oh, is that just to unassign him? Oh no, that's not banishing him. That just kicks him from the current workplace. Is there just no getting rid of people? Well, that has curious implications. Because we've definitely grown too much. Pick him up, toss him in a hole? Yeah, I mean, if I kill them, though, I have to bury them. Or we take a bunch of mood penalties. That really makes this bad. It might just be that they don't have means, and it might be deliberate that they don't have a means to just huck them out of here. Because that might be one of those things that, you know, you can get yourself in trouble. You have kind of that, you've got to be deliberate in your growth kind of thing. The classic, if you grow too fast, you have trouble. Because there's got to be a good way to get rid of them. Can you freeze them for later? Freeze the people? No, you can't. You don't have that. I'm not sure what you mean by freeze them. Like, I can disable the buildings. Like, we didn't destroy the building. We just paused them all. Because if it goes to just, like, mass killing them kind of thing, then that ultimately doesn't solve the problem, because then I have to have, like, a giant graveyard. And, like, that's doable, but it's a whole thing. Because I figured you'd be allowed to, like, banish them or whatever. You know, maybe you're stuck with them until the next one. Because I need them making money, and that's the problem we have right now. And I can't just send them off to do farming stuff because there's nowhere to put the farms. So I need to decrease my population. There's got to be a way to get rid of them. Because otherwise, like I said, it would be so easy to get yourself into a stuck state. Pick them up, it's disorienting. Don't you get approval by accepting mice? Whatever mechanical there is, remove them would have some sort of penalty? No, so you actually spend approval to purchase people, which is the whole problem. Is you notice here I'm getting like no approval rating, and so I can't get new people to offset my overeducated people. And my overeducated people's expectations are extremely high. Gotcha. Yeah, so from what Luxray is saying, we are stuck with them. So that's a lesson to be learned. Be careful educating your people really fast. It does create a problem in the sense that once they're educated, they have higher demands, and if you're not ready to meet them, then you are stuck with what you got. Alright, so we got 8 people that we can do assignments for. Let's see if we can't find things for them to work on that we can make money. So, almost all of them are engineers. Let's see, pause the game while you figure it out. You can turn off policies to save approval points. This is true, and I probably should. So, if we're looking at this, so the piecework trinkets does give me stuff for that. The sawdust seasoning is the one that gives me the hardest hit for this. Heavy pickup. Let's get rid of those policies. Is there a policy that's worth taking that would be beneficial to any of this? Probably not. Let's leave that the way it is. Yeah, no, I could pick them up and huck them away. Alright, so we've got all that going. I still have 8 workers that I could assign to something. Almost all of them are engineers. Yeah, almost all of them are engineers. We do have one person who is an excavating person. Yeah, we have 2 excavating people. Yeah, no, that's what I'm understanding. And I did mention there was a possibility that that was a deliberate decision. It appears that is the case, that it was a deliberate decision to make it so you'd have to deal with that. So we'll have you go ahead and cook, because that's at least something you can do to contribute. But, the rest... I'll put you on that because there's nothing better for you to do. It is going to eat resources, but at least that's research. So we've got 6 of you. So I can put you 2 on another mining thing. And that could be one option, is to pop down here and assign 2 of you to wherever I can get you closest to some ore. And just have you start going for it. Okay. So, I think what happens is we're going to have a whole lot of people who are going to take assignments they're really not going to love. But we're going to go ahead and get another mining camp. In the Abyss. And that'll be what those 2 can excavate. That leaves 4 more that we'll have unaccounted for. That they're all basically engineers. Yeah, 3 engineers and one other. So I could have the last one work on cutting trees. And then that should be about everyone we can spare to work on things. You're enjoying playing at a large island with lots of small islands? You've done underground housing like that. Yeah. Now we're in kind of a rough spot because the lesson learned this run is educating your people makes them work better, but it increases their demands, which, you know, no shocker, that is kind of just the way the mechanic lists itself. But it does have the consequence, if you cannot keep up with those demands, you're basically in a dire strait trying to get approval rating up. So there, you can run back faster. So I'm kind of in a bad place where I keep barely making it through my tax stuff because I can't sustain my people. Oh hey, I just noticed that one's the sand spot. Alright. Now, that said, it is possible we can fix some of this by, Okay, so you're going there, and we're gonna have one of our, engineers run over there. Okay. I'm having them dig where it shows that there might be ore. Okay, so with that, I might be able to scoop up some not extremely educated ones that'll be much happier, much easier. And then gradually, as I shift it to being a bit more balanced of a group, I think. Seems like food research is very important for their happiness, if you think you can save it. Yeah, so it's getting better housing, getting better food, and getting better clothes. The food being probably the biggest one. My fear with the food, though, is it's probably going to be wheat, then mill, then bakery. What were you on before? Were you on the stone housing? I think you're on the stone housing. Okay, okay, we didn't lose progress. Yeah, so it's going to be a combination of, like, getting the food. But yeah, that's my concern, is that for the food, it looks like all of this kind of come as a bundle where I need all 3 of those. And then the soup kitchen's kind of the same thing, where I need the soup kitchen and the water pump to get the other one. And the cannery depends on bronze. And the mushroom stew also, yeah. So it looks like to get to the next tier of food, it's not one research. I'm going to need 2-3 researches working together to do that. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we are going to try and choose people that have very, very low expectations on life. There you are. You, my friend, are perfect. You expect little of life, and you shall receive less. Can you turn off the school? The school is turned off. I stopped training them after a while, because you manually put them in one by one to train them. So, like, I opted to put them all in for it. But it was a thing that I went too deep. I was like, higher productivity? Yes, all day, every day. Yeah, give me your lowest expectations, Whiskership. Who here expects nothing? They shall receive as they have expected. And nothing more than that. You know what we can do? This will actually work out well. Alright, all of you are taking that giant mountain of stone and turning it into cut stone. Because then when the smuggler ship comes by, I can trade it for some gold bullion. Is it a good trade ratio? No. It's bad, it's terrible, it's awful. But on the other hand, it gets a lot of junk out of my inventory, and maybe I can put a little bit of cash in my pocket. Okay. So we're in good shape. Now we can do here. Is let's go to these not fancy houses. And keep on deleting them until it says that. Okay, so let's choose you again. Okay, we got ore over there we can grab. Connect those just for easier passage. More over there. Got more ore down there. Oh, we got rock salt there. Got more ore here. I keep forgetting that this texture usually implies that there's probably ore over there, or that there's a higher chance of ore. So I need to be digging in those directions, even if I don't see the ore. Okay, we've got potash. Really, really, really deep underground potash. Potash. I keep calling it potash. Potash. Now the downside is I don't have the things to use that to make my soil better. How are we doing on our flax? I'm doing relatively good on flax. We'll keep that one on cotton, because we can go and trade cotton away. You're doing swimmingly over there. Keep doing your thing. You need to go to follow. Alright. Yeah, so bland food is still a thing. Yeah, so we have a bunch of people who expect 3-star and a bunch of people who expect 4-star. And that's the thing. Unsatisfactory bath. Uncomfortable diner. Yeah, so what we're gonna basically need to do is keep getting really low expectation people and give them moderate levels of comfort, which will make them greatly pleased to offset those who have expectations that I cannot accommodate. Oh man, all of these fields have gone. Okay. So, what I can probably do here is for right now, I will give you my rope. Not quite all of it, but most of it. I will give you our really lousy clothing. I will give you some smoked fish. More smoked fish. Even more smoked fish. Alright, so we got 3 gold bullion. The converted stuff that I can't give the cats to give me money to give the cats. Alright, so we're going to start with the stuff that's just for this. Okay, so we got a good amount of that and the trinkets. Alright. Cool. We got through that one. Okay, so I can't afford to take any of them due to approval rating. Okay, that's not a better one. Don't take the bait. That's equivalent to the ones we already have. We're taking the stowaway. All right, stowaway. Are you? Okay, that's Luxray. Ah, good. Good. Oh no, actually, you have relatively okay. Well, it's a good character, but they actually have relatively alright expectations that are more than I wanted to deal with. It's fine. Yeah, because Jornile is our new one here. They are among the farmer people. So what I could probably do with that is this will be another one of those ones that is likely not going to be a good use of our time. Oh, there's just really not a good place for you to do this, is there? Because I got you over here. How far do you reach? So you reach about there. So I'm thinking we're going to do is, even though it's not really super conducive, you're going to leave it on trees. I'm going to go ahead and make another set of farms. Even though this is not going to be a particularly usable area. And what we can do here, it's fine. We don't have to worry about that yet. I would say what we can probably do here is make a shortcut from the base over there and get them set up to farm, and then just use that as a means of getting more wood. Okay. So then, if we get someone who's got really crap expectation, there you go. Blaze with 1-star expectations. Excellent. The 2 of you are going to be farmers over here in the boonies. So what I want to do here real fast is that tile right there is probably not going to be as good, so I'll get rid of that. And we can turn over here. And hey, Treacle, how's it going? And those are all going to be trees. There's going to be nothing but trees over there. Alright, I don't really care about having any meaningful number of supplies. For those that don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator, also been playing some WhiskerWood. I hope you've been having a good time with it. We've learned that education, while awesome, also kind of sucks. Did they just give me like 2 suppliers in the same day? I'm gonna need you to calm down. So get to where you can get those trees. You're all good here. Alright, stone row house. Okay. So we're even building all these other houses. We're going to already be trying to replace those with stone versions. How much? Okay, so we still have 71 copper. So what we can probably do here is let's get the water pumping station. Because let's check what we're like for pursuing the better food. So we can get wheat and then the mill and then the bakery. And that'll give me everything I need to make one. The alternatives I go for the water pumping and then the soup kitchen is the alternative. And either way, we're getting pollution. I think we go for the soup kitchen, because I'm already making the berries. Let's get it gone. Does it make them fussy? Yes. Yes. Yes, it does. They're like, I deserve better. Oh, whoa, whoa, that's, stop that. That's not right at all. Okay, hang on. Break it down one. All right. Okay, so now if we start getting those really nice houses, that should help with our approval rating a little bit more. And the good news, it does seem like you recover most, if not all, of your materials when you take apart the houses. So we're just looking at cut stone as the only difference. And I've got most of my paths, other than the ones way out here, built. So I'm not too worried about a bunch of the other ones. Go ahead and tell you to remove stone there. And there's not much over there, so you can just do your thing. The tree cutters can keep tree cutting. No storage destination. Oh, so our storage is starting to overload. Thanks, I hate it. Okay, that's a real problem, actually. How are we managing that? There's just stone everywhere, and we are going to be cutting it and using it, but I'm also going to be supplying way more. I guess I'm just going to be plunking down another one of these large storages way over here and setting that for high priority. Yeah, no, it's over 300 stone, but that's the reason I ramped up the stone cutting to its max, and I'm building houses that use it, so we can start burning through that, hopefully. Okay, we got you. So that's you two. And that leaves me with one builder running around. Alright, chat, and bear with me. I am going to need to use the restroom here in a moment. Yeah, so we're still getting some approval rating. We are in the positives because we do have people who are comfortable in their housing. And a bunch of people who are getting nice clothes and all that. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. All right, and I am back. Oh yeah, no, that's a clip I haven't heard in a while. Is the fall damage? The one where it's like, no, I'm gonna make it, and I smash into the water. That's been a hot minute since that one came up. Okay, so we are slowly correcting our stone problem. Very slowly. Okay, so trinkets. Cotton is the next priority. Gold bullion. Cool. We have satisfied their demands yet again. Get out of here. So we're working on getting that built. Okay, so we actually have people. Who here has... Rex. Rex, there you go. No expectations whatsoever. You're perfect. Welcome home, Rex. Who is our other one? One and a half stars. That's relatively low. I can get behind that. This person has little expectations in life. Oh, I didn't even check. With this, are you... That's for 2, okay. I figured it was, but I wanted to double check that. Alright, so we got 3 people running around doing our construction now. So, we do have materials. But we can start getting those nicer row houses built. And we're going to focus on getting those up and tearing down the old ones. That should slowly fix... Oh yeah, I mean, we've been naming them after people. So you just want specifically Rex? I mean, at this point, if people want a character name, we got the spares. All I ask is, if you already have someone named after you, you know, don't ask for a second one. Where is Rex? Here, we could go like this. Ah, I see. You're still alive? No named person has died yet. So far as us. We've only had 1 death in the entire time. And it was just a random name, I believe. Oh wait, no, that's not true. That's not true. I take that back. I take that back. I believe was it... We lost 2. Yeah, we lost Ilmo. I forgot about that one. We lost 1 way earlier. I totally forgot that that was one that died way later. What did they die from? Both of them, it's illness. It was basically freezing to death. Frostbite. That's the only way I've had anyone die in any of my runs at all so far, has been purely 100% just death. No, that's not true. We had one that had some people starve. It's been almost exclusively... You have 2 names in the queue? Gotcha. Let me go ahead and get those. Grit is one we haven't named, so congratulations. You get to be a mining person on LB Treacle. And then we got our teacher, the instigator of all my problems, through my own fault, which is going to be Groot's Twig. Any other ways to kill off your pawns? Oh yeah, I'm sure there's ways to kill off your pawns, but there's consequences if you do it. We got Captain Brody. You're going to be a farmer. And we'll check on the next one. We got Pulverizer. Weren't you already in here? Am I just forgetting this? I feel like you were already in here. Unfortunately, there's not a search function. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you're right there. So you're already in. Okay. Yeah. No, you're in. I saw you. It's all good. Cool. We're slowly climbing up that roster. Okay, we've got another storage building built. Meanwhile... Oh, those are plank ones? Cancel the plank ones. We don't want those. And those are stone. Okay, ransom handled. Alright. We're gonna keep building. The other thing to do now... Let's connect those up. Oh, we got more coal down there. More coal over there. More coal over here. More coal over there. More coal over here. More coal over there. A whole big old vein of potash. It's like one solid block of potash. What do you do anyways? That is a question I don't remember the answer to. Luxray, you were one of the... I think you literally were the first one we named. Unfortunately, they don't let you sort it by name as far as I can tell. You are a farmer who... You fish. You fish. Okay. Dockship's about to depart. Alright, so one thing that's gonna need to happen soon that I've been putting off is where is the thing that moves the fuel around? I built it. Just don't remember where it is. That's the there you are. I need you to start fueling those fires. As mods are obligated to only eat fish heads. Correct. The tails are too valuable. The cats have a preference for it. Okay, so it does seem like we're gradually writing things. The downside is as we dig deeper and deeper, it's going to take more and more to get ore. So the goal here is to try and get ourselves switched over to having other means of making money, i.e. cotton and all that stuff. Okay, so we got this again. Okay, 2 more gold bullion for our smoked fish. Okay, and I don't have enough approval for any whiskers. Okay, so you're not going to be able to handle more. You can't handle more. We're not going to be able to get that to go. You can't handle more. So those fields are all tapped. Those fields are tapped. Those fields are tapped. You're tapped. You are good to go. So I'll have you get cotton. How are we doing? Water pump is done. We're juggling on the flax. So you are set for trees. You are set for trees. And you are continuing to just make flax, keeping us alive. Meanwhile, research. So I got the water pumping station. Oh. Okay, what is this going on? So I can take coal and water and make fuel. So coal is just another source of fuel. That's fine. With upgrades, I can make potash fertilizer. We're not there yet. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to get a water kit or a soup kitchen. Ocean outlet pump dumps water back into the ocean. Okay. So soup kitchen. We might be moving up in the world so far as food. The downside is I don't have mushrooms. So we're going to have to figure that out. I think the reality of how I'm going to make that happen is we're going to have to find one of these areas that I got a little bit I can dig in that's in range of the farm. And see if I can't, you know, dig some ground out here. The other thing I could do is potentially put a ceiling over top of it. You just take some planks and put a ceiling over it. Let's see. Oh. Water tower. Oh, this is a whole thing, isn't it? What is that random building in the ground? Oh, that's a house. Because keep in mind, this is like our houses are all underneath the ground here, and we've been poking through the ceiling as time's gone on. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. And we'll see if I can't grow in that spot. Does fertility seem beneath the ground? Maybe dig everything, every other layer beneath your farms for mushrooms? I found, honestly, mostly the opposite when I've dug down, is I found mostly when I dug down, I had infertile ground. Yeah, so still bland food. But what I could do is dig that up and have them continue to fill it in. That's actually one thing we've not been getting done. Let's grab you and move you all the way over here. Because you have gotten nothing done this whole time, and I should have done something about it long ago. Okay, so this is the woodcutter. And for wood that is in range, we got a couple of trees down there and some trees over here. So let's move you over here because I know you... Oh, wait, those are up on the ledge. That's fine. So I'll drop you here. And I'll grab a staircase there. Staircase there. Staircase there. Alright. Cool, so those are all fueled. And you're continuing to turn wood into fuel. You're just doing the best you can. The one in the mountain collapses? I don't think so, but I also don't know. Said the trees in the beach never grew. I think some of them did. But not well. If nothing else, they could just sit there and keep doing their thing. I don't care. It's not like you could use that area for much else. Yeah, no, like they're literally replanting them. So I think they grew. I just don't think it's really worth much. Yeah, no, I've got them moved over, so that should also start hitting it more. It is what it is, man. I gotta keep digging for the other stuff, but we should be knocking it down little by little. This earthworks was just not doing anything. Okay, so the first of the stone row houses is getting built. And we're just going to be clearing all this out. Turn your mice into moles. Actually, starting this end. There we go. So getting people into nicer and nicer houses. Yeah, so I go and I make farmland in here. Yeah, so the crop fertility is 1%. As its max. So I think realistically what's going to have to happen for this to work is we'll have to go in there, dig that out, and then put some dirt back down. Because then the new dirt will be fertile. We're going to yoink all this out, and we're going to make it a big flat area. Is it warmer inside the mountain during the winter? I don't believe so. But they can sleep in the cold and it's okay. It's more like when they're running around, if they're constantly in the cold, it starts to escalate gradually, little by little. I'm trying to roughly connect some of these so that when they go to switch where they're digging, they don't have to climb the whole way up and then back down. Here we go. Okay, meanwhile I can go down here. Alright, so things we got here. Cotton. Rock salt. Trinkets. Gold bullion. And that drops us perfect. Okay, give me another person. And they gave you a rebellious person who has 1.5 stars to make them happy. Excellent. That gives me a third person to do building. And I guess what we'll do here is I will tell them put a roof over that, because that's where we're going to be doing our mushrooms. That's fine. Okay. Meanwhile, we got research going, so that's fine. We are starting to run ourselves out of copper bars, which is less fine. We can hopefully get the soup kitchen online to start getting our food handled. You're just getting a little bit over there, and like I said, it's that bland food. That said, we're getting ready to get into winter. We're not amazing on food, but we're doing relatively good. Okay, I need a second person working on fuel. So, congratulations, Bramble. You're not an expert in that at all, and you're doing it anyways. They can't afford anyone because of approval rating. That's fine. Because we need to keep that fuel flowing. That's keeping our fish and everything else going. Well, that's interesting. All the fires just came on. So, that's a little concerning that it kicks on that early. I'm torn on that one. We'll see how they deal with the fuel. I don't imagine they're going to keep up. We'll see. Long paths. For the Weaver, the plank row. Oh, I see. Because they're leaving. Okay, it's fine. Because they're leaving it way over there, and they haven't brought it over here. Yeah, that's understandable. Okay. So no one's homeless again. And slowly but surely we're upgrading the houses. All the way to 3-star houses. Can you somehow determine where specific whiskers live, or do you risk having an island far away with the house moving? I believe you can actually assign houses to people and all that. As a thing. Yeah, so we're gonna keep having them build that. We're having our stone kind of hover in the same place, which is not great, but it is what it is. Okay. Just looking for ore anywhere we can see it. Hello. Plus side is there is a really big amount of coal down here. And this vein of like potash and iron, or potash and iron, just goes on for days, which is a good problem to have. Alright, so we got you going on. Supply run. We can unload the shipment. Just click on the whisker list, select the housing type, and then click to change it. Yeah, you can do it. I haven't been microing that too much. Kind of just going in and dealing with it as we can. We're slowly gonna go and get these houses improved. Our stone is very slowly going down now. You have stalled out. Our fuel is going. I don't have anyone spare to work on this. Alright. Where can I free up someone? It's a furnace? Alright, so we can end the day. Okay, and you're still doing your thing. Okay, so you got trade ship arrived. In this case, I can't really justify much, so you just get out of here. You need to recover your fertilizer. You need to recover fertilizer. You are good for cotton. You're recovering. You recover. Alright, so we can go ahead and drop the gold bullion. Get the cotton and the rock salt out of here. Get the trinkets out of here. And I'm sending wood because wood is renewable. I'm trying to save my ore. Okay, we can't make that happen. Let's see. So in this particular case, give me the cut stone. Yeah, because I got a whole row of these to be built. And that'll let me tear down all these, and that'll be the last of the crappy houses. And then we'll be able to start replacing our regular plank ones with the better ones as well. Connect those for moving around easier. Wonder how deep I can go with that. If we're lucky and this boat stays here until we have tomorrow, I could snag one in the morning. Yeah, problem we have right now is we aren't really keeping up on our fuel production. So I'd really like to get them on the copper, but that's not going to happen. So what we could do in the meantime is have them switch to the medical triage, which just requires planks, so the research keeps going. It's not great. Alright. Little by little, we're getting there. Okay, we're officially solidly in winter, but now... I didn't catch it fast enough, it's fine. But now I got all this. In this particular case... I was hoping you have fuel. So what we're gonna do here, just to avoid having anyone die, I'm gonna just chuck down a fire pit right over there, because the person bringing the fuel isn't getting all the way out there, which is totally fair. They're keeping this going. We're just trying to keep the fuel on as much as possible. You're supposedly doing cotton there. That field needs to recover. Field needs to recover. You're doing cotton there. You're doing cotton here. That's, in theory, doing trees. You're good for cotton again. So you're doing the trees and that's going fine. You're doing the flax. It just takes you so long to get around that fortunately it's not gotten bad yet. They got the platform built. We haven't got the mushrooms going yet, but that's fine, because we'll get the mushrooms going, and hopefully by then we'll be able to have the soup kitchen up, and the soup kitchen can do its whole jam. And food-wise, it's mostly fish, which is totally fine. Okay, we got the little fire over there, so hopefully no one freezes to death. Alright, so wood's going to become more and more and more of a hassle. And that's going to be a headache. Meanwhile, probably want to go to logistics on you. Probably start going to some of these storage buildings and be like, hey, please don't just keep stone in here. I mean, the stone is going down. That is good news. It was at almost 400 and it's dropped by about 50, so we are slowly outrunning the stone production. And that's just a matter of getting them all built. Start a new day. Okay. So that's gonna be done in just a second. Cool. We have 3 more of those to build. And once we get that, we can get those last ones cleaned up. Supply shipment. Okay. The good news is it's winter, so for at least a little while, our taxes aren't going up much. So it gives me a minute to try and get everything stabilized. Have you fish over there, see if we can't find some more ore. Yeah, we could probably find more over here somewhere. Okay, we got coal over there. More over there. You got more over here. Looks like there might be ore down that way. Let's connect that back up. Okay. So good news is we're not getting the pollution thing nearly as much as we were. I'm also noticing we're not having the people down in that hole freezing to death nearly as much, which is interesting. I'm wondering if it's just because the radius of this is so much bigger, they end up getting back up and down before it starts to affect them. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so you haven't built another one yet. We're just trying to keep an eye on these. for when the next one gets built, because then we can tear down 2 more of these houses. And all of that is helping a little bit. Oh, hey, we got a piece of copper I missed. Medical triage, we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, research. I don't know what the scissors are for, but I'll go ahead and research those while we're here. Put those planks to use. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Some of these are starting to run out of fuel. Which is pretty deeply concerning. Okay. We're managing. It does mean the fish will stop getting cooked here in a minute. We're just gonna ride this through the winter. It's probably not bad. Okay, so you got that expanded again. So like I said, we're gonna just keep doing this. Slowly getting that field switched over. Yeah, so you got the triage. We can build you relatively inexpensively. I have no idea where I'm putting you. I'm pretty sure that's good soil over there as well, but you're not in range? Yeah, that's fine. So we can go ahead and what we'll do is we'll put way over here. Let's put up on the stilts off there. And then that'll be a medical triage in case anyone gets frostbite. Okay, so another one of them got built. Yes, there's 2 free beds there. So in the morning, I destroyed 2 of those houses. Oh. So when we get the next one of those built, we can get the last of our tier 1 houses done. And that'll leave me nothing with tier 2 and 3, but tier 2 and 3 houses. And then we can start getting rid of our tier 2 houses. Now, a thing I did notice is the stone row house and all that doesn't look like there's a higher tier of any of these. Yeah, so it looks like what you do past here is you don't get a bigger house, you get luxuries. When you dig away the soil, it seems that when you put dirt down, it's always good. So I can dig this up, and it'll give me, like, really rich soil, but it'll be full of stones, so I'll have to get all the stones out of it. But, basically, even if I dig up, like, sand, I could literally dig up some sand and then put it back down, and it would work. It's just very, very slow and laborious. Which is fair. I think that's a reasonable compromise, that you're committing a lot of time to, you know, making it better for you in the long run. But to give you an idea, like, that's what's happened here, was this was all not a thing. But if I actually look at this field, it's at 98% fertility max, and it was at that when we started. And that's me slowly going, I'd probably grab like 1 or 2 tiles that weren't part of my expansion. But because of how stony it is, it just takes a long time to process it over. You still need to recover. You need to recover. You're getting there. You like investing lots of work for long-term benefits? Yeah, no, I think that's great when a game has that, where you can have like your short, quick fix kind of problem, and then you can have the other approach of being like, no, I want to put a lot of time in this for, you know, very delayed gratification, but then ultimately when you do, you know, cash in, you really cash in. I still have plenty of flax. And I'm trying to get an area under here where I'll have mushrooms. But it's gonna take time. But that's okay, I don't have the fuel to spare while these fires are going to make the copper bars. So we're just kind of riding through the winter. And when things warm up again, we can get copper production back online. We'll get there. Okay. More rock salt. Yeah, so it definitely seems like it's worth when you're down here looking to where it seems to dense to seek out the ore. Okay, so we actually have a route over there, so we don't need to dig a new one. We're that close. There's so much potash, potash there. Okay, so we've got more storage needed. We have plunk storage down over here for the wood and all that. You had your extra fire go out, so let's chuck down a fire right there. Keep people from freezing to death as much as we can. Yeah. Oh, we don't even have medicine of any kind. That's fine. We have that building made. We can worry about that when we get there. But do taxes go up with time, or is it number of whiskers and such? Yes, so basically, it's primarily based around number of whiskers. There is an administration fee, but I haven't appreciably noticed that change. I thought it was tied to buildings, but it seems like it's like kind of a minimum that you go. So like the minimum administration fee is something like 40-ish gold per day, whereas then it's, I think it was, what was it, 25 gold per whisker per day? Something like that. No, it can't be right. It's probably 5 gold per whisker. Yeah, it's 5 gold per whisker per day. That's the reason I'm at around 250, because I have 49 whiskers. Yeah, no, I haven't seen like suddenly, you know, it spikes up an extra 10 gold permanently per day or something like that. Because I think it's like, yeah, so, I mean, right now, during the winter, they're reduced, the amount of taxes you get. But I want to say we've been getting hit with about 43 bucks worth of taxes. Yeah, so that's just you getting to the woodcutter. That's understandable. It's on the other side of the map. Alright, so let's take a look at these houses. Okay, so I should be able to destroy this house, and no one goes homeless. And then once this gets built, I can now go over to one of these houses. And then replace it with the stone version. And then when that's done, we just keep popping back and forth between those. And those are giving me my planks back, which is good. So with that, you could probably take a bunch of you off of planks. I just don't know what I'd put you on instead. Because as much as I'd like to get the copper bars going again, I think the reality is we just don't have the ability to make that happen. I was surprised they never did get that corner tile done. And how are you doing? Okay, so you're still doing fine. So let's go here and continue to expand. Honestly, let's just go for the second row there. Because that's coming along nicely. Ah, that's not what you want. You don't want them running that far with stuff. And then you're building that. Cool, so we got the coppersmith. I'm literally just not even going to build it right now. I've got planks for days. Let's get the slide. I don't know, like, because it takes copper. But the idea is you'll be able to go downhill really fast. And it just gets faster and faster. So it almost feels like what you'd do is where the elevator is, you'd have the slide take you down to where the elevator meets you. And then you can take the elevator back up. Could you build like five farms around a new field, and they all work on getting it fertile and non-stony to get established faster? Yeah, no, you could have a bunch of different farms have their labor work on it. Yep. It's just you have to have that many extra mice or extra whiskers who aren't already allocated to something, which is kind of the challenge. Because generally speaking, you're probably not going to have that many people just sitting around. Because, like, I've got 2 people who aren't actively working on things, but they're my builders. Oh yeah, no, I think it's good to ask those questions, because you never know that even, like, if the question being asked specifically, you're like, oh, well, that'd be impractical because, a lot of times, those are the questions that lead you going, hang on, wait a second, maybe I can't do that, but I could do this. Like, you figure out how things work and come up with ways to abuse, exploit, whatever you want to go with it. Alright, so this time we're not even getting any happiness here. And that's just because we have way too many negatives. That should get better once we're not in the middle of winter, because I'm willing to bet we're running out of... No, we still have cooked food. It's fine. We're upgrading the housing. We're moving things forward. As soon as we're past the winter and I'm not burning all of my fuel quite literally, we'll get the copper bars going. We can get our soup going, which means finally getting some better food. We'll also hopefully get this sorted out soon. That we'll be able to start growing the mushrooms for the soup. And that'll be another thing hitting my fuel. After which point, then I think it'd be figuring out the wheat and all that. Ooh. Don't freeze to death, please. Where are you going right now? Okay, you are moving towards a fire. For what it's worth. You just had to take the extreme long way around, which this will eventually give us a cut through where they won't have to go the whole way around. Okay, so you'll be fine. Nope, never mind, you did get sick. So I would say aesthetically and building-wise, it is very Timberborn, but that's kind of where the similarities end, because where it goes from there is a lot more Tropico than anything Timberborn-esque. Like, the gameplay loop is far, far, far more Tropico in the sense that you got the crown showing up, their big bully, you get the idea. They demand you pay taxes. Please stop doing that and go into the heat. It's like right there, man. Like it's literally right there. So see how that does. Is this where we ride against taxes? Eventually. And for those who don't know Penny Meow, absolutely fantastic content creator, playing some Mega Bonk recently, but plays a lot of similar games to what we play, so if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. We're dealing with some mild hypothermia problems. We do actually have the medical place. It seems to be working, for better or worse. And everyone's big sad, because they have half the place is like, it's cold and I'm big sad. Look, man, if you're hungry, there is a mountain of fish. Figure it out. Some of it's even cooked. Your aunt's paying so much tax right now. Yeah, no, we were doing really good. The thing that hurt us, that everything kind of got delayed, is basically we ran into a problem where I educated everyone, which made them have far higher demands and expectations. So now they're like, no, my house isn't good enough. Are you like... Are they just gonna stay in there and starve? Oh, we've got a mining camp who can't reach anything to mine. So what I'm gonna do with you then is I'm gonna plunk you right down here, so you can start hollowing that out for the mushy mush. You got the schematic right away for charcoal? Yeah, no, you can get really lucky with that. And for those who don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, another fantastic content creator, also been playing some WhiskerWood. So again, if you're enjoying this, it's literally the same thing over there. Also plays like RimWorld, a bunch of our stuff. Okay, so you're done here. So you're not going to be used here. What we're going to do... is I do see we got a little bit of ore up here. Okay. More tin ore. More tin ore. Okay. You're trying to find where to ask for a key, even though there's a chance I might side with the cats. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it'd be Hooded Horse. Yep. Hooded Horse is actually really, really good about working with people. Are you, like, I'm genuinely a little bit worried that Treacle's just gonna sit in here and starve to death waiting to get better. Like, the healing house is a little weird, they're just staying in there dealing with it. Yeah, so more people are getting sick because, again, we're struggling to keep these fires lit. On the plus side, we're not getting another whole full round of mood penalties because pollution. These fires seem to, like, not put out much pollution at all. So we're gonna need to stockpile fuel, which is something we haven't had to do in forever. Oh no, basically the thing that prevents links from getting posted grabbed it. It'd be influencers at hoodedhorse.com, I believe. I can look it up after stream what the actual email address is. If you do a Google search for Hooded Horse's website and the contacts, it should have it there as well. Like I said, Hooded Horse is really good about working with content creators. That and very genuinely, if you ever get by TwitchCon, Hooded Horse has some of the best events. Like, almost half the other places, the events they'll have out there, they'll be like, okay, here's this party, you know, music's bumping, all that kind of stuff, and Hood Horse like, what if we just got a skybox, and there was food, and really chill times, and we'll have it on the very last day of the con when everyone is spent. Which is perfect. They're literally just gonna stay in here until they starve. Turn that building off. That place is a place you go to die. Oh, they're just stuck in there. Oh, okay. Alright, I guess it's ride or die in that place. Dude, it's still frozen. Don't come for my taxes. Let's see here. You can have some iron. You can have a bunch of wood. Yeah, so we're probably gonna lose people because it looks like this healing building, since I built it, they're literally staying in here until they starve to death. Treacle managed to barely get out before she starved to death, but the other ones aren't gonna be so lucky. Fuel. Yeah, fuel. Give me the fuel. And you're still building that last building. That's fine. You're getting cold inside the medical building. That seems like I haven't done something right. So please build that fire right away. Okay. Yeah, the good news is they managed to keep this fire and then the main fire there going. It could have certainly been worse. Oh, good. It looks like once they started starving, they did actually go out and get food. So it does keep them in there until things get desperate. I was worried they're just literally going to sit there and then die. And it's just like, please don't do that. And Clover has starved to death. Never mind. So again, we have literally hundreds of food. She went in the hospital and she went, no, I don't feel good. I'm not going to go get food. And apparently the staff here also is not going to go get me food. You can't make me. Alright. Well, on the plus side, that was a person that was heavily educated, skewing my place to being very ornery. So, improvement? We're gonna get some good food today. Slice your favorite salted caramel cheesecake. That sounds really good. What is that, Hammer? No builders available. Oh! Okay, that's a problem. So literally everyone is assigned to something. Well, what we can do here is right now the sawmill, we're way ahead on our sawmill, so you two are unassigned. Actually, you stay there. You're unassigned. Get back to work. And again, I've got people in here who are actively starving to death while trying to get better. I'm also low-key expecting that person to immediately get sick again and have to go right back into the hospital. We'll see. And a second round of supplier. Okay, so we only got one more person who's still sick. And all the weavers are having to go a really long path. We're almost to the point of being able to cut through here. At which point, then it'll be straight through and over, which will be faster. Oh, we finished researching the bridge a while ago, and I just zoned. Okay, so you're still working on that. You're so confused. You heard the message about good food, looked at chat and saw a message about having hamsters as a kid? Look, man. The world's a weird place sometimes. It is what it is. Okay, so we're gonna unassign you. Let's get people back to production. We're still sitting at 0 fuel to spare. Weird. Okay. And we just keep going deeper. Oh, we actually did get some. We actually got a decent amount of approval. So if we're lucky here, We might be able to use that to get ourselves another person. Okay, we got the smuggler here. I'm gonna choose to ignore the smuggler for right now. Actually, do... Got rid of some planks because I'm sitting on so much. Amazing Italian food plus cheesecake. Alright, so tax collector. There's your gold bullion. There's your rock salt. There's your trinkets. We'll give you some logs to get you through that part. I will give you some tin and some iron. Or iron. I'll give you fish. Cool. Alright, so you have no more trees in range. There is apparently a handful of bushes I missed over there. That's fine, I won't worry about those at all. And that'll be it for the trees here not too long. We already used up all of our stuff. We got a pirate blockade and a supply run tomorrow. I would like your stowaway. I'll never figure out who that was. So let's see. We have 1.5 stars, 1.5 stars. All three of them are 1.5 stars. We got a farmer, an engineer, and a farmer. And you're still in here being sick. So one thing that's going to need to happen relatively soon is the stone production is going to have to get toned down. Because it's just continuing to escalate. And for a while there, we were solidly ahead of it. Okay, so we're about to finish that house and be able to tear down the next one. Alright, here's hoping they stay. They're probably not going to stay till tomorrow. I was hoping they'd stay till tomorrow so I could snag one more. And keep this all going. Because we are slowly trying to balance our people out to be less whiny. Because the ones that aren't whiny, they'll get the bonus from eating like the cooked fish, so they get a mood positive, but they won't take a mood negative for having expectations unmet. Oh no, we actually might get there because we got 30 seconds till there. We got 6 seconds till this. Come on. I didn't get any standings for the bland food. Which we're working on. I just need to get to the point where we're not burning all this fuel to keep from freezing to death. And then we get our copper bars. And then once we get our copper bars, we can go ahead and get our mushrooms and all that going. Okay, pirates. Get out of here. Okay. Meanwhile, you need to go to follow. You need to go to follow. You can go back to cotton. You can go back to cotton. You need to stay follow. You can keep being cotton. And a bunch of them complain about having to walk across the entire map to do the Weaver thing. Which I get it. It's out of the way. Okay, so we got that stone house done. Okay. So we got a couple more living in nicer houses. We're getting there. Using up all that stone we're pulling up. Cool, no more deaths. We got plenty of money sitting aside. You're similarly ambivalent towards peas. Yeah, for me, peas are fine. I don't seek them out. I'm not opposed to them. It's whatever. There's definitely things that peas go well in, like paella and all that. But like something that's like really, really pea forward, like pea soup or something, not really my jam. Do I love your country? I mean, I believe that's a transgender flag, if I'm not mistaken, which, you know, I am absolutely open and supportive about LGBTQIA plus people, if that's what you're asking. Alright though, chat, it is getting to be about that time because I did not... Wait, oh no, I'm sorry. Daylight savings. Okay. We keep going. I thought it was 4 a.m., but I forgot. You get an extra hour because daylight savings time. I was about to wrap up, and it's just like, oh wait a second, we get a whole extra hour because here in the U.S. we just did our thing where we have 1 a.m. twice or 2 a.m. twice, or whichever one. It doesn't matter. Like and subscribe, well, I appreciate it. That was the reason I was confused in your like countries. Like, that's not a flag of a country. It's a meaningful flag. You have to work an extra hour tonight? That's no fun. That was, I had a course I authored, which it was, so for people who don't know on the channel, so I put over 15 years working in software development, you know, like professionally and all that. But towards the end of it, I was also teaching software development on, so I have taught piece repair at a college level, like actually at not a university, it was a college, not a university, there's a difference. But then I did like post-grad teaching for stuff where like, you know, you'd get your degree in computer science and you'd learn C++ or whatever. And your boss say, okay, well, I need you to know Python. And you go, well, crap. And you don't go back to the university to get Python because they don't teach Python. So you gotta get like a certification or self-taught or whatever. So I teach courses like that. And one of my most popular courses I ever came out with was just with dealing with date time. Because time sucks. Time is awful. Time is terrible. Of all the data types you have to deal with in software development, there is no worse data type, in my opinion, than time. Because time is one of the things you can look at a value and it can mean multiple different things. If I, for example, had a time that is, for like those who don't know, the way daylight savings works here in the U.S. is it goes to 1 a.m. and it goes to 2 a.m. and when you hit 2 a.m. it goes back to 1 a.m. Which means if I look at 1:30 in the morning on November 2nd, I don't know what time that is because there's 2 moments in time that it is that time as far as the clock goes. So if I'm trying to keep a log in software development and I'm using local time, which you shouldn't do, I now don't know what series of events happened from 1 to 2 a.m. It could be anywhere in there, which is why we use what's known as UTC, which is Universal Time. But it was a whole thing about thing. Let's see. Oh, we're in Germany. You repeat 2 a.m. I might have it wrong. Like, I might have it wrong that it repeats 2 a.m. The point is there is a time that duplicates, and so everything in that middle area, if you have a log using local time, you have no idea what the hell happened in that hour, because if it's going in chronological order based on your date time, you have now 2 hours that are the same thing. We repeat 1 a.m.? That really do suck. We need metric time. Well, the way you get around it is what's called universal, UTC, universal time. Also, if you're hourly and your employer doesn't have good software, you might get gypped on an hour of work. Yeah. Let's see, do you remember when the Millennium kicked in and the fuss about that? The same issue, you know, but still. Yeah, no, that was because at the time, a lot of systems were storing your date time as just the two number year. There was enough systems doing that. The good news is not a lot of systems. Sorry, I'm lying. It was the way the date time was put in there. It wasn't taking consideration the crossover of the century. Now that said, a lot of systems were actually hardened about it. And also, we were paranoid about all the things that were potentially going to go wrong, and a bunch of them weren't really that valid of concerns. There were some very serious bugs that had to be dealt with, to be clear. And you'll have a whole bunch of people say, well, clearly it wasn't that big a deal. Nothing went that wrong. It's like, yeah, because there's a lot of people who lost a lot of sleep working on all these things in an utter panic trying to catch up. But you know, there was tons and tons and tons and tons of hours to make sure it didn't end up being this big event. Okay, so I feel comfortable. So it looks like the ones that are kind of this lighter color, these ones, Those are the stone houses, or those are the not stone houses. Oh, we got some more ore over there. I mean, the Y2K panic of nukes going off is some shtick, was just wacko. Yeah, I mean, so there's understanding of where the paranoia came in, because there was this idea about, you know, during the Cold War, that effectively there were nukes on a dead man switch of sorts, where in the event certain things happened, it would just kind of go. And granted, it wasn't stated, like, it wasn't as significant as a lot of the stating was, but there was that concern. Now granted, fortunately, by the time Y2 came around, that really wasn't a big thing anymore, because people recognized how many instances we almost went to, like, a very serious nuclear exchange over stupid stuff like radar errors and all that. And fortunately, the people at the station was like, this is clearly wrong. Let's not fire the nukes like we were told we were supposed to. Or fire the missiles, I guess. Like, there's been multiple instances of that kind of stuff that happened back then. So understandably, there was a certain level of paranoia being like, you know, the default action of this is fire the missile. Luckily, that didn't end up ever happening. But at the same time, oh, that's the bottom. We have dug to the bottom. I cannot go deeper. You saw someone stack those houses like Timberborn recently? Yes. You can stack them. I like burying them more, but you can stack them. It does work well. Okay, so we've opened this up. Now, what's going to need to happen from here, though? We have to take this a step farther. What is your range? Where's the actual... So you can go up to about here. So I'd need to go one step farther here. And then the reason I need to do this... Oh, let's cancel this one. And the reason I need to do that is that's going to be completely devoid of nutrients. But if I pull it up and then I rebury it, we'll be in good shape. Alright, so trinkets. There you go. Rock salt. Alright, we need way more than that, unfortunately, so we're going to be digging into some of this. It's deeply upsetting. That one hurt. Yeah, it's because so many of these fields are busy recovering. Because they have to have, like, almost a crop rotation. Alright, bringing another person. Okay. So these fires should be going out soon. Yes, the plan is to empty that out and then fill it back in. So I'm gonna go ahead and add you on here as well to help fill in this area. We're gonna fill that in, and then we're gonna make it into a mushroom farm. Oop. And you have run out of trees over here. And the island is just about spent on trees that we're not growing here. Like, I've got this farm working on the trees, but yeah. It's gonna be a whole thing. And eventually I'll probably fill this in to grow even more trees. It's gonna be a whole event. How are you doing? Are you almost full? You are full. I have tons and tons and tons of planks. Are you still going full bore? Let's... I mean, the thing that's getting me so many planks is honestly tearing down those buildings more than anything. We're not using the planks, but we're consuming them. Spring's almost over and we're still running the fires. This place has very cold springs. Okay. Okay, so we got rid of a ton of planks. Get some gold bullion to help pay down our taxes. Yeah, we've already tanked other stuff. All right, how are we doing here? We're getting pretty close to having this whole thing on a net positive. It's got this last row here of the higher tier ones. Keep connecting everything. There's 10 we saw over there. It almost looks like this area is staying mostly solid once we get that deep. Like, if I actually dug all the way to the bottom. We did that. Okay, so these two houses we literally don't care about. So we're gonna go back to queuing up the soup thing. Now, unfortunately, that's not gonna make any progress until I've got some spare fuel. I will turn this back on. It is gonna fight for the fuel. I said I'm gonna turn this back on, but I can't. So I need someone to work on this. So one thing I could do is clear up some of this. That's fine. All right, let's go on our roster. Who do we have here that we can free up? So we got you. Oh, so we could choose just that. You are at a mining camp. You are at a farm. So I have Treacle at a farm despite the fact that they are not farmers. So we're gonna go ahead and take you off of this. We're gonna assign you to the workplace over here. I'm gonna get someone else assigned to that farm in Treacle's place. But which farm was it? No, seriously, which farm was it? There you are. And we'll put Buttercup on that. Okay, so with that, Treacle is going to start turning what copper we have into bars. And we could use that to then... Yeah, there we go. So we're starting to get our bars. We can use that to continue our research on making soup. You love that for me? You do feel useful? Yep, you are literally making the science happen. Yeah, so just need to let that finish getting dug out. Then we're going to fill it back in with the dirt that's going to be more fertile. Okay. Oh, I have another mining thing back there. I was like, why can't I put it back there? Okay, so we got 3 more of those being built. So keep all those farms going, keep everything else going. I do wish there was, like, when the fertilizer got low, it would have some type of symbol over the farm or some other prompt you could look at. Because it does feel like it's really hard to tell when a farm in the game has gotten to, like, you've let it follow long enough that the soil is good again, or when you've grown stuff onto the point that the soil's kind of garbage. It's really, really hard to kind of keep track. There might be a visual cue so far as like the appearance of the soil, but it's also one of those things that's like super hard to see, so... And you're just doing tree things. You're doing fine at the flax. How is our flax? Yeah, so flax is kind of balancing. That's fine. Yeah, those ones are getting kind of spent. Alright. Can't set rotations like Farthest Frontier? No, but keeping in mind that this is pretty early access, I could definitely see them adding either some type of rotation or some type of way to like monitor and adjust kind of thing. Alright, so I think one thing we're doing... I'm going to you. And we could pause it. Give stuff a chance to catch up. Alright. So we got the gold bullion. We got that. We got your trinkets. There you go. Alright. So we got 4 people capable of building running around. We can go ahead and bring another person into the place. So we check just our builders. It interestingly says I have 6, but shows 5. Okay, so I've got 2 really, really solid ones here. Treacle's already doing that. We don't have enough fuel to make that worthwhile. Do I have... I don't have any explorers we can free up. So the question is, what am I doing with the people we have here? Right now they can keep building, I guess. Because I'd like them to keep mining, but we're not keeping up on the stone front. And I already got that maxed out as much as it's going to. So I'm just trying to catch that up. The good news is the research is going swimmingly. Yeah, quality of life, not core mechanic. Exactly. So one thing we could do is just pop over here. Chuck down another storage thing. All right. Okay, so we can get someone new. I would have loved to... Well, actually, we still want to keep the expectations low. So... Unfortunately, all the ones I want... Actually, we'll reroll. There we go. So bring you on. Then go here, get some of the proper assignment there. Okay, little by little, progress is being made, research is getting done, they're getting happier. We're getting pretty close to being able to start the process of filling this all in to get mushrooms going. Yeah, just gotta wait till they mine that out. We got the smuggler. In this case, be on your way, smuggler. I don't got anything for you. All right. Okay, so we got more ore we found over there. Got a bunch more down here. Guess we can see what happens when we get to one of those areas. More copper down there. You've got you way down here. Something we can do is you're opening that whole area up. So we could probably fit the one I disabled up here. To go way down there. I'm trying to decide is where I want to shove this one. Because what I'd like to do we can put it down here. Turn it back on. Now them keep mining down there as well. Probably be good to put a storage building down in the hole. If I can make that happen. I'd probably be able to do the big one just because it'll be hard to shove it in there. Okay, so that should help a little bit, because then we'll have them down there where they're mostly mining ore. And hopefully that'll help, so I can get that all, bring it up here, that kind of thing. Get the storage down there to also keep it separated out. I need to stop queuing up going for any and all of the stone, but it's okay. Okay, tax collector. All right. This game has fat cats? Yes. Okay, soup kitchen has been researched. All right. So we do want to build the soup kitchen. That's going to take some doing. Do they loan shark you? So this is more like if you think back in history with like the colonialization and all that, how you'd have people get sent off, they would be indebted to some, the crown, some company back home or whatever, and then they would have to eventually like pay off that through taxes and all that. It's basically that where you're kind of being exploited and all that. Let's try and put it over here, because that's where the mushrooms are going to come up. I'm going to put you right there. The mushrooms should come from here. Supplier, that's fine. For now... Let's take the fuel. I've been taking the whisker each and every time, but we still got 2 who need to have a place to sleep. So I need to give it a chance for them to catch up. Meanwhile, how are you doing? You're still cleaning up the stone. Go plant the cotton. Go plant the cotton. You keep doing your trees. Alright, so we can keep this going. Alright, that's still holding up, Rual. Okay. Reminds you of Anno, but totally not. Way better. There's definitely similarities. I haven't played the Anno series, but everything I've seen about them, it's basically like Timberborn building mechanics, but like the whole Anno kind of middle area there. We're definitely going to need to fill in all these holes I'm tearing up if I want to put farm over it. And also see eventually I'd want to keep collapsing this down or clear up area, whatever. Basically get myself grow space, so at least as much as we can we are using this space. Alright, hang on. Should be able to use some of that area over there. Okay, so we got pirates showing up. There. We paid the ransom because I got so much machinery. I can just throw it at them and make them go away. Looking for the new Anno in a couple of weeks? Yeah, I'm probably going to be checking out the new Anno. Like, the past ones I haven't had, like, I've not played one of the Anno series, though. Like, it's always one of those games that's been on the short list, it just never happened. But I did hear from the devs thing that they would more logistics hauler at the warehouse help things. Probably, actually. I've completely forgot about them. So the logistics warehouse is up here. So we could actually probably go here and say, hey, you and you get running around. Is that the Roman Anno? I don't know. It's whichever one is coming up soon. I gotta double check because I remember seeing that. And I gotta, you know, keep up with everything going on. There's so much going on right now with so many releasing that, like, it just all gets lost in the noise. And we're slowly getting this filled in to do that stuff. Okay, we've almost got this filled in. Like, soon, and this, once they pop this through, now they can cut through there instead of having to go the whole way around the whole map again. I also just realized we'd gotten all our houses filled. Slowly getting it all sorted. Okay, so we should start very soon seeing some massive improvements. The big thing we have now is we do have our soup kitchen being built. The only big problem we have... Oh, actually I have two problems. I never did build the water. I researched the water. I never did build it. So, yeah, so we got a water pump and everything. So let's figure this out. So I've got a water tank. Fair enough. Let's actually figure out where the water hookup goes there. Because we'll get the water hookup for the soup and everything else. But we'll want to try and get the soup going. Because it should improve the quality of food, which at a minimum should help get this bland food penalty. Should knock it down some. And you're still over here doing your earthwork, slowly filling that in for future farming purposes. So all we need is just gotta get that last little bit in, we gotta fill that in, then we can use that for planting the mushrooms. It does look like my stone is slowly coming down now. A big part of that is we just have it connected to places that we're specifically mining ore and not trying to find ore. There's so many crisscrossing tunnels. Okay. It definitely feels like I should take this elevator and make it go the whole way down. But we'll probably leave it the way it is and just spread from there. Oh, what do we got here? Okay, so this woodcutter has run out of trees here. Okay, they'll take care of that. And those are the last trees on the island. Nope, and you're done, so you are gonna get destroyed, because there's no more trees for you to cut down. We got them all. And so that island over there doesn't have it. We got a couple over on this one. It just basically means the people who are doing the tree cutting have moved on to other things. That does mean we could probably have, yeah. Get a really good person in there working on that. Enduro fine, we're getting our copper. And what are we researching? We're not researching something right now. Okay, so the next thing to probably research is I'm going to start researching the fabrics. Because then what I can do is while we're getting all the mushrooms set up, we can get the fabric production going on to make the nicer clothes. Because if we look at our penalties, the soup will help with that, the threadbare will help with this, and there was like other complaints. The uncomfortable diner and everything, that is just so far down there. Yeah. In the future, it's like make 3 educated people in your entire place. 1 teacher, 2 researchers, no one else gets an education. They can get an apprenticeship. They can get stuff like that, but no fully educated. Not till there's something later on that requires it. Because it's definitely ground our progress to a halt. So far as, like, we were getting, like, the stuff paid off and keep going and all that. But now, because I'm constantly at no approval, I can't exploit the approval for all the benefits of the extra food and the extra trinkets to keep my taxes down. And we're making it. And we are progressing and getting projects done. But it's definitely not been at the speed we were. Okay, so we're not going to bother setting one to do this yet, because we don't have the mushrooms growing and we don't have the people to do it. But we can do... Okay, it looks like that might be where the connection goes. Okay, yeah, so it looks like now we just build the pump house. That'll fill this up, and then it looks like... I'm hoping that connection works just the way I did it. Oh, the good news is that does fill up with just regular old rain. So in a pinch, that does actually work. Yeah, so we got 9 more blocks to mine here. Then we can fill it in for the mushrooms. This is almost connected the whole way. Oh, let's be smart about this. We will tell it that you're also going to be flax. No, you're going to be cotton. No, you'll be flax. But let's take this and we're going to do the same thing we're doing on the other side, where I start with 1 row, I tell it to start removing the rocks, and we just move it line by line over until we get the whole thing converted. The whole thing cleared. Okay. Yeah, so clothing is my second biggest problem right now. It's not from a lack of flax. It's gonna be the weaver. It might genuinely be I just need more people. Oh, you're not the right time. I see, that's one thing that can help. A smuggler ship. Dismiss. Okay, so we need to get actually the correct people on the Weaver. So that's you. They've got the right people there. So we're looking for another explorer. Okay. It's not my favorite. Alright. But so you're having an earlier try to sleep, and your phone badonged and let me know it was low battery. Good on our technology. Yup. Alright, so maybe we'll get lucky and get some reputation over the night. Yeah, so go ahead and have Bramble work on this. So you can get fuel or high quality hardtack. Take an additional person. Yes, that'll require an apprentice. Okay, so that should give me slightly better production on the Weaver. We check on this and just the builders. So we've got one who is a explorer, 2 engineers, and all that. So you have to be an apprentice farmer to work. So that is something we're gonna have to deal with. You're getting there. Okay, you're probably out of here before this is done. Okay, you've already got a house being built there. It's fine, we'll keep it the way it is right now. Okay. Yeah, and that's still going down. We still have tiny bits of copper and all that to spare. That threadbare clothing is a real problem. Dockship's about to depart, and we didn't have anything to do anything with that, so that's fine. Not sure where they're coming from that route, but we'll want to get that sorted. Okay, we can go here. All right. Cool, looks like we're getting the next to the stone houses built. Interesting that that's the one that still hasn't gotten done. Okay, we can just keep on diving deeper. Yeah, it's interesting like how much you just dig down here, and it also becomes like a logistics problem of going, okay, well, how do you get your people to path down here fast enough to get the ore and all that you need to satisfy things? Because I think long term, let's see, you grow berries for berry soup? I can. I totally forgot that was even a thing. So yes, I could actually get berry soup going right now, and I probably should. So what I need to do, though, is find a place where I'm going to do that. Because almost all of my stuff here is kind of being put to use trying to keep the taxes paid. Set that to be berries and try and get that up and running. It'll be slow. In the meantime, can I free up anyone who can be a farmer who isn't needed as urgently? So what we could probably do is have you take over for that, and I'm really hoping that one I just pulled off of here. Yep. And with that, we are going to start making berry soup. Now, do you set the recipe, or I could just do either? Yeah, no, actually, it looks like berry soup was the only recipe I can do right now. So I've been maybe wasting my time on this mushroom thing. Yeah, clothing has overtaken... I was gonna say, clothing has overtaken the other stuff for the thing upsetting my people the most. Love to see it. Not really. Alright. There's the cotton. The trinket. Give him extra water. Okay. So we're managing to keep the claws at at a distance. New recipe at the Weaver, threads. Okay. So if we look at the Weaver, we can change the recipe, but once we do, we can't go the other way. That's fine. Get ourselves a new person. Looks like a new explorer. Okay, so with that, let's double check our research. So we have that. So Taylor would be the next one. All right, yeah, so then what we could do is we could get to the point of making our thread. Is this kind of like Timberborn? So the building and the aesthetic side is kind of like Timberborn. Gameplay loop-wise, Timberborn is all around water management and, you know, like the bad water, the drought, the good times, all that. Whereas this one has none of those things, but instead this is way more like Tropico or Anno, where, you know, you are a colony under the crown. In this case, the crown is the cats, the claws. And they basically exploit you heavily. And so they keep coming up with more and more aggressive taxes that you need to pay and all that. And so you have to like keep them mollified so that they don't, you know, go after you or whatever. And while this is the early access version, like this is the pre-release of the early access version, eventually you will be able to rise up and, you know, get yourself free from underneath the claws. Right now in the early access, I do not believe that is a thing you can do. Oh no, mouse versus cats? Yes, exactly. But, and like there's the map is huge, but at the moment it's a little tricky to move between those. I'm assuming as we move through the research, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. I'm assuming as we move through research, yes, there's 3 tiers of research currently, but we don't get soap until tier 3. That feels wrong in a lot of ways. The implication, a whisker launcher? Extreme travel speed? Steam-powered device that can launch whiskers to higher elevations. Oh. Okay. So we can just catapult people using scalding hot steam. I'm sure that's fine. Nothing to worry about. Alright. I need to get that clothing and that food sorted. Alright. Because we're getting there. So basically, if I can manage to get some proper amount of berries producing, then we can make the berry soup. And then with the berry soup, we should be able to make some stuff happen. I don't really have much for you, man. Not unless that's enough to make you happy. I don't think it is. I'll do it. It's not a good idea. Okay, this is the last of the trees we're cutting down now. I have no reputation to get anything. It was 30 degrees Celsius here today in Australia, Melbourne. 86 Fahrenheit. For those that know that measure of temperature, it was hot. Not used to it at the moment in spring. Yeah. Alright. But all in all, I would say we've done this going pretty good. If we compare this to where we did with our last attempt or whatever, and this is still going, we have reached the highest tier of just straight up houses. To go through the next tier for housing, I mean, there might be another tier through the tech. It looks like I gotta get luxury goods, which requires tailoring and all that kind of stuff. And so we got all that. I am thinking, though, we're probably hitting the point for the early access preview. It might be time that I'm gonna probably put this on pause. Because knowing I can't, like, ever push back against the cats and a bunch of that stuff's like where you fight off the pirates isn't in yet. I feel like we've done a good job of seeing kind of where this disaster goes, because you can see that we could just like keep mining deeper and deeper underneath and going all that, and like really get down there. But there's gonna be like Steam to launch it up. I do feel like this is a game I'm 100% going to be checking out in a big way when it's farther along in its early access, where we can, you know, fight back against the cats, fight off the pirates. More of the stuff is, you know, implemented and all that. But it feels good. It's in an excellent place. I think it's great for, you know, just dropping in early access. If we compare this against like Timberborn 4 years ago, I would say there's a lot more happening in this now than there was in Timberborn at the time it dropped. Because if you remember back to Timberborn when it dropped, it was literally, there was just drought and wet season. There wasn't ledges, there wasn't levees, or I mean, sorry, there were levees. There was just dams, levees, I think the gates, and like that was it. I think they had like the water wheels later. And it's not to like bash Timberborn. It's early access. It's come a long way. Like now that Timberborn is going, for those who didn't hear, Timberborn's also dropping in 1.0. It's already on the experimental branch. I don't know when the actual date of it dropping is, but I assume it's soon. So that's going full release, which is kind of like perfect timing that that's going to like wrap up the development there. And they're going to keep probably adding more to the game, but that's going to be done just in time for this to start the wave so you can jump on the next one. Let's see, one Timberborn from a stream 3 weeks ago. It's an excellent game. I have put a lot of hours in there. Now, with that said, I've been going for 10 hours because I put in the extra hour because daylight savings here in the US kicked on mid-stream. So I was like, to heck with it. I'm going to end at 4 a.m. That way I go to bed and I wake up, you know, whatever the new time is, hopefully. So with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but you're going to all get kind of like bumped because I don't have a host ready for you, but thank you so much for watching. And if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. That is not the right button. That is OSHA approved. By the way, that's OSHA.